Good morning, Lorcana Illumineers, and welcome back to the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim for the Disney Lorcana North American Championships. I'm Rebecca, and we are getting ready for a thrilling day of our top 16, and we're going to jump right in, so let's go on right on down to the booth.
Six Illumineers played to get to this spot. They've been trying to get here for about 9 months now, since May. The best of the best from North America are representing themselves here, and I'm excited to see what ends up happening.
Yeah, very hard tournament to qualify for. I think we saw that represented in the gameplay yesterday. Some of the tightest Lorcana gameplay I've ever seen on stream. And I'm sure we're going to see that just tuned up today as we head to the top 16 and ultimately to the top 8.
Yeah, so my name is Brandon Bolin. I'm joined by Brendan Patrick, and let's introduce the rest of the broadcast team for you today. We're also going to be joined by Rebecca, as you saw in the opening video, and then Tannen Grace and Liam Cosma both will be in the booth as well. You saw all of us yesterday. We're all very excited to be here and bringing you coverage for this Disney Lorcana tournament. Speaking of yesterday, I do want to go over the structure as well of how these players have gotten here. So Brendan, why don't you explain where we've come from?
Yeah, so in day one, we had 7 rounds of Swiss. It was a 2-game format, so very important to pick up those 2-0s in traditional Lorcana fashion. The margins were very, very tight in terms of trying to get to get into that top 16. So congratulations to the players that did make it there. We have, of course, our ranking system. You get 3 points for winning 1 game, 3 for each player if you split. But critically, if you do go 2-0, you get that 7 points, which is 1 extra point, which is absolutely necessary to making it to the top 16.
Yeah, those extra points and getting those 2-0s is what pushes these players to the top, giving them the highest seed so that they can move into this day 2, where our top 16 players will be playing in an untimed single elimination bracket. The top 16 will be top 16 to top 4 will be best of 3, and then our finals game is going to be best of 5. So could be a very long but very interesting match. I know the European Championship ended up going to that 5th game. It was a very exciting match over there. So I'm not sure what we're going to have today, but I'm excited for it. I do want to highlight what our players have been playing for as well as we move on to the prizes for the day 1. Everybody that's participated in the North American Championship has gotten this very beautiful invited to the ball promo card. Very makes it, it's a funny card to give to these players because it's an invite-only tournament, right?
Yeah. Definitely a great ceremonial card to have. Of course, these beautiful promo cards that you get for participating in these Lorcana tournaments. I mean, it's just a cool thing to walk away with and have for later.
Yeah, definitely something that you can keep as a memento. And then if the players that made it to top 32 from yesterday did get this Elsa's Ice Palace as well, you can really see the foiling on both of these cards. Those are kind of the swirls that are moving on in those cards. Same kind of foiling that we've seen from previous Disney Lorcana challenges. Very beautiful if you haven't seen them in person. But what the players are playing for today as we move on to the day 2 prizes, all the players in the top 16 have gotten this Kuzco Temperamental Emperor throwback to set 1, if you will.
The menace of set 1 right there. This was the pillar of Emerald decks. You know, maybe not as popular in today's modern Emerald decks because they're mostly centered around active discard rather than a sort of defensive discard. But, man, if you played Lorcana in the early days, you knew Kuzco.
Yeah, it definitely feels like an homage to that. You also, top 16 players will get this foiled Baymax Armored Companion playmat. Very beautiful as well. And you can see they also, if they move into the top 8, get the Baymax Armored Companion. And arguably one of the most sought-after prizes for this event. If you make it to top 8, you get an invite to the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship.
I can almost guarantee that's on every player's mind as they head into this top 16 match. I mean, it is so important to keep the run going, to make it to the World Championships, and making it in day 2, huge accomplishment. But now the pressure's on. Now you just have to win that one match, and if you do, you punch your tickets to the Worlds.
It's the first match of the day, too. I mean, what a way to start out. I would be very anxious if I were these players.
Reminds me of set championships when you would make it to top 8
yes.
and you had to make it to top 4.
You had to go into that top 4 to earn the promo. But that's not all. There is prizes past this top 8. They, of course, will earn a beautiful golden Mickey Brave Little Tailor if they make it into the top 4. We've seen these at previous DLCs. They're serialized cards. You can see that by the number on the bottom. Every single one has a unique number assigned to them. Only 500 of them have been made. So some of these players have already earned them from previous CLCs. Some of these players, it might be their first one earning, but one definitely to go for.
Yeah, this is a great sort of trophy or signal of accomplishment in Lorcana. I was even on my ride over to the venue today, and the person that was driving here was like, yeah, I was driving people around, and one of them had a golden Mickey. I was like, okay, that's a serious player
you
right
know
there.
They're a good player. And as we move on to the final prizes of the day, the finalists will both get a complete foil set of Azurite Sea, as this is the most up-to-date set available to play for Disney Lorcana, including all of the enchanted cards, which are beautiful. It's awesome to have a set to commemorate this tournament and to show just how good of a player you were.
Yeah, I mean, whoever wins this tournament, whoever's the champion, is going to have to make some room in their baggage on the way home.
Yeah, I hope that they can check a bag if they're flying home, or they have room in their vehicle driving back, because the champion will get 4 foil complete sets of Azurite Sea, including the enchanted cards, as well as a beautiful trophy that has been made for the champion. So, Brendan, I wanted to ask you, I know you've been a competitor of other card games as well, and you have done, you've topped some stuff. You're a pretty good card player from your history. You've been in these scenarios. What is it like? What is it like being in this position?
So I'll have to be honest that I haven't been in a scenario quite with the stakes quite like this, where not only are you in one of the hardest tournaments to qualify that I've ever seen, so 128 players here make it to the North American Championship, you had to sort of get there by doing very, very well in other tournaments. We're talking about 2,000 player open tournaments, and you had to perform extremely well. A hard feat in of itself. There was another way as well. Also, not very easy. You had to win your LCQ pod. So the players that have gotten here, I mean, it is a feat. But on top of that, I mean, we're just layering these. We're just layering it on. You make it to day 2. You've accomplished your goal. But you got to win one more match. You got to punch that ticket to Worlds. And I know that the prizes, they look great and the cards are beautiful, but these players, they want to keep the run going and they want to make it to that World Championships. So the pressure is on. What I will say is that if you've made it to the North American Championship so far, you know how to work under pressure. You know how to deal with this. The key to it is to really just take it one match at a time. Every match is the same. Nothing changes. The stakes, the environment around you has technically changed, but your mindset as you go from match to match is exactly the same. You sit across from your opponent and you play the best game that you can.
Yeah, I can guarantee that all of these players, going into this day 2, they have open deck lists. So once the top 16 was announced last night, we are moving from best of 2 to best of 3. But I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of these players went back to their hotel room or wherever they're staying and played out a couple games with their friends or their teammates, knowing what they're going to be playing into this last match, because of how critical it is to take home this win. Get your World's invite if you don't already have one.
Yeah, the scene that transpired at these testing houses or these testing hotels, I'm sure that the lobbies, so what happens is that these hotels, as the lobbies become these big play areas after day 1, because the day 2 deck list, it's open deck list, the deck lists get revealed, and players will play every single permutation of what their ride could be to the championship through their testing team. So they'll have people hop on the exact decks of their, prospective opponents, and they'll get as much practice as possible. I'm sure that's going to happen after this top 16 round as well, as we head into a lunch break. But I mean, players get a lot of reps and they practice for pretty much every scenario possible that could transpire in day 2.
Yeah, there's been a lot that these players have had to play through. We've talked about it over and over again, and so I do want to take a look at yesterday's metagame for the day 1, just to see how difficult it was, what the field has looked like, and we can talk about what the field looks like for day 2 as well.
All right, so let's talk about overperformers and underperformers. Ruby Sapphire coming into the tournament, it was a bit of a surprise. Okay, if we look at the European Championships, Ruby Sapphire had similar numbers as the most played deck, performed very poorly. Well, it actually ended up performing well here. So it actually converted over 32% into day 2, which was probably not expected. I think a lot of people looked at the European Championship and thought that Ruby Sapphire would have a similar path here, but it did not. That's probably likely due to the lack of Amethyst Emerald, which really showed up to Europe and is a lot more popular over there. Our biggest loser on the day actually was probably Ruby Amethyst, a deck that I'm very fond of, and a deck that a lot of people were saying was going to be the best deck coming into the tournament. Converted very poorly into day 2 with putting only one player into the top 16. That player is Ed, who has won a Disney Lorcana Challenge and is on a very interesting build of Ruby Amethyst. So it will be interesting to see. Amber Steel did perform decently well. Amber Steel is an interesting archetype right now, or interesting ink combination in Lorcana because it is two archetypes, two very distinct archetypes, right? We have the Dwarven Mine deck, the more aggressive deck, and then we have the traditional Songs build. And there's a decent split. And there's actually a split into the top 16 of players on both of those archetypes. I think our biggest winner from the whole tournament, one because of quantitatively, the other just narratively, is Amethyst Sapphire.
Yes.
Amethyst Sapphire put 2 decks into the top 8. That's a 12% conversion. That's absolutely crazy. This is a deck that so many people were saying as we came to this tournament, not a real deck, doesn't have the performances, and that was true. But it ended up doing super well, and now I think it's very well positioned to progress and potentially make it to the finals of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, Blurple being a deck that fans, the Blurple players are super hardcore on. They love playing this deck. They love saying how strong it is, and sometimes it performs, sometimes it doesn't. I was a hater. I was somebody that didn't believe in the deck, but I have been proven wrong. Like you mentioned, at only 10 of those decks from the 126, 2 of them made it through. Like you mentioned, the super high conversion rates. Very interesting to look back for the North American champs versus the European champs on sort of how things have flipped. Like you mentioned, I thought that Ruby Sapphire was going to be underrepresented. It didn't convert well in EU. Total opposite story here. Same thing with Amethyst Ruby. Very interesting decks being brought in.
Yeah, well, let's look at that path to the championship. Let's go ahead and look at our bracket here, and we'll see. So first off, we have Emerald Amethyst here versus Ruby Sapphire. Mo Shamblin, who's been on stream a couple times, was probably favored in that matchup. This is really what took down Ruby Sapphire in the European Championship. I mean, this is a matchup that is not very good for Ruby Sapphire because this Amethyst Emerald is quite aggressively oriented, and Ruby Sapphire does tend to struggle with that. So it struggles into the Amber Steel versions, the more aggressive versions with the Dwarven Mine, but it will also struggle into some of these more aggressive Emerald decks that have access to potentially things like Curse Merfolk. And just that archetype in general is hard for it to deal with. As we head down, we see also Disney Lorcana Challenge champion Dan Syed versus Joseph on Amethyst Sapphire. Very interesting. I think that Amethyst Sapphire probably well positioned in this matchup. It's hard to say. I mean, it's not a matchup a lot of us have seen before in the past.
Very unique matchup for sure. And something interesting to note here as well, I want to point out, Morgan placed #1 seed yesterday going into top 16, has not had earned an invite to Worlds. Any of these participants that have made it to the top 16 and have won a previous DLC, like Zan Syed, like Edmund Chu, they already have an invite to Worlds. So if Zan or Ed make it through to the quarterfinals, that Worlds invite gets passed down to the highest seeded player in this bracket. So if Mo doesn't make it into the quarterfinals, he will actually get a Worlds invite if Zan or Ed make it through. So speaking of Ed, our next match here is Edmund Chu and Ryan, the Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire.
I think this version of Ruby Amethyst is particularly good against
Amethyst Sapphire, not Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, I think this Ruby Amethyst version is particularly good against some of these more controlling decks. So if you actually look at Ryan's deck has quite a few bells, and it looks like it's trying to win the Genie mirror per se. One complication there, Ed
doesn't have any genies.
No genies in the deck. This is a card that people thought was an absolute staple in Ruby Amethyst, and Ryan's deck does look like it's trying to take advantage of that against other Amethyst decks, but Ed is not playing any of that. Ed actually has 12 1-drops, has a more aggressive-oriented deck, and this is probably the spiciest deck build of the entire tournament. Of course, we have Sapphire Amethyst in the tournament, and that is an incredible feat to make it to top 16, but in terms of deviation from the standard metagame of what list you would expect to show up, Ed's deck is completely off the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the entire set of Azurite Sea, Genie has been the card that everybody's been talking about. It's been like Amethyst X is the deck that you have to beat because of Genie. So very bold for Edmund to come in with no Genies. Also not playing any Mauis as well. I'm very interested to see how that match shakes out because knowing that Ryan is playing those Genies and some more evasive characters in Amethyst, and Ed actually isn't playing any evasive characters in his deck. Very eager to see how that turns out. Moving on down the bracket, though, we do have Hamza and Pierre both on Ruby Sapphire. Yes, both very known Ruby Sapphire players. Hamza playing like 68 cards, I think, in his deck. I'm pretty sure known for playing over the 60.
Is round about 66 off of a quick count, but I would say that he's on a lower card count than usual, actually.
Yeah.
But I do believe that Hamza does have the higher seed, so will be on the play here, which is quite an advantage in the mirror. But yeah, I mean, Ruby Sapphire looking to progress sort of deep into this tournament. I mean, just statistically, there's so many of them into day 2 here that we can expect to see Ruby Sapphire make quite a run.
Yeah, and it guarantees that one Ruby Sapphire is at least going to make it into the top 8. But I do want to look at the other side of the bracket here as well. We have plenty of other people that we're excited to see. Sean and Zach both in the octo finals here. Ruby Sapphire versus Amethyst Steel. Interesting matchup here. I feel like Zach is also playing a pretty aggressive version of Amethyst Steel. It might be difficult for him to get a win out here against Ruby Sapphire. We saw that matchup played out yesterday, and if the Ruby Sapphire player can, stabilize early, then it can be pretty difficult for the Amethyst Steel deck to converge.
So Zach's deck is aggressive. Zach Bivens, the best Swiss player of all time. His deck is very aggressive, but it is not that aggressive, right? He doesn't have those one-cost, uninkable one-drops that quest for 2 that he can bounce back and play again. So he's on a bit of a more mid-rangey version, which I think could actually work against his favor in a matchup like Ruby Sapphire. That being said, this is also going to be a hard one to call. I would say if I had to, I'd probably go with Ruby Sapphire in this one.
Yeah, I agree. I saw a bunch of Smees, Calhouns, a lot of 3-drops in that deck as well. So like you said, leaning a little bit more towards the mid-range aspect. But moving on to the next, we have Kurt and Patrick, a Steel matchup, Amber Steel versus Amethyst Steel, to one deck that has been popular since set 1, and then another deck that has sort of come up in popularity, though. Kurt's on a Mines build, could be in 2 decks, honestly, that have been more popular here in the Azerite C metagame.
I do think that the Mines builds are generally favored in the more aggressive, sort of lower curve matchups, and I would have to go with the Amber Steel player in this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think it honestly might come down to which version Kurt is playing, because I think if you're playing a more traditional songs version, you can sort of counter that mid-range leaning aggressive style of Amethyst Steel, being able to use those songs to effectively take out characters. So interested to see how that works out. Then we have Matthew and Sean, Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Steel. Historically, Ruby Sapphire is the favored deck into this matchup.
It depends on the archetype, though. That's kind of where the granularity matters. When we looked at the day 1 metagame and the breakdown into day 2, you can't just say Amber Steel anymore, because there's 2 very distinct archetypes and they have very different matchup spreads. In terms of its matchup into Ruby Sapphire, the traditional songs build quite unfavored into Ruby Sapphire. I would say the newer, more aggressive Dwarven Mines build favored. So I believe that in our top 16, I believe 2 of the Amber Steel players are on the more aggressive Dwarven Mine builds, while the other one is on a more traditional song build. So depending on what archetype our players are on, I think that will drastically change the potential outcome of the match.
Yeah, and I mean, even on looking at this side of the bracket, when you see all of the Ruby Sapphire decks and what they're paired up against, could be potentially favored for some of those Ruby Sapphire players. There's double the amount of Ruby Sapphire players in the top 16 versus Amber Steel. So having the 2 matches there, Matthew and Sean, and then Scott and Justin both doing Ruby Sapphire versus Amber Steel. I'll be interested to see if we see a bunch of Ruby Sapphire coming into the top 8, sort of closing in on this championship, or if some of them get pushed out.
Yeah, I actually think that the general sort of bracket breakdown looks pretty hostile for Ruby Sapphire. Overall, like, I was doing a little bit of mental gymnastics to try to figure out, where would I predict the finals to be? And I think that most likely from this side of the bracket, I see Amber Steel doing quite well. Also, it's just highly represented. But on the other side of the bracket, a bit more of a spicy take, where I think that Ruby Amethyst is quite well positioned. Our one of Ruby Amethyst in the top 16 does happen to be in the hands of Ed, which is one of the best players in the game.
Yep.
Is actually well positioned to make it all the way to that finals on the other side of the bracket. Amber Steel is my favorite for this side. What about you? What are you thinking? What do you think? I want to get your thoughts in particular in regards of Ruby Sapphire. Do you think that Ruby Sapphire is well positioned to make it into the finals or even win this tournament? I mean, it did convert very well. There's a lot in the top 16. Are you changing your mind on Ruby Sapphire? Because you and I were both a little bit down on it yesterday. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly changed my mind on Ruby Sapphire over the past day, watching how well it converged. And I mean, looking at the data here for the top 16, Ruby Sapphire, it is the most represented. 6 out of the 16 players here, over 1/3 of the players are playing on the deck. So statistically, it's not unlikely for the deck to make a pretty deep run, especially knowing that some of the best Ruby Sapphire players in North America are in this bracket that have been playing the deck way further back than just this set. But it's like you said, we also have some players that have honed their craft on certain decks, like Zan, like Ed as well, that have been that have won DLCs. Right, we have 2 DLC winners here that are pushing their way through. I mean, looking at the metadata that I've written down here, five different decks have made it into the top 16 outside of Ruby Sapphire and Amber Steel, 2 very popular decks. Of course, we've talked about how Ruby Amethyst is a little bit underrepresented, but I think it just goes to show how crazy this game, this tournament has been, that so many decks are represented in this top 16.
Absolutely.
So with that, we do have a head-to-head for you guys coming up. We are going to be seeing Sean versus Zach Bivens for the first match of the day. I love this slide here, them showing off their cards for their deck. I'm very excited to get into this first match of the top 16 of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship.
All right, Zach has had some very, very good runs at the Disney Lorcana Challenges, but has had a few heartbreaks, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very excited for this match specifically because Zach is arguably one of the best performing Swiss players in Disney Lorcana history. He's topped multiple challenges. He was 31st in Atlanta, 17th in Chicago, 43rd in Dallas, and then 33rd in Vegas. Both in Atlanta and Chicago, he was the #1 seed going into day 2. And in every single one of those, he fell just short of an invite to the Continental Championship. He was able to get an invite here because of a pass down, because there were some people that had earned their invite already for challenges that made it into that range again for Disney Lorcana Challenges, which is why he's here today. Nobody can question Zach's ability. He 1000% deserves to be here. And I am so nervous for Zach because it would be in Bivens fashion to get this close and then fall short. I know that the community is rooting for him. I know that a lot of people want to see him do well. So we get to watch it live here. We get to see if he makes it. But of course, Sean is the highest seed in 6th place, so he's going to get to go first. He's only going to ink a Tamatoa. This is a Ruby Sapphire versus Amethyst Steel matchup. Unfortunate for Sean to not find like a turn 1 popsicle. We'll see how Zach opens up this game.
Yeah, so Zach notably did send 6 back as well, so has a pretty fresh hand here. I see, doesn't look like there's going to be a 1 drop in the hand for Zach as well, so it looks like both players probably stumbling here on the first turns of the game. Back over to our Ruby Sapphire player. Do we have that turn 2 ramp? Most likely.
There it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way it works in Ruby Sapphire now. The math, the hypergeometric math to find your turn 2 ramp is just so likely. I think you're going to see it every single game. It's just a question of what pieces do you find around that, right? Do you have the 1 drop to start it off? Do you have the Hiram to kind of follow up on the 4th? Do you have something like your Grand Matala for more card selection? This Ruby Sapphire deck, it is tried and true. It's been around for so many sets, but there's a reason. It's just so powerful, and it's only gotten better.
Zach is having a very tough opening as well, finding the Turn-to-Box followers off the top, thankfully, because the only other 2 drop in hand was a Madabim Snake. Wouldn't have been able to play that out without a character. So the 1 drop coming a little bit too late, but at least we get to play something out. Does see Sean is going to brawl this Turn-to-Box followers, getting any characters off of Zach's side of the board. Sean understands his role in this matchup. Can't let Zach gain any board advantage early on.
I mean, to be fair, I actually think it's just a very clunky draw from Sean as well. I mean, Sean does have the Hiram, which is a critical piece, but doesn't have the item to draw off of it. Other than that, has Maui plus Maui Half Shark. It doesn't really do much here. Luckily, Zach is not putting on the pressure, so Sean might be able to come, sort of get out of this situation. But yeah, I mean, has to brawl the Turn-to-Box followers just to deny value on Zach's end. Looks like we do draw a 3-cost uninkable Sisu off the top here, and Maui Half Shark might be the ink for the turn. And Hiram's going to come down, no target.
Very unfortunate for Sean, not finding those items that he needs, but Zach is getting up to an ink where a lot of his powerful cards are being played. We do see the rabbit coming down. He's going to get to draw a card when it enters and leaves play. Interesting thing in Zach's deck list, he's playing 4 rabbits and 2 genies. We've talked about how strong Genie can be in this metagame, but Zach deciding to go the rabbit route as well. One thing I'm noticing about his deck list is a lot of his characters sort of replace themselves on board. That's kind of the style that Amethyst has been running this set. All of those cheap 1 drops like Diablo, Turn-to-Box followers, Magic Broom, and Merlin Rabbit here. He's playing all of those cards that will draw cards when they're banished or when they leave play. So interesting thing to note there. We do see Sean singing How far I'll go with the Hiram, getting to look at the top 2 cards of the deck, put
That
one
was-
into Inkwell.
That was an incredible top deck, by the way. That's exactly what you need. You need both. You need card advantage and you need ramp. You need more card selection as well, because Sean's hand prior to this was just kind of a brick. I mean, luckily, Zach is giving him room to do that. I would say in the head-to-head, as we head to the mid to the late game, I think the Ruby Sapphire is significantly advantaged in that. So while Zach's deck does kind of turn on here at turn 4, I mean, Zach would like to get significantly more advantage in the early game to be able to capitalize that as we move to this mid to late game.
I definitely agree. And we've seen in some of these matchups yesterday, cards like Maui Half Shark, Sisu Empowered Sibling as well can be detrimental to decks like Zach's. But one thing that Zach has going for him is he is running the full bounce package. He does have the Madam M Foxes and Madam M Snakes, so he can use those to kind of keep cards safe in his hand that he wants to. We're turning it back to Zach on this turn. We're going to go with another rabbit, drawing another card.
You
As
imagine
it enters play.
Imagine both players heading into their top 16 match. You get you're in the situation where you feel like you have to win to make the top 8 to progress in the tournament to get your Worlds invite, and both players have these significantly suboptimal draws.
You just both brick horrendously. I think Zach is trying to decide what he wants to ink for the turn before we pass it over. Flipping between a Lawrence and a White Rose. We do have that Diablo that we could play when we ink on this turn.
So Zach also too and then along came Zeus in hand as well, as in a form of removal that could deal with this hero potentially as he runs something else into it.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Zach is playing 4 Along Came Zeus, 4 Strength of Raging Fire, and then that's it in regards to removal for this deck. Not playing any of the Storm Rage on, another card that we see pretty popular in Steel removal. Are going to ink this White Rose. Are we going to play the Diablo out? We will.
Yeah, Maui Half Shark not looking too scary for Zach here in terms of, if it comes down to Sean's end, being able to threaten that recursive, sort of bring the action back out of the discard. Zach seems well prepared against it. That is really not the draw you're looking for. I mean, it will do something, but Sean is really stumbling on this draw. This is a very suboptimal Ruby Sapphire draw we've seen so far. And while Zach is also matching him in terms of not having the best cards in his deck come off the top of the deck, he's looking like he's in a much better position. 4 characters on board, 2 rabbits deployed.
Yeah, I mean, Zach definitely has the wider board. 3 out of the 4 characters on Zach's board will replace themselves as they are banished relief play. We do see the Maui come down, challenging and banishing the rabbit. Zach will get a draw off of that, but these 2 Sisu Daring Visitors in Sean's hand are going to be a little bit of a brick. You can't ink any of those because they're uninkable. The only target that we have for that on Zach's side of the board is this Diablo Obedient Servant. Or sorry, Obedient Raven, I believe. So just not optimal for Sean here. And of course, I think Zach had another Along Came Zeus in hand. I believe I saw a Genie in hand as well. One thing that Amethyst does really well is, when you have some of these unoptimal hands, you're usually able to draw out of them. The majority of the cards in Zach's deck either draw him cards or gain him lore. So he's going to be able to sort of cycle his way through this. We'll go back to Zach. He's going to draw for turn. See a Calhoun in hand.
This is just an absolute disaster for Sean. So Sean, even if he plays the uninkable Sisu and then draws something like the 8-cost Sisu to potentially shift onto, I mean, I guess that is one of the better ways out of this situation to sort of take control of board. Really tight spot with those 3 uninkable. I mean, worst case scenario would probably be another uninkable off the top. Sean's got to find a way to sort of string together a draw engine. Does have the Popsicle deployed on board, so could find a hero off the top, maybe find his way back into the game that way. Not looking good for a Ruby Sapphire player so far. Zach not pressing the advantage too much. Bit of room.
Yeah, Zach having quite a few options here. He only has 2 inkable cards in hand, a Madam M Fox and a Lawrence, so could choose to ink one of those this turn, but might potentially want to use the Madam M Fox to bounce this rabbit, draw a couple extra cards.
So Sean also, I believe, only has 6 ink available, so even if the Genie's deployed here, starts questing, the B prep comes off the top, it's just not going to be available.
Looks like we are going to start by questing the rabbit. Are we going to see the Madam M Fox come down? Exerting 3, and there it is. Madam M Fox coming in out of the bushes, chasing the rabbit away. Zach is going to draw a card off the top when the rabbit leaves play. Madam M Fox does have Rush, so he can choose to challenge this Maui and banish it with Madam M Fox if Zach wants to. Doesn't have to, of course. Zach still has a little bit of ink to play with. Could play out this Calhoun.
And Sean probably forced to ink whatever comes off the top. I assume it's not a hero. I mean, maybe he could find something like Grammatal from a card selection. I mean, that's really what he needs. Card selection, card draw. But Sadiqa 6 ink's a tough spot here.
Zach deciding to quest with the Diablo and the Pete. We are going to see the Calhoun come and play a new card. Very great steel card from the new set, Azurite Sea. Calhoun has resist +1, and when she challenges and banishes a character, she gains 2 lore. So great way to kind of keep tempo and continue pressing your advantage.
Vision of the Future going to offer Sean some card selection here. Best draw here would definitely have been a Hiram. Does look like he finds a Grimmatal. I'm not sure if that's going to be the selection. Finds a Popsicle as well. That's what's left-hand side there.
Yeah, it's the interesting thing here, like you mentioned, we had no inkables in hand, found the Vision of the Future, deciding not to ink that, instead searching for cards. We can play something like the Grimmatala if we pull it off the top. I think we're still looking for an inkable card, though. Ruby Sapphire has to build up its inkwell in order to really get into its groove.
Finding an inkable off the Grimmatala is quite likely in this scenario.
It would let Sean develop something on the board to combat a little bit of Zach's board.
I guess also, so off the Grimmatala, you could find something like Hiram, which you wouldn't ink in that scenario.
Looks like we going to play the Sisu on this Diablo, banishing it when it enters play. Diablo's going to draw a card when it's banished. Sets up for a potential shift Sisu if we find it off the top. Only needs 6 ink to shift Sisu and Bolden Warrior on top of this Daring Visitor. Of course, it wouldn't do much in this game state as both characters in play for Zach have more than 2 strength. Zach has a full hand of cards. This is what Amethyst Steel does best. You continue to put pressure onto the board, and as things get banished, cards just enter your hand. Looking at a couple inkable cards in hand as well.
What's really good for Zach here is also insulated against the Maui Half Shark with that along came Zeus just sitting in hand. I'm sure that's what Zach's sort of preparing against here.
I have to think adding 4 of those into your deck, it was something that Zach intentionally did, thinking of the Maui Half Shark and the Ruby Sapphire matchup. It just perfectly answers that card, dealing 5 damage to any character. Relatively easy to sing as well with the characters that you're playing. Lots of very strong 4-drop cards in Amethyst like Genie, Rabbit, Goat.
So we did end up grabbing that Grammatala as well off of that Visions of the Future.
Looks like we're going to start with a Rabbit for Zach. Drawing a card off the top. Seeing if we can find anything that might change our line of play.
I think that Zach just needs to find the more aggressively oriented cards in his deck right now and just start questing. Like, you got to smell that Sean's in a bad scenario. 2 cards in hand, not that much ink, and just nothing going on board. It's time for Zach to sort of press the advantage and pull ahead here.
Going to see Zach play another Diablo Obedient Raven. Just going to quest out with the Calhoun and the Pete, knowing that both of them are safe to quest. With only the Tipo and the Sisu Daring Visitor in play, they each only have 1 strength, so can't challenge and banish any of the characters exerted now. Just pushing that advantage, getting a little bit closer to 20.
Going to be that 8-cost uninkable Sisu off the top here for Sean. Another uninkable.
Not a terrible card in this scenario. It would banish the Rabbit and the Diablo that was played last turn, though both of those cards would just replace themselves in Zach's hand.
Now, so you're worried about Zach questing for sure right now, getting too much advantage, but yeah, it's going to be the shift there.
Going to see both of those banished, 2 cards drawn for Zach.
But that 5/4 stat line as well, you can kind of take over the board.
Yeah, helps you clear up most of the board in this scenario. Getting rid of that Calhoun. Don't want to let Zach challenge with that. Gaining 2 lore off of it. Pass back here. Zach finds a 3rd along came Zeus off the top. Haven't seen any of our strengths yet, I don't think, either.
CI decides to deal with this Sisu. Likely will not let it make it to the next turn.
With so many cards in hand, as we get further and further into this game, Zach can relatively safely continue to ink cards, and you can start comboing some of your 4-cost and 3-cost cards like Goat and Madam M. Fox pretty easily.
I do think that Sean still has a possibility to draw himself out of this game. Does have the Grammatala for the additional card selection, but really needs some good stuff to start coming off the top here.
Yeah, we've seen over and over through this weekend how good Amethyst Steel is at continuing to apply pressure. Even in these Ruby Sapphire matchups, the most controlling deck in the game, they continue to wipe your board turn after turn after turn, but because you can continue to replace those cards on board with cards in hand, Usually every single turn you're able to follow up with another strong board or another couple characters, kind of requiring the Ruby Sapphire players to respond over and over and over again. And if Sean can't find a way to stabilize the hand, finding some draw, that's going to be difficult for him. We do see the Metagame Fox being played, bouncing the Pete back to hand. Can use this Pete to stop a potential Be Prepared, keep Sean off of something like a How Far I'll Go or Visions of the Future as well, if Zach can sniff that out. Again, these matches are untimed, so these players are making for absolute certainty that they're making the most optimal plays to make it to this next round. Maybe the most important match of the day for some of these players, earning the invite to Worlds if they make it through on this one.
I mean, Zach has a lot of decisions right now with that many cards in hand.
Are going to see the GOAT enter the Inkwell,
which is probably highly debated. Like, that's probably a lot of what Zach was thinking is, like, do I need to start pressing the advantage more now? Do I need to press my lore advantage? Do I keep this GOAT for later? You know, has to answer the Sisu, though. Definitely cannot let that stay. Back over to Sean here. Do we find we need... We're going to start off the Grand Matala here. We are, so that's what's in hand. Going to look at the top two. Pick one of them. Pretty quick pick there. Maybe we find something good. Could be ink as well. 3 ink available here for Sean.
Interested to see what Sean does with his 3 remaining ink. Haven't inked for the turn yet.
Looking in the yard, wonder if he picked up a Maui Half Shark, just as a little tell there.
Seeing what maybe he could pull back if he can get it into play. That would be pretty difficult for Sean, though, if you play out this Maui Shark. We know Zach has 2 Long Came Zeus in hand, even a rabbit to sing it on this next turn.
That's
the Visions of the Future.
Look at the top 5 again. Are we going to find that Hiram? We can find our way back into this game in terms of card advantage to match Zach on the other side of the table.
Sean taking some time, thinking pretty hard about what he wants to take out of these 5. In a very tight position. Can't make a lot of mistakes.
There's going to be a ice block.
It's pretty helpful. It's going to allow him to use some of those Sisu Daring Visitors in hand.
Yep, we know he's got 1 more of the 3 cost uninkable Sisus in hand. The ice block, definitely not the worst draw, but has to be hoping for that draw engine to come over soon and turn the rest to hear him.
Yeah, I imagine that's what he's trying to dig for when playing those Visions of the Futures, Gramatalas, etc.
I mean, here I'm probably one of the few very threatening cards that Zach doesn't really have a super clean answer to in Sean's deck. So here I'm likely getting 2 full sequences of value, both on enter and on that quest before it gets cleared by Zach. Assuming that Zach is even winning on board at that point and can clear the Hiram, I'm assuming that in combination with something like and then along came Zeus, which I would assume that's actually a suboptimal use of that card, right? Because you effectively kind of have to 2-for-1 yourself. Or against Maui Half Shark, it's just a nice 1-for-1, which is a very threatening card in the Ruby Sapphire list.
Gonna see Zach start with another Merlin Rabbit. Seen these things bounce back and forth. Feels like 20 times already on this game. Drawing card after card after card for Zach. Gonna drop a Lawrence as well. A 4/4 with 2 lore. Loses all of that strength when it's damaged, though. Pretty decent card against the Ruby Sapphire matchup because they don't particularly have a great way to ping damage onto this Lawrence card because of that 4 strength.
Yeah, actually, honestly, a very tough card for Ruby Sapphire to deal with.
Also gives Zach the ability to challenge back, you know, with 4 strength. The numbers in Lorcana can make all the difference. 3 to 4 seems to be a pretty big break point on some of these cards. Something like a Sisu Emboldened Warrior being a 5/4, you know, Lawrence is a pretty good card to challenge back and banish that in one go, not having to use some of your removal like Strength of Raging Fire or Long Came Zeus.
Has Sean found a way to draw more cards? 7 ink available. Zach's got to be feeling good here. You know, has taken the more, or sail into the edge right here for Sean. But Zach has taken the more attrition-based route, has pressed the card advantage, and has opted not to play the Genie, instead play the Merlin Rabbits here and keep drawing cards so he can extend into the mid to late game. And there we go. We see with the Sisu that we knew about in hand. We're going to run into the Merlin Rabbit here as well.
Go ahead and quest with this Tipo. Pushing our lore lead. just as little, as much as we can. But clearing up Zach's board pretty effectively. Getting those rabbits off a board can be pretty good as well. Keep Zach from being able to bounce them back to hand with cards like Madam M Snake or Madam M Fox to continue to draw cards, as we've seen Zach do all game long.
It's just going to be a pass back. I have to assume that's just not super ideal for Sean. So, yes, the board might look manageable, but look at how many cards Zach has in hand. Also, he's been sitting on these cards for multiple turns. You know that Zach has the gas and he's ready to answer most of the things that come down. So you can't, like at this point, if it's open deck list and you've seen those in the long game Zeus, you know Zach's holding those.
You have to assume that he's holding some kind of removal in
Part
hand.
of your win condition is just ineffective almost at this point. I mean, you're still going to play it to force out that card, but tough spot here for Sean. Did you see our first genie of the game?
That what comes next ability. Zach draws a card when Genie enters play. An evasive character, 2 lore. Card that really has to be answered. You know, it replaces himself when he's played, but also just an aggressive quester. Difficult to deal with because of that evasive keyword.
Zach kept that card back for so long, and Sean activates the ice block and plays the second Sisu in hand on the rabbit, and then immediately the Genie comes. And Genie is just like a ridiculous threat here because, I mean, Zach's already at 10 lore. Sean has to answer this Genie now. And, like, does he have to B-prep his own board for just a +1 character advantage?
But he can't even B-prep
because
we
the
see
P comes down
down
as the final turn. So Zach also smells that that's his way back into this game.
Do see a Brawl and a Pirate's Life. Another card playing around, getting rid of this Genie here. You know, can't play the Brawl. I was going to say it's an interesting conversation of how many Genies do you play, how many Rabbits do you play in these Amethyst decks. And I think part of that discussion comes down to whether or not, or what the outs are to cards like Genie and Rabbit. And if you're playing in a Ruby, you know there's Brawl, you know there's Sisu and Bolden Warrior, as we see being played here. So Zach playing to those outs, playing the Pete, saying if you have the Brawl in hand, if you have the Be Prepared, you can't play any of those to get rid of the Genie. You need the Dragon, you need him, the Empowered Sibling.
That was pretty much only Sean's only out to just an absolute disaster scenario. If we had passed back over to Zach's turn and Zach had been able to quest with those characters, I think this game would have been well and truly over. So a big pickup from Sean in terms of the Sisu there.
Zach using an Along Came Zeus to banish that Sisu Empowered Sibling. Zach has so much ink in his Inkwell too. Interesting thing in a matchup like this, does he have more ink than the Ruby Sapphire player?
He does.
Very interesting way that this match has unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, that was a big win for Sean, and that was a huge trade with that Sisu coming down. I still think that Zach is significantly ahead in this game.
And doing what Amethyst Steel does best, just refilling the board immediately after with Smee and Calhoun. Smee, a great aggressive quester, 3/3 body on a 2-cost character. And again, we've talked about the strength of Calhoun being able to challenge banished characters and gaining 2 lore off of that challenge.
Lucky Dime's got to be the worst draw possible here.
That Brawl in hand isn't going to be effective on anything on board. We do have a Pirate's Life in hand, which could end up being important. It would take away 2 lore from Zach.
We have
2
the
lore
ice,
for Sean.
is the ice block
yes,
available?
We do have the ice block.
It's still not great, to be honest.
No, not a great trade. Smee is not the card I think you want to be using ice block on. It's and Brawl.
Absolute survival mode here for Sean, and I think that Zach's going to realize that now. Honestly, the things I'm most worried about is those 1-drops they start coming off, because you're basically going to force, like, I need to answer these 1-drops, or they're just going to get the quest value that's in the bottom right-hand corner, and that's going to be too much.
Yeah, forcing Sean to make those bad trades too as well, right? You don't want to be using your prime removal on those cheap 1-cost characters, but you of course can't let them survive when Zach's already up to 12 lore. Typically in Amethyst decks, and you don't want them to get too close to 20 because of cards like Merlin Goat. Zach is also playing 2 copies of the White Rose, so multiple ways to gain lore instantaneously if he can get close enough to 20 to do so.
I do think that B-Prep was probably what Sean was hoping for here, but does not find it.
Yeah, this isn't looking too great. Lucky Dime, Pirate's Life, and Maui Half Shark. We can try to get this Pirate's Life in the discard if Maui Shark can stick.
Yeah, we know that Maui Shark will not stick, and I mean, this is just going to be too much lore as Zach heads up to 16. I know it's effectively 14 with that Pirate's Life, but then those goats, they're going to come off the top as we replace these 1-drop characters, and Zach's going to be able to close out this game.
Double Along Came Zeus in hand is going to be brutal for Sean here. We're going to draw a card off the Chernobog's followers after we quest with it, banish itself. Going to go ahead and quest with everything, going up to
16 here.
16. I'm sure we'll see this Zeus coming down. Diablo's going to get played. fact, maybe considering bouncing a card back to hand and replaying a Calhoun or something to keep it readied.
Maybe realizes he doesn't need that for something like a goat. Needs to protect against like a Maui with rush. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that Maui half shark, and now it's balls in your court.
Good
Can
grief.
you the B prep? Is it B prep off the top or not? It's actually gonna be that Maui that with rush, but that's not gonna be enough. You have to. So even with a Pirate's Life, Zach's closing in here, so down to 14.
Yeah, we can delay it 1 turn, reducing 2 lore for Zach. He has 5 lore on board, so he could go up to 19, but a White Rose off the top, a goat off the top would have Zach winning this first game. Let's see if he can find it. Is that the goat?
Yep, that's the goat.
Zach finds the goat, and he takes game 1 of this best of 3.
Convincing win here for Zach Bivens in game 1. Notably, Sean was on the play as well, so important to note as the Ruby Sapphire player. So he's going to go into game 2, he's going to be on the play again, but in game 3, I mean, if we do end up going there, Zach's going to be able to be on the play, which Zach's deck is much more powerful doing that. That was one of the worst Ruby Sapphire draws I've seen in a while, so I do feel for Sean. But on the other side of the board, Zach had stumbled in the early game as well. And yeah, I mean, we just saw what Amethyst Steel can do in the mid to late game if you're able to give it room. And the Ruby Sapphire player just really never found a draw engine, had no card selection, had less ink than the opposing.
Yeah, right. Like such an interesting way that match unfolded, knowing that the Ruby Sapphire player was first, had the ramp on 2, all the things except for that card draw, like you mentioned. And I feel like these Amethyst Steel decks, you just cannot give them room. They have too strong of an ability to play characters out on board, get 1 good quest with them. If they get more than that, then they're super happy. And as soon as they're banished, you remove them, they're immediately replaced in hand, and they just go back and throw more onto the table. And if you can't get a hold of that as the Ruby Sapphire player, then it's difficult for them to win. So interested to see what Sean is able to do on this. Knowing it's a best of 3, he'll get to choose to be on the play again this turn. Interested to see what happens in this next game.
Yep. Well, it's really interesting with the Ruby Sapphire. So definitely on the play again. I was going to be looking for that turn 2 acceleration, but hopefully we'll find the turn 1 item and the turn 4 Hero to sort of draw cards and be able to pull ahead in that early game. We can see we're going to go ahead and head to our match as well right now, but we can see with Ruby Sapphire, it is a sort of a better control deck, but if it stumbles in that early to mid game, we've seen this time and time again. We've seen this set in Lorcana, is that whether it's Ruby Amethyst or it's Amethyst Steel, that deck with the Amethyst draw package can out attrition a Ruby Sapphire deck that stumbles.
Yeah, we've seen it a couple times this weekend. Also, just have to highlight again the weight of this match. Sean is down 1 game, and this is a match that is getting these players an invite to the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Yeah, I talked about the pressure, and I talked about taking it game by game, but if you're ever going to feel the pressure, it's right now if you're on Sean's end, because Sean knows that the World's invite is just 1 step away, and he knows that he is in the hot seat right now, being 0-1 against Zach, especially after being on the play. And Zach, notably, had a pretty bad draw as well. So if that had been a game where like the Ruby Sapphire player had a bad draw, and then our Amethyst Steel player had a normal or good draw, okay, that's the game. But both players having a bad draw and you losing your advantage on the play, you're in a tough spot.
We are going to start with Sean going first. We're going to ink a Visions of the Future and playing a Popsicle on turn 1, drawing a card. Already a better start for Sean than last game.
Better draw for Zach as well with his turn 1 Magic Broom. We have that turn 2 acceleration. We do, I assume at this point with, being able to scope your hand almost 14 cards, it's nigh guaranteed to find that.
Have to highlight something as well. Something like Magic Broom here is a very specific pick. We don't have any other 1 cost in hand, but every other 1 cost in Zach's deck only has 1 willpower. Knowing that Tipo is the card that Sean is likely looking for as this turn 2 ramp so that we can challenge into these characters, that difference of the 1 willpower versus 2 willpower of the Magic Broom can make all the difference. It allows Zach to quest with the Magic Broom here and not have to banish it as he plays this Mr. Smee, knowing that the Tipo is not going to be able to challenge back and remove that character. Zach can potentially get 1 entire extra quest out of it, but we do see the Hiram coming in on the turn 3 with the Popsicle, able to banish it, finding that draw engine that Sean was missing last game.
I swear, the dichotomy of these 2 games, we saw the most atypical game. It was atypical match in game 1, and now we're seeing both decks doing what they're trying to do and curve out.
As we pass it back to Zach, he's going to immediately quest with the Magic Broom and Mr. Smee, going up to 4 lore on his turn 3. Snake is going to enter the inkwell. Are we going to see
Lawrence
here? We sure are. 4-4 with 2 lore. Zach just putting on the pressure here with these high lore characters. Also going to draw a card off of that Magic Broom when Lawrence enters play. Banishing the Magic Broom as we go back to Sean.
Roll off the top, not what you're looking to see. You do have the combination with the Ice Block, but that's not really what you're trying to do against this Mr. Speed, which is already exerted. I don't believe we have a Rush Maui in hand.
I don't think we do. I do see the Brawl and the Ice Block in there. Notice
Maui Half Shark, actually. That's sort of the middle card there.
Maui Half Shark and a Sisu empowered sibling there in the very back. I note all this because I noticed that Zach has 2 genies and 2 rabbits in hand as well. So some of the more powerful 4-drop cards that Zach is getting ready to play on the next turn. Sean can set up some of these removal options with cards like Ice Block, deciding to use the Ice Block to draw cards with Hiram there, drawing a Sisu and a How Far I'll Go.
How Far I'll Go should be pretty nice on that following turn as well. Go ahead and ink that Tamatoa. We're going to go ahead and brawl that Smee. Unfortunately, can't use that 3-cost Sisu because the Smee's still sitting at 2 strength. Back over to Zach here, just the Lawrence on board. Ruby Sapphire deck going much better than the previous game. We're starting to see the power showcase by this deck and what it tries to do.
Zach is going to start by inking his Pete. We're going to see that Rabbit interplay. Zach's going to draw a card when enters play. He'll also draw a card when Rabbit leaves play. Great card in positions like this, playing against Ruby, where you know you can commit this card to board, and if Sean has the removal for it, you at least get a card draw off instead of a card like Genie.
Ooh, finds a Popsicle off the top. That was such a good draw.
One of the best.
Such a good.
One of the better draws for Sean here, able to play the Popsicle, immediately banish it when he quests with Hiram, drawing 3 total extra cards this turn.
That is a huge difference maker because as we played the Rabbit on Zach's side, it was like, is Sean going to kind of run out of steam? You know, is he going to have to make meaningful decisions when he inks cards? Going to have to maybe ink something he doesn't want to? Not anymore. That was a huge pickup by Sean. Vision of the future going to be the play here. Going to look at the top 5.
And the difference between these 2 games, Sean last game being starved for resources, and now it feels like he has his pickings. Looking at the top 5, can't see what he has, but taking some time to think about what he wants to pick up. Interesting to watch these players try to read each other as well. You can see Zach looking at Sean, trying to see if he can figure anything out based on facial expressions. It's such a high stakes game. You want to get any amount of information as you can.
Yeah, notably no, and then along came Zeus in the hand for Zach, so maybe could be a bit of a tough scenario. And there we go. We see the 3-cost and we'll see Sisu go ahead and take out that Lawrence, but I wonder if he could be at a little bit of risk of like a Maui Half Shark coming down.
That could definitely be a concern. Got 2 genies, a goat, rabbit, I think a Pete as well in hand. Going to start with another rabbit.
Looks like we're going to be pushing to the mid to late game here as both players sort of start to gather up their resources and play out their draw engines.
And one thing that Zach is missing is, like you mentioned, is those Long Came Zeus, the Storm, or Strength of Raging Fires. Knowing that we're getting into a portion of the game where Sean's going to start dropping those large characters like Maui Half Shark and Sisu.
Yeah, the Maui Half Shark is just an absolute must answer because it recurs that card out of the discard. I mean, there is the additional utility of it giving you a lore as well. But if you're singing How Far I'll Go right now with Hiram, and then you play a Maui Half Shark, you can't just be letting your opponent play like How Far I'll Go multiple times. Like, they cannot get 2x value out of that card. It's just way too much.
And even cards that are already super powerful, like Visions of the Future, letting you look at the top 5 cards, it's also now gaining you a lore.
I mean, you're talking about like draw 2 cards. It's just absolutely crazy. Plus the card selection of looking at the top 5.
Are going to see that Sisu being shifted here, banishing both rabbits in play. Zach will draw 2 cards off of those rabbits. Now we have Shark going into the Inkwell, it looks like. As we pass back to Zach, he's going to draw for turn. Finds a Diablo.
We're closing in on Tamatoa range as well, which is a card that I'm assuming Zach cannot deal with very well.
No.
Not at all. And I'm assuming Zach's deck actually tries to kind of end the game, or at least get close to ending the game, get into that range where you can kind of goat bounce out your opponent or play the White Rose before we get to Tamatoa area. Don't think that's going to happen this game.
Speaking of White Rose.
Yeah, White Rose comes down for Zach. Plenty of items in the discard here for Sean. There's that Tamatoa and that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, and very nice top end curve here on the left side of Sean's hand.
Yeah, plenty of answers for pretty much anything Zach does now. Using the Maleficent, we could use the Maleficent Dragon to banish a difficult to get rid of character. We could use the Sisu to wipe majority of Zach's board based on the characters they're typically played. We are going to see the dragon come down, banishing the Lawrence. Two very big dragons on Sean's side of the board now, between Monstrous Dragon and Empowered Sibling.
Now Sean is ahead on lore and is firmly in control of the board as well.
Fortunately, Zach just does not have the cards he really needs to combat this board state for Sean.
No, and also with the Tamatoa in hand, it feels like Sean's going to assemble a board state that Zach just simply can't deal with if we're not already at that state.
Yeah, this is a position where Sean can start to, I mean, still obviously needs to remove a lot of the characters from Zach's side of the board, keep board control, but on top of doing that, he's going to be able to create a ton of advantage in hand with cards like Hiram, and then probably quest out with cards like Sisu and Maleficent Dragon, pushing that lore lead even further.
And Zach just really not in a position to try to end this game quickly, only sitting at that 8 lore.
Does find it along came Zeus off of this Genie being played. Genie wish fulfilled.
Yeah, unfortunately not going to be able to play it this turn, though. So we'll have a way to deal with that Sisu. You know, of course, could Madam M Fox bounce if he does find that card. Tough spot here for Zach.
Does have a Fox in hand that we could play this turn if we wanted after we ink a card. We go ahead and ink a White Rose here. Questing with the other. Interesting decision as well. You know, I see a lot of players inking some of their they're like cheaper cards. Like there's a Diablo that's in hand, but Zach understands that he's going to stay in this game. He's going to need gas. So he does want to end the game early, and White Rose helps him get closer to that win condition. But having cards like Diablo that you can play sort of non-committally, knowing that if it gets banished, then it replaces itself and somewhat keeps you in the game, helps you dig. Heads up play by Zach there.
Tamatoa has hit the field here.
Of course, Tamatoa allows you to take a item card from the discard when he's played and when he quests. See that Popsicle brought back, played, and then Hiram's going to pop the Popsicle, allowing him to draw cards, find a Vitalosphere, and for every item that's in play, Tamatoa is going to gain an extra lore. So this is where Sean starts to close out the game.
A combo a lot of Lorcana players are probably familiar with at this time.
The biggest source of removal for Zach as well, being Along Came Zeus, but only dealing 5 damage to a character. Of course, is not going to crack the shell of Tamatoa there with 8 willpower.
Yeah, I mean, that's just one of your clear paths to victory here, as Sean is like, keep control of the board, ramp to Tamatoa, combo that with Hiram and some items, and I mean, the opposing Amethyst Steel player just cannot deal with it.
Zach's going to do what he can to remove some characters from Sean's board, singing Along Came Zeus, getting rid of that Maleficent Monstrous Dragon, and playing out cards like Pete and Diablo so that Sean can't play any of these actions on this next turn.
An ice block off the top as well, I believe, with that Sisu in hand. Gonna bring back another ice block here, potentially, for that Sisu. That's what it's gonna be, so it's actually gonna be another ice block, not the Popsicle. Gonna play that, now he's got the 8-cost Sisu in hand.
Yeah, I think Zach knows exactly what's coming when he sees that. Sisu, Empowered Sibling, comes down, wiping Zach's entire board here. That is so bad for Zach in this position. Sean all the way up to 17. Having a difficult time thinking of something that can get Zach out of this.
There is, unfortunately, at this point, absolutely nothing. We see Zach scoop him up.
Sean is going to take game 2. We have a game 3 here for a match that's going to qualify these players for Worlds.
Zach is going to be on the play. It's the first time in this series. I would say the Ruby Sapphire player had a different match than the one previous. You know, did draw a lot better, but so did Zach at the same time. If I'm Zach, I'm actually feeling pretty okay about that loss. You know, with Ruby Sapphire being in the play, I would say I was probably an underdog in both matches. I got super lucky in match 1 for not only me to have a bad draw, but my opponent did as well. So I'm actually feeling pretty good going 1-1 right now into the third game. And I think that Zach is liable to win this matchup, which, prior to coming into this 3-game set, I would have said that Ruby Sapphire was significantly advantaged and Zach was in a really bad spot. But in game 3, on the play, I think that Zach can actually take this series.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Zach, I know he's a level-headed player. He's been in plenty of these competitions, and he knows that getting that win early on game 1 instead of being in a position where maybe he loses game 1, takes game 2, and then has to win again on the draw in game 3. I think he knows that he's in a favored position, so I'm sure he'll be looking for cards to help him get ahead early. I'll be interested to see how he alters his hand initially, if he wants to go for more aggressive, like triple character on by turn 2 line, or if he's going to play towards the Smees. Interested to see what Zach does. And again, I mean, the stakes couldn't be higher for these players.
The stakes couldn't be higher, but in terms of playing for high stakes on day 2, I think that Zach is probably the most experienced. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to take across the line in those scenarios. But in terms of like mental preparation and being in this situation before, Zach's been there. And I know that Zach is one of those players where he's had one of the most unfortunate day 2 runs out of any player that plays this game. But in terms of just like mental sort of game and being calm and collected, I haven't seen anybody nearly as strong. Like, I have talked to Zach multiple times, and I feel like these situations, while they've been heartbreaking, they haven't affected his play and his confidence at all.
No, I mean, I know he trains very hard for positions just like this, under those high stakes. As much like I've heard him publicly talk about how he goes to the gym, runs like multiple miles just to be there for the mental fortitude. So I know he's ready. I know Sean's ready. I know the Twitch chat is ready to get into this next game. So let's go into game 3.
All right, so the altering hand phase is going to be very important here. I want to see how many cards Zach ends up keeping. Does he have that aggressive start he's been looking for? Last game was a lot better, but probably still not as explosive as we could be as the Amethyst Steel player here. We do have double Pete in hand with that Alina. Along came Zeus with the 2-1 drop. Looks like the 2-1 drops are going to be the keep here. So maybe looking for that 3-1 drop play that you mentioned.
Yeah, interested to see what Zach sends back. No 2-drop character in that hand either. Could be another reason we're keeping that second 1-drop, just in case we don't find it.
5 back. Do we find the third 1-drop to go 1-drop, 1-drop, 1-drop? We do. I do see another Turner Box followers at the top, as well as the Smee. If he actually finds the fourth 1-drop, could have a pretty nice turn 3 as well.
Yeah, could go super wide on turn 3 with Smee and the fourth 1-drop there.
That's what you want to do. I mean, that would be best case scenario here for Zach.
Yeah, and again, the majority of those cards replacing themselves as well, because you think about such an aggressive opening like that, putting multiple cards in play, 6 cards in play by turn 3. That's your entire hand. You have very few cards in hand after that, after you've inked as well. So really, one of the things that Amethyst Steel can get away with doing, because even by going so wide, you're likely able to build your hand back up in case Sean's able to respond.
Yeah, I mean, so far haven't seen the entire hand, but looks like a nice opening draw here for Zach. Probably executing the game plan that Amethyst Steel wants to do against Ruby Sapphire. We go into a game 3 here for our top 16 Worlds invite on the line. And I do see a pretty good draw from Sean as well. We see that turn 1 popsicle, turn 2 acceleration, as well as a Hiram off the back of that. So Zach is going to need the pressure if he's going to be able to combat what Sean has on the other end. Looks like we have another game where both players are going to be drawing quite well. I do see the 4 1-drops, by the way, in Zach's hand, so we do have access.
I think he's counting it out now too. He has the Calhoun as well exactly on the turn 2.
Counting with his
cost character, excuse me.
I think he has 5 1-drops in hand actually.
Sean's hand is looking pretty good too, like you said though. Having the 2-cost ramp, the popsicle Hiram, but also having the brawl, the Maui rush character as well. So if Zach is able to go pretty wide, Sean should have ways to counter it.
Zach had 5 1-drops in the opening hand. I mean, Sean's going to have a good draw here as well, but the Ruby Sapphire deck is going to be inherently weak to this kind of start.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little you're going to be able to do as Ruby Sapphire when your opponent puts 6 characters in play on turn 3 or by turn 3. Zach's starting, of course, with the Diablo Obedient Raven. We'll see if we find that triple 1-drop opening. See the 2 Turnerbox followers at the front. Yeah,
uninkable off the top was actually not what Zach wanted to see there, I don't think. So now it's potentially forced to ink the Lawrence and play the double 1-drop, and then would have to find the inkable off the top to continue that line we talked about, at least curve it out the way, in the most ideal way. I think you got to go for broke here, though, because, I mean, this is a start that I don't think that Ruby Sapphire can deal with. Also, without the Tipo being the turn 2 acceleration, if it's sailing the Azurite,
Yeah.
he can't contest any of these 1-drops. So it's actually, so Sean, while he has the acceleration, is in a good scenario. It's kind of a disaster if Zach goes 1-drop, 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 and then 2-drop, 1-drop on turn 3. I think you could already do the math if you played this matchup a bunch, but I would assume that's one of the openings that Ruby Sapphire simply just cannot beat if it doesn't even have a Tipo to contest these Diablos.
One thing to note as well for Zach is he has only 2 1-drops in hand, so if we play both of them out on this turn, going into turn 3, we only have 2 and 3-drop characters, so we wouldn't be able to do a play like a 2-drop and a 1-drop character. Zach deciding to just play the Mr. Smee on his turn 2, questing with the Diablo, of course, starting that lore advantage. We do see the Seal of the Azurite Sea being played. Sean will draw a card. He can ink an extra card this turn. We see Maui Half Shark and Tamatoa entering the Inkwell, and an Ice Block being played. One of the benefits of Sail the Azurite Sea is that you can use that extra ink on this turn, unlike Tipo, which the ink enters play exerted. But Zach, with no characters on Sean's side of the board, is going to quest with both Mr. Smee and Diablo here. We do have 2-cost character and a 1-cost character we could play out this turn if we wanted, or we could play out the Lawrence, which looks like is the line that Zach decides to go with. As he passes it over, Smee's going to take a damage because there's no captain in play. Sean does have both the Grandma Tala and the Hiram. Might have to play the Tala here just to get something on board to challenge these characters. That's what we see after inking the Visions of the Future. Looking at the top 2 cards of the deck. Going to take the Sail of the Azurite Sea, the other card to the bottom, and then pass the turn.
Kind of a classic from the Ruby Sapphire player. It's like when Ruby Sapphire's put under pressure, whether it's by a Flynn or it's by 1-drops, turn 4 on that, or sorry, turn 3 after you've ramped, has to deploy the Grammatala to actually contest the board rather than playing the Huron, which is maybe more ideal to accelerate that draw engine.
To pass it over to Zach, he does have an Long Game Zeus in hand. You know, one thing to note of last game, how important it was for him to find some of those removal cards.
You think he's just going to ink in the Long Game Zeus' Grammatala? I mean, probably.
Well, maybe not that. I'm thinking more saving it for a potential CC that comes down. I would imagine a Lawrence and a Diablo might be coming down, or maybe a Calhoun and a Diablo as well, just going wide. Zach probably trying to weigh the risks of what could be coming in the following turns.
Do you think there's a possibility Zach just doesn't ink this turn?
Could be. I mean, I feel like 4 ink is the place you really want to be in Zach's position, but going so aggressive, I wouldn't be surprised. We do see the Calhoun and the Diablo played, and it looks like that's what happens. Zach just doesn't ink on this turn and passes it back.
Yeah, it doesn't want to be caught just holding like removal in hand. Must have the characters. I think Zach is in a really good position to try to close out this game. Like, what does Sean have to answer that's actually efficient? He has the Maui, so we're going to contest the board.
Yeah.
But is contesting the board via challenging, is that going to be fast enough here to stop the pressure from Zach?
Yeah, something interesting here as well is with this Calhoun play, you know, Sean is kind of forced if he wants to challenge something with this Grammatala to challenge it into like to trade into a Lawrence, or they wouldn't banish Lawrence to like the Smee or something, because you don't want to give Zach the opportunity to challenge back with this Calhoun, gaining an extra lore when he already has such a lead. 9 lore to 0 right now for Zach. 7 lore on board as well.
Yeah, Sean's had a pretty good draw, but I think that this is just kind of one of those Ruby Sapphire situations where your deck is simply not equipped to beat a board state like this. The Tipo on turn 2 probably could have been a little bit better. We're going to have to actually accelerate. So maybe realizes his only out is going to be that Sisu.
Yeah, it could be. Have to ramp up to the Sisu, though. We're pretty low on ink at this point. Are going to see the Maui enter the Inkwell.
So he's got to play the Brawl.
Has to play the Brawl. We can also...
All right, it's going to be Brawl. It's going to be on that Calhoun, which is going to allow him to not trade with this Grammatala and probably go into this Diablo. Allow the Grammatala to trade with 2 things potentially, ultimately on the board. See a Maui back up in hand, a Pirate's Life. That's going to be critical as Zach gets up to these higher amounts of lore. Pirate's Life representing -2 lore for Zach. Pirate's Life on the ink, so never mind that. Maui, Huron Flaversham, Sisu.
Yeah, I think Sean understands that He needs to use this extra ink on the turn, gets that Sisu, and
if you're exerting if you're exerting that much ink to play a -2 Lauren, you're probably losing the situation.
Is going to decide to trade the the Grammatala with the Mr. Smee.
2 lore is just too much here. Finds another Lawrence off the top.
Is an inkable card. We're going to go ahead and quest out, gaining 4 lore, going up to 13 for Zach. 13 lore lead.
It is an inkable card, but does Zach ink it?
I don't know. I know he has 2 Lawrences in hand and a Zeus, right?
Yep.
Knowing that a Sisu might be coming down.
I think Zach is thinking about that right now.
Yeah. Does he ink the card? Does he just play out a Lawrence and hold it?
Your world's invite is on the line. This is probably the hardest decision that Zach has had to make throughout this game.
Another thing to note as well is, if both of these Diablos are banished through something like a Sisu or Be Prepared off the top for Sean, because Sean only is at 6 ink right now, would only have enough for 7 on the next turn, so Be Prepared would have to be the out on Sean's next turn. The Diablos would draw him some extra cards, so maybe weighing if he wants to ink the Lawrence now or if he wants to wait and see what he finds off the top.
So that situation would make me want to ink the Lawrence. Some of the others would make me want to not, which is where if Be Prepared does not come off the top, just having that additional character in hand, I feel like could be a lot better in this situation.
I say off the top. I guess Zach doesn't actually know that Sean doesn't have...
Doesn't actually play out the Lawrence. He's insulating against the board wipe.
Yeah.
Knows his board is threatening enough, so just keeps the Lawrence back. I mean, that's like... That was a line that neither of us discussed.
No.
So that's a huge choice here by Zach.
I guess weighing that he's so far ahead in lore, understands that if the board wipe comes down, insulating against that, knowing that we can follow it up with more characters.
Yeah, ultimately, if we get to a high enough lore total, we can extend the game out into sort of like mid to late game and just win with goats.
Mm-hmm. Do you see Sean play out this Maui, trading into the or challenging into the Lawrence here, passing it back to Zach? Those Diablos are gonna
be a genie off the top here for Zach as well.
Not too bad of a card to play out.
Yeah, just an absolute must answer for Sean as it comes down. We're probably going to see that Lawrence inked and the genie come down. Oh, it's actually just going to be the Lawrence.
The Lawrence played.
Yeah, I mean, understands that B prep is just what he's trying to avoid. He's going to keep pressure on and force Sean to play out the removal that he has onto this somewhat less scary board than something like a genie. Also, genie in the Ruby Sapphire as a Ruby Sapphire opponent has a lot more answers than something like a Lawrence, which Ruby Sapphire just cannot deal with.
No, that's what I was going to say. The Lawrence over the genie ensures that last turn Big Sisu wasn't really a consideration, but this turn could be.
We're all in how far I'll go off the how far I'll go here.
Lawrence, of course, wouldn't be banished to the Sisu, whereas genie would be.
See the Sisu come down.
Interesting thing to note here, Sean has had that higher in hand since turn 1.
Just doesn't have tempo, right? I mean, you can draw as many cards as you want, but if you're behind on tempo, the opponent's just going to win the game.
Do you see the higher ring, the Inkwell? Sisu's going to come into play, banishing the Diablos. Zach draws 2 cards from it.
Zach knows that he wins the game off. It's that is an absolute desperation play. Zach's been holding back resources that could have been hit by that Sisu. The game, Zach knows that he is getting a ticket to the World Championship with that play.
I mean, look at how many cards Zach has in hand right now after that board wipe with a 15 lore lead.
I think I see a White Rose too, potentially. Oh, maybe I don't. Especially a Pete, which is pretty good in these upcoming turns, potentially.
Yeah, it can be a good way for Zach to play out a couple characters along with the Pete. Of course, he hasn't been inking for the past couple turns either, so he can probably only play 1 or 2 characters a turn at this point.
But probably going to be enough.
He is finding some of those cards, though, that he can do that with, like this rabbit. Play out the rabbit, draw a card. Sean has an answer for it, draw another card. Sort of making it so that Zach isn't losing tempo in that way.
Goat
off the
and we're
top
at
is
17.
huge.
Yeah, I don't see a bounce card hand. Of course, doesn't have enough resources for that, but it's just gonna be enough here for Zach. Oh,
Maleficent Dragon off the top. Can sing How Far I'll Go with Maui as well.
Mm-hmm. See Visions of the Future. Be the card that goes to hand.
We only need one of these characters to survive the turn. We can play the goat. Then Sean basically needs a pirate's life or it's game. Zach within grasp of this world's invite here. Sean still has ways out, though. Is going to decide to ice block the Lawrence, challenge it with the Sisu. The left Scent Dragon comes down, banishing this rabbit. Zach will draw a card off of that when it's banished.
Zach has got to be feeling good here.
Zach full grip of cards as well. Only 4 ink in the inkwell, but
Ruby Sapphire only has so many cards in the deck that can keep answering this.
as long as Zach keeps the tempo on, he saw Sean inking that Hiram, knows that Sean is low on cards in hand, has just kept that tempo on all game.
Zach definitely wanted to find a 1-drop there. Sean knows the scenarios that he's in.
Zach thinking very hard about what cards he wants to play, what the outs for Sean might be,
Looking
which
for
cards he can ink if he wants to ink.
Looking for a 5-ink play with something like a Lawrence plus a Smee here. Or sorry, Pete
Or
plus
potentially
a Smee.
Pete, yeah.
Pete plus a Smee. I think that's going to be the play. Zach's got to know he's attrition Sean out of like all of his answers here. Got Goat in hand. Keep inking as well. You can potentially get to 6 ink, which is going to be that Goat plus that bounce. Catching that Goat, and it's going to win you on the following turns. I mean, Zach is playing this slow because there's no reason to play it fast, but this is getting close to a lock here for our Amethyst Steel player. There it is, Pete plus me.
This is going to be so tough for Sean to get out of. Both characters out of range of something like Sisu, Empowered Sibling. Can't play a card like Be Prepared because of the Pete or Brawl.
Does have double ice block, so that is going to make
You're correct.
Sisu an answer here, but has up, and now we have we're going to go to a judge call because I believe that was a how far ago.
Yeah, I think Sean tried to play how far ago. Of course, Pete makes it so that you can't play any actions on your turn. So Sean, just trying to think of his outs, I'm sure, knows that he needs to dig for cards in his deck.
I mean, at that point, I think Zach kind of knows the situation. Unfortunately, did pull the cards off the top, so they're gonna have to resolve that as a judge call. But it does look like Zach is gonna be able to punch his invite to the World Championships here, which is quite the narrative after going from Lorcana Challenge to Lorcana Challenge and always being just one game away.
Yeah, I mean he's done it so much that, it's created a meme sort of a thing for Zach Bivens. He's known for doing so well in the first day, proving himself as a player, making it into day 2, but just not able to get that invite to something like Continentals. But if there's one time to get rid of that stigma, it's for the invite to Worlds.
Well, it's for this time and the next time, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right about that.
And to lose that stigma at Worlds, because it does. I mean, I would bet everything that Zach is going to Worlds at this point.
Yeah, at this point. I'm trying to think of anything that could get Sean out of this scenario.
It's a card from set 7. That's what it is.
Because can't play Be Prepared, but have to find a Sisu. I actually haven't been keeping track of how many Sisus we've seen already, but that's one of the only things that I can think of paired with those ice blocks to banish both characters.
Still just going to lose to Goats, unfortunately. That's just how the Amethyst deck works. I mean, he could... There's questions on how Sean could extend the game, but in terms of how Sean could win the game, unfortunately, Amethyst just has that inevitability. And we know that a piece of that inevitability is in Zach's hand already. Additionally, with White Roses in the deck, I mean, just like the likelihood of him finding one other piece, it's just going to be almost guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Zach do it all game, right? All of his cards, especially Amethyst cards, allow him to just continue to dig further on. And I mean, even if the game goes on for another 3 or 4 turns, the amount of cards that Zach is going to be able to draw through that, assuming he doesn't win, which is very unlikely, it would take a miracle for Sean to even last that long. I think Zach has this locked in the bag.
Yeah, absolutely. And progressing as our Amethyst Steel player deeper into the bracket, it's going to be really interesting. Ruby Sapphire did overperform on day 1. When I say overperform, I mean it performed close to what it was brought. 32%. I think it closed in at 38% on day 2. I would say overall the bracket just looks a bit hostile for Ruby Sapphire. And here we are back into the match. It's just going to be a handshake.
There we go. Zach gets the handshake. He's going to Worlds, people, and moving on to top 8. Very exciting for Zach, I'm sure. Breaking that stigma. I know that there's a lot of fans that have been rooting for him. Impressive for both of these players to have made it this far in the first place. These are the best Disney Lorcana players in this region. They both should be proud to be here, but I know that Zach is very excited to move on.
Yep, absolutely. It's a good time to break that stigma as you're going from national championships to now the world championships. Super interesting. Zach's a great player to watch. Always brings very interesting decks. Usually has his own home brew that he brings to the tournament. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Zach sort of play the most popular, even in the top 3 most popular decks.
I mean, I was keeping track of it before the match started because Zach has actually day 2'd with 4 different decks and all of those DLCs that he's gone to. He's been to multiple DLCs. I know he's gone to a couple of the European ones as well. But he's one of those players that just understands card games, has a fundamental understanding of how Disney Lorcana works and sort of how to break the game, in ways that people aren't used to, because he's not playing those meta decks. He's doing so well in that scenario. He did play Amethyst Steel back in Atlanta, so it's kind of cool to see him come back with Amethyst Steel, earning that World's Invite as an homage back to that. But I wouldn't be surprised if he went pretty far. We saw how strong his deck can be, how it can sort of attrition its way through the mid game as well, and sort of secure that victory through a slow and steady lore gain of these characters replacing themselves and finishing it off with something like Goat and White Rose.
Honestly, I think that's a good game to go back and watch, particularly game 3. You saw Zach make some pretty interesting lines and outplay us here in the booth, take lines to win that game. So there was probably plenty of other lines Zach could have taken to win that game in that scenario, but Zach decided to take the lines that make him not lose that game. And there's a big difference between, what are the potential lines that could win me this game versus like, okay, I'm significantly ahead. How do I lose and how do I hedge against that?
Yeah, and I think that just goes to show, like, this is why these players are here, right? They're finding those lines. They see those lines that most other people don't. That's just that's the fact of that's the matter of the facts is, he finds lines that other people don't. He knows what positions he's winning in, which ones he's not, and sort of can hedge his bets on those, knowing, do I play for the win now? Do I kind of hold back and know that if I do play this out, but then Sean has the way to respond to it, I could be in a losing state after that. So top play from both players. But with that being said, we are going to go to a very quick break. We should have an interview after this, and then we're going to come back for another match of top 16. So don't go anywhere.
hello, Illumineers. I am here with the Zach Bivens, who just earned your invite to Worlds with that win in the top 16. A huge moment for you, Zach. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
I'm very, very emotional. I cried as soon as the match was over, and I'm trying hard not to right now. Super, super happy.
I can't imagine. I mean, you played in all 6 DLCs. You went over to Europe even, and you're such a well-known member of this community. This moment has to mean so much for you. Even I heard you said, oh, I can hear my daughter's voice out there. What does it mean to have your family here?
It's amazing. I love having my little 2-year-old daughter, Avery, and my wife, Brandy, here, and everyone's support. Sorry, I'm so emotional.
That's all right. We went all the way to game 3, though. It was a nail biter. How did you feel going into that 3rd game?
I felt really great. This is the matchup that I'm the most prepared for because I knew it was going to be the highest represented deck. So I have my deck built in a way to beat it. When I'm on the plate like I was in the third game, I feel like I should never lose because I just get out to a huge head start and I can close it out with Pete's usually to block them from playing stuff like Be Prepared.
Yeah, and I mean, there was one moment I was watching the game, and you were already at 15 lore with only 3 ink in the ink well. He was sitting at 0, but still, all the way to the end there, was unsure that Pete coming in handy, and just congratulations.
Yeah, so if you look at my win in game 1 and my win in game 3, it's a tell of 2 games.
Very much.
My hand in game 1 was so unplayable, I actually thought I had no chance when I saw my opening hand. Because I had no 1-drop, I had no 2-drop, I had nothing. And I have to get out to a fast start because they're a control deck. So if you look at the 2 wins, I did it 2 very different ways. I got up to 9 or 10 ink in the first game and just tried to attrition them out with rabbits and stuff. It was my only way to win with that hand.
And then that goat.
Game 3, and then the goat finished it out. I had it anyways, but the goat made it quicker. And then game 3 with the opening hand, it was all low drops. So like you said, I stopped at 3 ink and won the game. So.
Well, congratulations. Thanks for chatting with me. And
thank you so much.
Congratulations on your Worlds invite.
Feels
we'll
good.
see you in Walt Disney World, and good luck to you the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. It was awesome to see that interview with Zach and see just how much these Worlds invites mean to these players. They've been working all season long to get to this. We talked in the previous match about the journey that Zach has taken to get to this point. It is totally understandable why it's so emotional for him and why it means so much to him. Very excited for him for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite a match. We saw a very atypical game 1, and then we saw sort of game 2, game 3, both decks doing what they're trying to do. And we saw the difference of being on the play versus draw. Like Ruby Sapphire on the play was very powerful in game 2. And then Zach's deck, I mean, that is why Zach brought this deck. Knew Ruby Sapphire is going to be the most represented deck. And we saw Zach just presented a question that Ruby Sapphire couldn't answer. It just doesn't have the tools in the deck, especially when that turn 2 acceleration wasn't TPO.
Yeah, so congrats to Zach for that and his invite to Worlds. But that's not all that we have to talk about. We do have another top 16 match, one of them being a DLC winner of Dallas-Fort Worth, Edmund Chu, along with Ryan Beaupre, both community members that are widely known. Very interesting deck list for both of these players. Edmund Chu, taking a Ruby Amethyst, actually the only Ruby Amethyst to make it into the top 16 out of the many that were in the 126 that they were playing in yesterday. And then Ryan Beaupre, also having multiple day 2s at DLCs, at top 8 in Atlanta, and then 53rd at Dallas-Fort Worth. Typically known for Sapphire Steel, but decided to bring Blurple this time.
Yeah, this Sapphire Amethyst deck is really interesting. Like I said, it did overperform in terms of conversion to day 2, and it was a deck that a lot of people were talking down on in terms of day 1. I think people saw it show up to day 1 and thought it was a bit of a meme, but turns out it was one of the best converting decks we had here at this tournament in terms of, what showed up and what made it into day 2. So really excited to see how it faces against Ruby Amethyst. I will say that Ryan's deck is clearly built to win the Genie Mirrors, and Edmund does not have any Genies in the deck. Edmund also has 12 1-drops and is on a significantly more aggressive version.
Yeah, so I'm very eager to see what happens. Let's go down to the feature table and watch this best of 3. Also to note, Edmund, having already won a DLC in Dallas-Fort Worth, he already has his invite to Worlds. So if he wins this, that means that there's going to be a pass-down invite. It would go to Mo if Mo did not win his top 16 match, which I'm not sure if he did or not. If Ryan wins it, of course, Ryan will get that invite as well.
So in Ruby Amethyst, we often have this discussion of this Lady Tremaine, Madame Medusa split. And I would say that historically, through almost every single metagame, that split has favored more in the Mata Medusa range, usually being 3-2, 4-1, something like that. Edmund Chu, 4 Lady Tremaines, 0 Mata Medusas in this list. So significantly more powerful against something like Ruby Sapphire that drops things like Tamatoa. Also, any Sapphire decks that play cards like Tamatoa. But I'm really interested to see how that plays out. Also, of course, we talked about it already, the choice to bring no genies to this tournament. I don't think a decision that anybody really had in their mind is a possibility in Ruby Amethyst.
No, especially from this set. Genie has been a powerhouse in Amethyst, warping a lot of what Amethyst decks have usually been doing and sort of creating this discussion on how many genies do you play, how many rabbits do you play, because they both fill a very similar role. Edmund choosing to go the route of playing for Merlin rabbits, no genies at all, actually no evasive characters at all, whereas Ryan is playing those genies. He's also playing a couple Elsas, a lot of the things that you expect to see in Amethyst a lot more.
In combination with these 12 1-drops, Edmund also has 4 copies of the library. So we're going to see Edmund drawing a lot of cards in this match. Edmund also has access to 2 Sisu empowered Siblings. This is sort of his staple. This is the tech that he added into his deck when he came to Dallas Fort Worth. Actually won that entire tournament. He was probably one of the only Ruby Amethyst players with 2 copies of Sisu and sort of popularized that change in the way people built Ruby Amethyst. We just see Flynn Sisu in hand for Edmund Chu, but Flynn's going to be the ink as we go into the Chernbox followers.
Notable as well, Edmund ended up sending back 6 cards during his alteration, so obviously wasn't very happy with his opening hand. This is what he was given. Also looking at Ryan's hand, we do have the turn 2 Tipo, but we also have an uninkable 8-cost Elsa, that Spirit of Winter sitting in there. So that's going to be in there for a little while unless we want to put it into the Inkwell with something like the Tipo. Also a Hades Infernal Schemer.
So Edmund, I think that on the play as Ruby Amethyst against something like Sapphire Amethyst, you probably are looking for the Flynn Sisu line, and Edmund does end up finding that. Just force the pressure and make them answer you. You cannot let Flynn Rider trigger multiple times. It is just an absolute disaster scenario, and I'm assuming that's something that Sapphire Amethyst is going to be weak against, actually, is this line specifically.
Yeah, especially because in any Sapphire deck, you're looking for that turn 2 ramp, usually in the form of something like Seal the Azurite Sea or Tipo. Of course, if you play the Tipo, he only has 1 strength. With the Diablo in play with 0 strength, that means that Flynn Rider's ability is going to trigger. It's going to gain Edmund 3 lore, so being able to get that out early, it means a lot for Edmund. There's also that Sisu in the hand that'll have as much strength as Ryan has cards in hand. So it might be particularly difficult for Ryan to get anything out on board that can match the highest strength character on Edmund's side, because you're utilizing cards like Rabbit, like Genie, some of those Amethyst cards that typically have lower strength.
But critically, Ryan does have access to the Goat here, which I think is probably one of the better cards you could have on turn 4. Assuming he has the ink, is able to ink to get up to that 4. That is going to be the answer in terms of like how do you answer Flynn Sisu. So it's going to be the turn 3 Goat.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to play a real balance game as well if this Sisu Emboldened Warrior enters play on Edmund's side of the board, because Goat is the highest strength character that Ryan has in play, but it only has 4 strength. So if Ryan has more than 3 cards in hand, that means this Sisu is going to more than 4 cards in hand, and this Sisu is going to continue to trigger this Flynn ability.
Okay. That was a ridiculously important draw for Ryan, by the way. Ryan has the Goat, but did not have another Inkable. So if he did not find an Inkable off the top there in the form of Merlin Crab, would have had to ink the Goat and play the Rabbit and probably immediately lose this game.
Interesting as well, something like that Tipo on turn 2 being the form of ramp that you had, getting another card out of your hand, being on the draw, drawing an extra card means that he has exactly 3 cards in hand in this scenario, so that this Sisu Emboldened Warrior only has 4 strength, matching the strength of this Merlin Goat, turning off that Flynn.
So Edmund has a start, but Ryan has the answer. So now we're going to transition away from this sort of early game of chicken, and now we're going to go into this sort of like mid to late game. We're going to see players start to play for a more card advantage, sort of resource-based game plan.
One thing that I think is going to be super important for Ryan here is Amethyst Sapphire historically has struggled against decks that can build up a wider board. And so, one, knowing that Ryan's not going to have something like a Be Prepared or a Sisu Empowered Sibling to play because he's not playing Ruby, but also knowing that Edmund is playing Lady Tremaine and not playing the Mata Medusas, sort of a card that requires your opponent to have few characters in play. It's going to be really important for Ryan to have characters that he can banish if those Lady Tremaines start coming into play.
All right, so back over to Edmund here, heading into his 4th ink. The Flynn Sisu line has been effectively stalled at this point. Once again, Ryan sort of game life was on the line there, most likely, as he went to draw that inkable card and did find the Merlin Crab off the top in order to play that goat.
Could have been sweating a little bit. We do see the Sisu interplay in a library following it up. Going to move the Flynn to this library. Any characters at the library, if they're banished, you get to draw a card. That library, of course, also has a lore on it. Sort of teasing Ryan to challenge into this location, because one thing locations are great at, slowly building up that lore over time if they're not dealt with.
I mean, Ryan just can he even turn that Merlin go sideways? Because he threatens to lose it. Also, turn 5, there could be a Maui that comes down, which will outpower that goat anyway, and we could see that Flynn get triggered. So, Ryan, I don't think that Ed has the Maui right now, but there is a risk that this Flynn gets more value.
It's funny you mentioned that because, Edmund isn't playing the genies, which is something that everybody was surprised by. He's also not playing any Mauis. Another card that is super pivotal to Ruby Amethyst. Another just interesting tech there for Edmund, bringing this Ruby Amethyst list into the NA championship.
I can't believe I missed that when I was looking at the list. I'm so used to just being a stock 4 of. More than I'm used to Genie being a stock 4
right?
of. More than I'm used to Madame Medusa being a stock 4 of.
Do see that Genie entering play for Ryan, though. So an evasive character that Ed might have trouble dealing with. Of course, Ed is playing cards like Brawl. But outside of that, I don't think there's going to be any targeted removal for these Genies. So Ed's going to have to rely on cards like Sisu Empowered Sibling, Be Prepared, or finding a way to have Ryan choose it through Lady Tremaine to get rid of those Genies. If Ryan can keep this Genie on board for a while and allow it to quest, so long as we can sort of keep this Flynn in check, Ryan could start pulling ahead, or he's already ahead, but pull even further ahead.
Yeah, opposite trade with the Sisu here. Ink the Bell. All right, back over to Ed here. We're going to see some card draw coming out of a Ruby Amethyst player. Both players on very few cards in hand, which is not super indicative of some of these Amethyst decks, but I mean, the Flynn Sisu line is just an absolute must answer, and the game ends in the first few turns if you can't do it. And there's the Rabbit to come down. Now we're going to go ahead and start drawing cards.
I think Ryan also has a Rabbit or two in hand, so we'll start to see Amethyst do what Amethyst does best. Now that Sisu Emboldened Warrior is off the board, and Ryan knows that he can start to keep this Flynn in check, doesn't really have to worry about how many cards are in hand unless he's concerned of another Sisu Emboldened Warrior coming down later to get this Flynn turned back on.
And considering what to ink here. Okay, yeah, inks the friends on the other side, notably, and that is going to move that Rabbit over to the library as soon as possible. Flynn's probably not going to get any more value out, so we're going to go ahead and use that to trade with the depot.
Yeah, challenging and banishing that Tipo, giving Ryan the ability to challenge the Flynn if he wants to. But of course, if the Flynn is banished while at the library, Edmund will get a card draw off of it. I'm not sure that Ryan really wants to challenge with anything on board right now either.
Yeah, Ed's deck really showcases the power of library specifically.
Yeah, all of those 1-drops that banish themselves to cycle cards like Diablo, but especially Chernobog's Followers and Magic Broom. Both cards in one way or another that allow you to banish them and draw a card, either by questing or playing a character. Comboed with the library means you get to draw another.
Both players keeping hand information pretty private at this point.
Also, just taking some time to think, again, this being the top 16, Ed already has his Worlds invite, but certainly don't want to lose out of the tournament.
Yeah, Ryan's got a great draw engine set up here with the Rabbit plus the bounce cards ready to go. So,
are going to see that Rabbit being played, drawing a card, does have a really solid Amethyst hand with that Hades on the top end in case Edmund comes down with something big like Sisu Empowered Sibling.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty far away from that at this point. I think our Amethyst Sapphire player is looking to be in a pretty good spot at this point, especially if that Genie goes unanswered. We could see Ryan pivot and actually be the aggressor in this matchup, forcing Edmund to respond.
I think having access to something like that Genie in play, giving yourself the opportunity to continue to play cards on board, doing things like this, bouncing your Rabbit so you can keep cards in hand, continue to play cards to the board, makes it a little bit difficult for Edmund to get around knowing that he's not playing Cards like Madame Medusa are ways to really target specific cards on Ryan's side of the board, is relying a little bit more on board wipes through Be Prepared and Sisu versus the Lady Tremaine, where you're sort of favored to keep a board a little bit wide.
Chipping away at that library, just showcasing how threatening that card is.
Gonna Sing Friends on the other side here with the rabbit for Ed, drawing 2 cards.
Magic Broom for Friends on the other side is what comes off the top.
See that Magic Broom enter the Inkwell. We are gonna brawl this Genie, the card that Ed really needed to get rid of the Genie. And we do see another Sisu in play. This is gonna be tough for Ryan.
Another must answer, as Ryan has drawn cards. Has to have known this was a threat as you progress that game plan of drawing cards and getting card advantage over your opponent. Another Sisu could come down, and that Flynn is not gone quite yet. We can remove the Flynn, right? But we're going to get a lot of value out of that because we're likely going to draw a card. Cannot remove the library, I don't believe, before.
Yeah, I mean, Ed is doing this very interesting thing with this deck where Ryan has been in a couple positions where I'm sure he would have loved to quest with cards like the Genie, but knowing that the library was in play, has to instead challenge it. Now that the Flynn is exerted and the Sisu is on board, Ryan has to get rid of this Sisu, or sorry, has to get rid of this Flynn while it's exerted.
This is this is kind of a masterclass of like a multi-angle attack. Like, what does Ryan do here that feels good? Everything has a downside. Like, Edmund's attacking him from so many different angles. Punished him for card draw, has the Flynn ready to activate. The Flynn is exerted. You can attack into it, but Ryan doesn't have enough characters on board to remove the library forward, which is going to allow Edmund to draw another card. Almost feels like a sort of Cass-esque kind of lock that Edmund has sort of assembled on Ryan here in his early game.
Ryan able to find the line, though, with the Madame M Fox bouncing that rabbit back to hand. With the Fox having rush, we can banish the library with the Snake and the Fox here.
But now the Flynn's going to trigger. So exactly like we talked about, he is able to sort of get the value, right? There was no winning in that scenario. You just had the path of sort of least evil there, I guess. That was an incredible setup by Ed. I mean, you really cannot overstate how masterfully that was played.
No, and it really goes to show the power of locations when used correctly, right? You set up something on your board through a character that really needs to be removed, 1 or 2 very strong and powerful threats. That way that Ryan has this difficult situation where you don't really want to use your characters to remove this location because there's something else that you have to answer as well. But as long as you continue to keep this location on board, Edmund's going to continue to move up in lore. I mean, he's already up at 13. Looks like we're questing out with the Sisu and the Flynn here, going up to 16.
And he's playing an Amethyst deck, has access to goats. I think that we have just witnessed some of the tightest play we've seen all tournament in the form of Edmund Chu here.
Yeah, notably, Edmund is only playing the goats, no white roses, but we've seen multiple times of goats coming in and closing out these games with... We talked earlier in the game about how difficult it is for Amethyst Sapphire to deal with these wide boards. Edmund has 5 characters in play right now with game on board. Ryan's going to have to remove most of them in order to stop it.
We see the power of Ruby Amethyst. The entire thesis of bringing Sapphire Amethyst to a tournament is that it does the Amethyst thing better. But what does it mean to do the Amethyst thing better? It means to play Genie first. But what if your opponent doesn't have any Genies?
Edmund said, I don't need Genie. I don't need Genie to win this game. Edmund taking a different approach to Ruby Amethyst, which is refreshing to see. You know, I feel like the community at large can sort of take these combos that we know are really good, these characters that we know are really good, and build around them. Shows the expertise that Edmund has for TCGs in this game, finding ways to make this ink combination powerful without that. Do see the Elsa Fifth Spirit being played, exerting the Trunderbox followers, banishing the Broom for Ryan so he can draw a card. Elsa challenging that Trunderbox followers, getting 1 character off the board.
How does Ryan deal with this? Like, even if you're able to survive 1-2 turns here, you know that the goats are going to be in the chamber somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you have to try to keep Edmund from gaining any lore if possible, because Ryan, of course, doesn't have access to cards like Pirate's Life to push Edmund further back from those scary positions. Ryan's just going to have to figure out a way to lock Edmund's board down. Ryan is playing a couple copies of the Elsa Spirit of Winter, could potentially use it to exert some characters, keep them exerted for a couple turns.
Now, going off the top would have been game, but pretty much any character is going to be good enough. We're going to go up to 18 lore here for Edmund. Expecting to see this Lady Tremaine come down. You make Ryan move one character. I assume that character will be the Diablo.
Yeah, I mean, even just getting one character off of the board helps Edmund keep a character there.
Yeah, now you have to trade with my characters, and you need an additional follow-up removal response to just not lose the game on the following turn.
Yep. Of course, we do know that Ryan has that Hades in hand, but Hades costs 7 ink to play. Right now, we only have 8 ink for Ryan. Could go up to 9, so it doesn't leave a lot of room to play with after that. Edmund having a Flynn, be prepared, and Lady Tremaine in hand, trying to figure out what line of play he wants to go with. He is going to go with the second Flynn, forcing Ryan to banish the exerted characters, then consider using a removal on the Flynn just to stop Ed from gaining that extra lore on the next turn. Start with the Elsa the Fifth Spirit, banishing the exerted Flynn Rider. While the Snake's going to banish the Diablo, Edmund will draw a card off of that banishment.
Will it be a goat?
Don't see what Edmund found. Ryan going to bounce the Snake so that we can replay the Elsa, which is going to exert the Flynn, banishing the Flynn. So now Edmund has no characters on board. Ryan finding a great line, stopping Ed from having any characters on board the next turn. Like you said, a single goat is going to do it.
Who has the bounce as well. But no, Edmund here is a be prepared. So nice 4-for-1 on the side of Edmund.
Magic Broom and a Snake with a Lady Tremaine in hand.
Ryan needs miracle answers like that every single turn from now on.
Yep. Only being at 6 ink means that Ryan has a long way to go to get back into this game. We're going to start with a Rabbit. See what we can draw off the top. Ryan's going to have to keep a full hand of cards. Find some pretty good ones at that. Are going to see a Fox, bounce Rabbit back, draw another card. 1 ink remaining. I don't believe we've inked for the turn yet, though. Going to ink a Let It Go. I think that was a DLC, Let It Go, by the way.
Promo DLC, Let It Go.
Top players at the table here, of course. Going to pass it over to Edmund.
Assume we're going to see something like a Lady Tremaine plus a 1-drop here. In the form of that Broom.
We might be bouncing the Lady Tremaine with the Snake here.
Could be.
So
I
we
think
can reuse it.
The 1-drop asks a big question here. Basically have to remove the board. You're playing Sapphire Amethyst. You don't have access to Be Prepared. Like I said, Ryan's pretty much in the scenario where he needs miracle answers every single turn here. He also needs...
Does find that Elsa, so we can exert both of these characters. They won't ready at the start of the turn, delaying the game one more.
And there's a Diablo. So can bounce that Tremaine back and play it again, getting rid of that Elsa and having an unexerted Lady Tremaine. And surely Ryan cannot answer this.
Yeah, 2 unexerted characters or readied characters, 4 lore total on board. Can't leave more than 2 lore in play. We're going to start with the Sail the Azurite Sea. Not a great start. Just drawing a card off the top, looking for anything to help.
It's
gonna have to play that Hades.
It's going to be a Hades, but I don't think that's going to be enough. We're going to pass back over 18 lore, 2 quests represented on board. We're going to go ahead and turn them sideways. Edmund's going to take game 1 in convincing fashion. We had a little bit of a back and forth there. The Ruby Amethyst deck did what it was trying to do, right? Which is like, I'm going to play my most powerful early game opener. Your deck is inherently weak to it. Do you have an answer? Ryan was almost no, right? He almost was not able to play the GOAT. Does find the Inkable, plays the GOAT, and we extend into that mid to the late game. But I really cannot state how crazy that scenario that Ed put Ryan in that sort of later mid game, where the library was on the board, the Flynn was threatening, the other Sisu came down. There was no good place. You were pretty much you had to pick the path of least pain, and Ed just set that up in the most perfect way. I feel like he was playing towards that for multiple turns.
I mean, we talked about earlier in the stream about how these are top-level players. Deck lists are open, so last night they knew who they were going to play against. Not only did they know who, they knew the exact 60 or however many card deck list that they were going to be playing against. So having seen Edmund alter 6 cards at the very beginning tells me that he knew, you know, what his game plan had to be. He knew that Ryan wasn't going to have any characters in his deck with more than 4 strength. Knew that if he can find that Flynn, find the Sisu, get them out, it's going to put Ryan in a very difficult spot. If we can find the library as well, move some of those characters that have to be removed, I mean, that Ryan is forced to remove into that place, we can continue to cycle through our cards. And I think Edmund knew exactly what he was doing in that game 1.
Yeah, I mean, Lorcana, due to the power of altering your hand and how deep you can go and how consistent it is, where you're able to put cards on the bottom, then draw additional cards, has these sort of chess kind of openings where you're playing a deck like Ruby Amethyst, you have a 60-card deck, you draw a random 7, but you can play towards 2-drop, 3-drop Sisu, ask you the question, and I know your deck has X% to find the answer because it's a multi-card combo, and you only have 4 copies of what the answer is, which would effectively have been GOAT there. It's like, I know that I'm favorable in that scenario. I'll play towards that opener every single time. Anyway, let's hop back down to the match and get into game 2 here.
Ed was on the play last game because he is 5th seed, higher seed than Ryan. But of course, Ryan, having lost that last game, he will get the option of choosing if he wants to be on the play. I assume that will be a yes.
It is much more powerful to be on the play against any sort of ramp deck. Also, Ruby Amethyst, like that opener that we saw Ed execute, that is a, you can do that play on the draw. It is much more powerful on the play because your opponent's an entire turn behind in terms of their answers, and every single turn they're behind is at least 3 lore in your favor, which is an incredible amount of lore to get in the early game.
Yeah, we talked about how you can shape your hands in the beginning. I'm interested to see if Ryan finds his ideal opener. We're going to start with the Chernobog's followers, moving on to Ed, where Ed inks a Diablo and finds the magic broom.
All right, so 1 drops for each of our players here.
Ryan hopefully having that 2 ink ramp. We start by questing with the Chernobog's followers, looking, banishing, so we can look at the top card of the deck. So we think we may not have it.
Ed has Flynn Sisu again.
Okay, we do have Seal the Azurite Sea, so we're able to draw a card and ink another card for turn. We inked 1 Elsa the 5th Spirit. I think Ryan only playing 3 of those. We're going to ink a Snake, play a Diablo before we pass the turn.
Nice curve out here from Ryan. We'll see what Ed's turn 2, turn 3 is going to look like. Is it going to be that Flynn Sisu? Are we going to ask that question? Is that question just hard enough to answer that you ask it both on the play and the draw?
Could be. Something that I'm wondering is if you're Ed, you know, think about what Ryan's trying to do on the play. On this turn 4, could play something like a Goat, could also be looking to play something like a Genie, but if so, I think Ed would want access to something like a Brawl to immediately answer it. Does look like we're going to see the Flynn come down for Ed. Maybe forcing Brian to play something like a Goat if he has it. He does have the Merlin Goat.
It also forces you to play the Goat, which is maybe not your optimal turn 4. Maybe you'd rather be playing something like a Genie. Maybe you would rather be playing something like a Rabbit. What this line does is it effectively removes that decision. Okay, we have access to the Madame Fox as well, which is a similar role to the Goat.
Yep, another 4-strength character, and with this sequence, we're able to bounce the Diablo after questing with it and replay it after the Fox brings it back to hand.
Interesting, because this play will put pressure on Ryan to actually remove cards from his hand and not have too many.
We do see the Sisu Bolden Warrior interplay, which means that for every card in Ryan's hand, Sisu gets an extra strength, boosting the likelihood that that Flynn trigger happens.
This is opting to friends on the other side here. Very interesting interaction between the Flynn Sisu and then the friends on the other side, like the opportunity cost of not being able to play that potentially as like your clearly optimal play.
I feel like
Madam and Fox.
I feel like Ryan would really want an Elsa the 5th Spirit in this scenario.
Oh, yeah.
You could ink, exert the Flynn, and just take care of it now. Not really have to worry about how many cards are in your hand. We have the Elsa Spirit of Winter, but not the 5th Spirit. We're going to just go ahead and play the Goat here.
I think it's a reasonable statement to say that he was probably looking for that off the top there. He's going to go down to 3 cards in hand, so has played this super well in terms of avoiding that Flynn. Actually, even lower because we have the 1-drop Chernobog's followers. So
yeah, just going wide here for Ryan, trying to push a lead.
While Ryan does have the answer, Ed has put Ryan in a place where he had pretty much no option to play it differently than that.
We're going to see Flynn trade with the Fox here. Ed recognizing that the Flynn's not going to gain ton of value with the way that Ryan is playing.
Assume Ed would have liked to have found a library there as well, potentially.
Yeah, helping Ed recycle those cards.
Library would have been crazy to take that Flynn and trade it out.
Yeah, have
And
it
actually
replace
get a bunch of
itself.
value off of it. Yeah.
While also putting Ryan in a position where now he potentially has to answer what Edmund is presenting on board instead of continuing to push an advantage. We're going to see Ryan exert the quest with the Trinbox followers, using its ability to banish itself and draw a card. Depot entering the Inkwell. Now we're up to 6 ink. There's the Elsa the Fifth Spirit. A little bit late, but Ryan will take it, exerting that rabbit, challenging it with the Merlin Goat so that Edmund can't do any bounce shenanigans and draw some extra cards. Elsa also having evasive, so now that she's sort of done her job, she can pretty safely quest against Edmund unless he wants to use something like a brawl against it.
There's that library.
Notably, we do have 2 Be Prepareds in hand as well. Couple turns off, but might be difficult for Ryan to navigate once we get up to that 7 ink for Ed. You know, a real balance of being wide enough to answer whatever Ed's playing, but narrow enough that you don't lose if a Be Prepared is played.
Once these Elsas come down, it's going to be pretty tough for Ed to deal with. There's the shift.
Do see Elsa shifted on top of the 5th Spirit, Spirit of Winter, exerting 2 characters on Edmund's side of the board. They can't ready at the start of his turn.
Now we see Sapphire Amethyst definitely executing its game plan, showing its power against other Amethyst decks here.
Yeah, now that Elsa's in play, you know, she quests for 3, could potentially bounce her back to hand if Ryan wanted to. Couldn't replay her, but would have her available to continue to put Ed in a lock, though. It is going to play this Lady Tremaine, force Ryan to banish the Goat or the Elsa. Of course, Ryan chooses the Goat here. He'll gain a lore when it leaves play. Ryan has access to a Merlin Rabbit we could play. Drawing a card, sort of insulating against something like a Be Prepared on the next turn.
It's interesting to have the Genie and know your opponent doesn't have the Meta Medusas and instead has the Lady Tremaine. Obviously knows that there could be a Brawl in hand. Like Ed's hands looked a little bit clunky over the past 2 turns, so I actually feel like a Brawl is pretty likely.
Quest for 3 here for Ryan, putting him up to 13. Getting closer and closer to that danger zone for Amethyst. Have a Diablo to play. Bounce it back with the Fox. We're going to we'll replay the Diablo here just so that we can get the Fox into play. Using the Fox to rush, banish the Merlin Rabbit. It'll draw a card when that is banished as well. Moving it back to Edmund. We are at 6 ink for Ed, so if he wanted, do have access to inking, playing one of those 2 Be Prepareds in hand.
Yeah, I mean, notably can't really deal with the Elsa in the current board state. I guess could trade into it potentially, but it would just be... That'd be 6, so we could trade both characters. I think it's 2 cards in hand for Ryan, by the way, not 1. Could be wrong.
Yeah, Ed also has access to a Merlin Fox. Could use it to use one of his characters. Oh, can we take out the Elsa? Yeah, we can take the Elsa out with Fox if we bounce something.
Ed does have the Brawl in hand, by the way. So we're going to quest for 2. This does tell us probably a Be Prepared coming down. Take that Diablo, and here's the Be Prep.
There's that Be Prepared, banishing all characters on the board, resetting the board state.
Kind of a 3 for 3. I think Ryan feels pretty good about that, already sitting at 13 lore. And we're likely to see the Merlin Rabbit come down, start executing this card advantage game plan. Double Genie in hand. Ryan has to expect that those Genies will meet one Brawl at least on the other side, but that's totally fine. Might be forced to Brawl this Merlin Rabbit as well, but I assume that Edmund will probably hold it back.
It's been very interesting over the course of this weekend to watch the difference between rabbits and brawls being played for this reason specifically. You know, had Ryan played out this Genie, you get the card off the Genie, but if it gets brawled, you don't get anything, versus the rabbit. At the very least, if they brawl the rabbit, you get 2 cards instead of 1.
I think we're going to see a Rabbit plus a Genie here for Ryan on this turn as we head into 8 ink.
There's a rabbit. We found a Friends. We could sing the Friends.
Could sing the Friends. I think we're going to do that first, potentially. Maybe we're just going to quest.
Yeah.
Just gonna play, yeah.
I think he's trying to push his
Yeah, I think that's the way to go.
lore to as close to 20 as he can with his crab, just getting that 1 extra lore. An ink for the turn, play a Chernobog's followers. That's what we're going to do.
Yep, Ryan is the aggressor here.
Library is a great card, not particularly great at challenging characters, though.
Also not particularly threatening.
It's going to see another Be Prepared. One good thing about locations is they aren't hit by Be Prepared, so that library will stay around, slowly ticking up 1 lore per turn. As you mentioned, Ryan understanding, I think, that he's the aggressor. Needing to close out the game. We're going to start with the Celia's Right Sea. Draw a card. Let's Ryan ink an extra time this turn if he wants to. Has a fair amount of cards in hand, especially ones that draw him cards. Holding this Genie, I think it's going to come into play.
Chooses not to ink, by the way. Or still can do it later, but chose not to ink before. The Tipo coming down. Are we going to see a card inked from hand?
Insulating against a potential Lady Tremaine.
So he's just going to ink the other Celia's Right Sea. I mean, this is threatening in and of itself. Going up to 17, that would be Goat Bounce Goat. Has the snake in hand. That's only 10 ink required for that player. So finds Goat off the top. It's a threatening game here.
Yeah, if we have an inkable card.
Was that a brawl off the top for Edmund?
That was, I think, a brawl for the Genie.
Obviously a timely brawl, but probably too little too late.
Yeah, Ryan's doing a great job of keeping the pressure on for Edmund here, forcing him to respond. We see the other Genie being played. Ryan drawing a card, finding a Hades. Infernal Schemer. We still have that Friends on the other side. We're going to play it, draw 2 cards. We find a Tipo. There's the Goat.
Yep. So just play out the Tipo now, and then you have the Goat win next turn. And that's going to be a lock here for Ryan.
Ryan going up to 15, I believe, with this Tipo quest. Edmund needs to do something about this board state. Starting with a rabbit means he probably doesn't have it in hand. Using the Fox to bounce the rabbit, draw another card. Now he can at least banish the Tipo, but it's going to leave 3 lore on board for Ryan.
Takes us up to 17, then a 10 ink play. Goat. Madam M Snake, Goat.
Do we have the other inkable? We do through Let It Go. So I think Ryan can do it on this next turn.
I think we're going to see that executed right now.
Oh, he found a second Goat too.
Not necessary, but
not necessary.
We'll cement this win.
Ryan's going to quest up to 17. We see the Goat being played. Bounce Goat. Ryan takes game 2. We're going to a game 3.
Yeah, another game 3. And now this is going to be Ruby Amethyst on the play. I wonder if Edmund's going to be able to find the Flynn plus the Sisu again. That line is significantly more powerful on the play, and we saw how hard it can be to answer. Can Ed find it for a 3rd time in a row?
We've seen him alter very aggressively for that as well. Edmund knows exactly what he has to do in this game 3. I think it's going to come down to whether he finds it or not. We see the difference between both of those 2 games, how powerful Amethyst can be just in general on the draw, or excuse me, on the play with either of those ink pairings. I'm interested to see what happens on the game 3.
All right, let's head down to our match and get into game 3. Ryan's World's Invitation is on the line.
All right, so Edmund will be on the play here.
All right, I see Goat in hand. I believe there's some Ruby cards, one of which does look to be Brawl.
Still altering their hand, I'm sure.
Kept pretty quickly makes me think that one of those is actually going to be a Flynn.
Yeah, Ed has to be looking for that Flynn Sisu line.
Edmund keeps the... Oh, he's sending it back. Okay, so yeah, so the keep here is going to be the Rabbit plus the 1-drop. So it doesn't have Flynn Sisu, but could find it off the top here. In terms of those 5, somewhat unlikely. So maybe Ed not finding as good of an opening hand quite yet as he has in the previous matches.
Ryan only has 3 cards in hand or 2. I missed how many cards he's put on the table.
Does it look like 5? Oh, okay. We'll see it here.
1, 2.
Yep, 3, 4. You're correct. So just keep 3 there. A bunch of 1-drops coming off. Do you see the Genie? That's, I believe, have a Tipo in hand.
Very vital for any Sapphire deck to have that turn 2 ramp.
I mean, what do you think if you're Ryan? You're like, oh, I either need a 1-drop and I need my turn 3 to be a Motamim Fox.
Yeah.
Or I need the Goat because I need to be able to answer this Flynn Sisu line.
And in all honesty, I wonder if I have to see if Ryan's even playing the... Yeah, Ryan is playing Motamim Snake. It makes me wonder if how important that turn 2 ramp is in this matchup specifically. If we see Edmund play the Flynn on turn 2, you know, instead of playing a Tipo, you try and bounce your 1 cost with Snake so that you don't get that free Flynn trigger. off of the Tipo and then follow it up with something like a Fox, but that puts you so far behind, only having one character on board for every turn makes it difficult to really interact with anything that Edmund's doing. But at least stops that the trigger for Flynn.
All right, here we go. Game 3. Ryan, World's Invitation on the line. Leading up with a Magic Broom here for Edmund.
Pass it back to Ryan. He's going to ink the Magic Broom. Play a Chernobog's follower, setting up a 2 strength character. In case we see that Flynn come down on the next turn. Does Edmund have it?
I don't think so.
He doesn't. Just passes back to Ryan. Ryan's got to be happy to see that. Now Ryan has the freedom to lean into a ramp strategy for something like Tipo or Sail.
Yeah, well, he's got that turn 3 Genie as well. I mean, Ed did ship back the Brawl, too. So maybe he doesn't have an answer.
Are going to see that Tipo being played, so Ryan gets to put another card from his hand into his Inkwell, face down and exerted. Be an inkable or uninkable card. Go back to Ed. We see a Magic Broom entering the Inkwell. We're going to see Madam and Fox being played to bounce this broom. No character to rush into, though.
It's like Rabbit off the top, Rabbit, Goat, Friends on the other side, Madam and Fox in hand, and a Genie.
Ryan going to go ahead and quest with his Chernobog's followers, drawing a card from the top. Before we make any decisions, like inking or playing cards, in case that top card is vital.
Interesting ink decision here for Ryan. Goes in and inks the Merlin Goat. We're going to be playing another Goat off the back of that. Up to 2 lore.
We move to Ed. We see he finds a Rabbit. We're going to sing Friends on the other side with Fox first. Finally finding that Flynn. Maybe a little late.
Yeah, definitely a bit late with Merlin Goat already on the field here.
Yeah, we're going to see that Flynn.
Super powerful combo, but really has to come down on that turn 2, turn 3 to be very impactful.
See Edmund recognizing that the Flynn game plan is no longer viable, putting him in the Inkwell. Ryan's also going to sing Friends to start his turn.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan's deck is just a better late game control deck, I think, than Edmund. Especially Edmund having all the 1-drops. Edmund does want to get that early pressure.
Great Crab here being played, boosting up the Tipo. Tipo typically sort of does his job once he's played, and after that, not much you can do with him, but the combo of Crab lets him trade with the Madam and Fox here, getting even more value from this Tipo and developing Merlin Crab. We're going to see Edmund do the same thing with his Merlin Rabbit. Merlin Crab comes down, boosting the Rabbit, banishing that Merlin Goat.
Yeah, definitely a more winning value trade for Ryan than Edmund on that one, in terms of effectiveness of Merlin Crab.
Both players have plenty of cards in hand and available to them. Ryan does have Elsa Spirit of Winter in hand. Do we have a 5th Spirit we could shift it on? I don't think so. There might be 2 Spirit of Winters in there.
I think notably Ryan has access to the Madam and Fox with the Crab sitting on board, so is really not scared of locations right now. I was looking at that library, and we've seen the power of library in the previous games, but I don't think it could be impactful on this board due to the condition of Ryan's hand.
Yeah, so long as we have... Oh, yeah, I guess you're right. With Crab already on board, we can challenge with Crab and then bounce. Well, so we only need those 2.
Yeah, I mean, the way the interaction works, if you bounce the Crab itself too, I mean, you can just get 7, but...
Library having 8, you usually need 8 willpower. You usually need the extra strength, but Crab on board doesn't really matter too much. We are going to see Edmund singing Friends on the other side with Crab here. Does find a Brawl or any potential Genies that come out for Ryan.
I think Ryan's very comfortable in this scenario. Being sort of on parity in lore, pulling ahead in card advantage. Like, you've got top-end Elsa in your deck. That's not really something that Edmund can effectively deal with.
Yeah, there's been a lot of trading back and forth between both of these players as well, but I'm sure Ryan is happy to have not seen that Flynn opening. I think that's probably the scariest thing he was looking for. Now he knows that he can at least challenge some of that. Do you see the Hades Infernal Schemer come down, putting that Lady Tremaine into Edmund's Inkwell, meaning he no longer access to that one. Of course, we know Ed's playing 4 of them, and he has another in hand.
Notably, speaking of 4s, Ed also has access to 4 Be Prepareds, which is pretty atypical in the modern Ruby Amethyst list. You see them sort of cut back the hedge against some of the other matchups, but that could be, somewhat impactful and important as these Elsa start to hit the field for Ryan.
Lady Tremaine being played again after these Crabs trade. Hades will be banished. Then Ed's going to immediately bounce the Lady Tremaine back to hand with Madam M Snake and pass back to Ryan here.
All right, Merlin Rabbit shuffled to the front here. We're going to go ahead and draw another card. We do have plenty of bounce package in the hand here for Ryan. We're getting up to those critically high ink levels. We're going to be able to deploy those super powerful cards like Elsa. Bounce that back, draw another card. I mean, this is a sequence of turns and sequence of actions that most players that have played against Ruby Amethyst players or any Amethyst decks are very used to at this point. Is the draw engine of these decks is to bounce those Merlin Rabbits back and forth.
Oftentimes in past sets, it's been said the Amethyst player that got the most rabbit bounces ended up winning the game. We can see why here. Do see a Sisu Emboldened Warrior being played along with the Diablo. Ed starting to build a pretty wide board, something that Ryan has to be careful about.
Something Sapphire Amethyst doesn't deal well with is wide boards. You know, it doesn't have access to that Be Prepared, that board wide. Elsa comes off the top here, 5-drop Elsa.
Use this Elsa the Fifth Spirit to exert one of Ed's characters that we might want to challenge instead of the snake and set up for that shift on the next turn.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a way to play the Elsa, exert the Sisu, get enough cards out of hand so you can run the Madam and Fox into that Sisu and not trade.
And still survive. We have 5 cards in hand, so I think it's doable. Question is if you want to get rid of all those cards in your hand. Ryan taking some time to really think out this next turn. Again, with the World's Invite being on the line, no room for mistakes.
8 ink available for Ryan here.
Have access to another Madam M Fox as well if we want to play our characters, bounce them. Merlin Rabbit we could use to draw some extra cards. Had to guess, Ryan's probably trying to figure out a way that he can most effectively get rid of characters on Ed's board, keeping it pretty narrow. Don't want that to get out of hand as the Amethyst Sapphire player. You don't have access to cards like Sisu, Empowered Sibling, or Be Prepared to wipe a board, reset the game. Gonna see the crab come down. Great crab usage for Ryan here, boosting that Diablo up with Challenger 3, able to trade with the snake and let Ryan draw a card in the process. See if we find an Elsa come down. We'll see the Fifth Spirit being played. We're gonna exert this Sisu, trade with our Madam M Fox. Get some of that lore off the board. Also makes it so you don't have to be too concerned about how many cards are in your hand.
Yeah, so I don't think there was a way. I mean, with the draw, so, I mean, even if you had inked another card, it just would have maybe taken agency away from Ryan.
Right.
If you had sequenced it a different way to try to trade with that in a favorable way.
It's going to pass the turn to Ed. Draw for turn is a Madam M Snake. Pretty good card for Ed here with our Lady Tremaines and Rabbits. Goats available to us as well. We'll see that Madam M Snake, bounce the Rabbit, let Ed draw an extra card, find a Turnbox followers off the top. Something Ryan has done a pretty good job of this game is keeping at least 2 characters on board at all times. Kind of do his best to avoid those Lady Tremaine plays against the characters he'd like to keep on board. He can set up an Elsa Spirit of Winter shift on the next turn. This Elsa Fifth Spirit in play would only cost 6 ink. We'd have 3 ink available to us after that, maximizing what we can do with our hand.
Yeah, I think one of the more impactful things to consider at this point is just the access to 4 Be Prepared in Edmund's deck. Something that Ryan's going to be thinking about. And the library does hit the field here. We have Crab on board. I do think we have a Madam and Fox in hand.
Very interesting for Ed here, you know, playing the library, maybe thinking about the play line if Ryan is playing a large character like Hades or shifting this Elsa, saying, you know, I might have a Be Prepared, and if I do, this library is going to stick around. Might be difficult for you to get rid of. Do have the crab with the fox combo, though, if we wanted to banish the library. Could be Edmund just asking Ryan if he has it. If he doesn't, then he has to consider playing around a potential be prepared with this location in play.
Yeah, I think Edmund is in a pretty tough spot here. This is just not the stage of the game you want to go to against Sapphire Amethyst. Although the board does look relatively at parity and probably card draw is relatively at parity, Sapphire Amethyst is going to excel a lot more in this late game.
Yeah, I think Ryan has to be especially careful about what he's willing to sacrifice, playing around some of those banishing cards like Be Prepared and like Lady Tremaine. Because you can lock down your opponent's board, but if they play that Be Prepared and that also goes away, you know, Ryan has 3 in the deck available to him, but if Amethyst Sapphire can get to an ink total where you can sort of chain these Spirit of Winters, playing one and then bouncing one back to hand, keeping it safe, get kind of dangerous. We are going to see the Elsa Spirit of Winter come into play, exerting the Rabbit and Snake, who won't be able to ready on the next turn.
Ryan questing with that Elsa, I believe, as well. So going up to 8 here for Ryan, or up to 9, sorry.
Yeah, Ryan trying to push his lead. There's been so much trading back and forth between both players. They just haven't had the opportunity to progress the win condition too much, understanding how vital it is to keep control of the board. I think we're going to see Rabbit and Snake moving to the library here. So if they're banished, Ed gets to draw a card.
Be Prepared. That's big for Ed. Ed's going to get so many cards off that. That was a huge value play.
3 total cards after that Be Prepared from the Rabbit and Snake both being at the library, and then an extra card from the Rabbit being banished, removing.
Huge punish for not removing that library off the back of the Be Prepared.
Going to see Ryan start with a Merlin Rabbit, finding a Genie after that. Still have 4 ink available to us, can go up to 5.
I mean, now this library is hard to deal with the Merlin Crab no longer available.
Going to ink an Elsa Fifth Spirit, play an Elsa Fifth Spirit to exert and banish this Chernobog's followers. Before we pass to the turn, that library is going to gain a lore at the start of Edmund's turn. Every turn this library goes unanswered, it's going to push Ed further. Sisu, a big card coming in.
The card that Edmund is known for in Ruby Amethyst, Sisu, Empowered Sibling, comes down and 2 for 1's the board.
Followed up by another library.
Oh, is Edmund finding a way to run away with this game? How is Ryan going to deal with this?
This is going to be tough. We do have the Hades to get rid of the Sisu here, but I don't think Ryan has cards available.
16
is that
will?
a fox? He does have a fox in hand, but he needs one of his characters to survive a turn.
16 willpower represented there that he has to get rid of. That's so much to deal with. I mean, these things are just going to take up in this sort of hyper control late game.
Yeah, even with this Hades in play, if we bounce it with Fox on the next turn and rush it in, it's not going to be enough. Oh, and Lady Tremaine's going to take out the Hades as well.
And we talked about Ryan doing so well to keep multiple characters on board before this, but actually keeps one with just the Hades, and now we're moving both characters to these libraries. He's going to be ticking up turn by turn, threatening more draws. I think that Edmund here is starting to pull ahead. How is Ryan going to answer this? Had a chance to actually clear that library before, and now the game is just flipped on its head, and Edmund is looking very dominant in this position.
Going to see Ryan play both a Merlin Goat and a Genie in this turn. He'll gain a lore from the Goat, draw a card from the Genie.
See another big Sisu in hand for Edmund. We know that Ryan can't deal with wide board states well.
Ryan does find a Let It Go, could potentially use it on this Lady Tremaine, getting it out of play for Ed if Ed doesn't bounce it this turn. Both players having tons of ink in their inkwell to play with. Ed's going to start with a Rabbit, draw a card. There's a Friends.
So 12 ink here, and then there's going to be the Sisu again. It's going to hit that Genie. Now we're going to turn everything sideways. Ed is pivoting to the beatdown in this matchup. Brian, you have to answer this right. We have 4 characters on board, 2 locations. What can your Sapphire Amethyst deck do? Your World's Invite is on the line, and it looks like it's slipping away.
Yeah, we've talked about how difficult it is for these Amethyst Sapphire decks to deal with wide boards, and Edmund has a ginormous board, 16 willpower between the 2 locations, 4 characters in play. Ryan does not have very many cards in hand. He has plenty of ink. I think
heads in hand, Ryan realizes the position that he's in right now.
Ryan does have access to a Let It Go we could use to put one of these characters into the inkwell. Notable that if we put one of the characters from the library in the inkwell, Ed does not get a card draw because the library is only when a character is banished. Also has access to a Metagame Fox in hand, so could potentially challenge one of the libraries with this goat here, bounce a fox, then use that to banish the other goat. We don't want to use the Let It Go on the Lady Tremaine.
Man, just has to dump so many resources to clear these libraries. 8 willpower is such a beatdown, these Amethyst Mirrors. I was going to go ahead and run into that library. Here we go to see the Metagame Fox come down, bounce the goat back, hit the library again, I'm sure, to remove it. And how much lore are we threatening on the next turn? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore being threatened here by Ed at the very least. I guess we can let it go here to reduce some of that. Got 1 drop, and then there's going to be the let it go on the empowered sibling, which is a good play. The board has been somewhat sustained.
This is tough for Ryan because total of 5 lore on board that we can go up to, and then the goat, of course, when removed, is going to gain a lore.
You see Ed knows the path to victory. Everything immediately goes sideways, and there's that
There's
be
the
prepared.
Be Prepared. The goat is going to gain the final lore for Ed. Ed's going to move on to top 8.
Awesome match. Great to see Sapphire Amethyst show up to the tournament and do well, but I think that Edmund Chu is unfortunately just not only one of the best deck builders in the game, but is actually just one of the best players in the game. Really impressed with his game 1 and his game 3. I think that game 3 especially, we had kind of more one-sided games in game 1 and game 2. Game 3 was neck and neck, and I think that you could have been betting for Ryan to win that game for most of it, but then Ed just pivots it, turns the game on its head, uses locations, goes wide with the board, and Sapphire Amethyst can't do anything to win.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it was a nail-biter on that last game. There were plenty of times which Ryan looked ahead. Edmund found that one line, the one time that he needed to go wide with those libraries, knew that Ryan was going to have an issue dealing with that wide board, especially with the lower cards in hand. I mean, Edmund's the only Ruby Amethyst in the top 16, and if there's anybody that I think could make it, to the win with Ruby Amethyst, it's going to be him.
It's my pick to win the tournament. Obviously looking more likely now as he progresses to the top 8, but, one Ruby Amethyst making it through, not a good performance by Ruby Amethyst, but Edmund Chu on Ruby Amethyst, that's a different breed.
He's already won a DLC. There's nothing stopping him from winning a championship. So with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll hopefully have an interview after that and then move on to the next top 8.
Hey, Lorcana fans, welcome back to the booth. We're back. It's Tannen and Liam. Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana, first ever North American Championship event. It is, we've had a lot of fun this morning. Tannen, I don't know about you, but while we've been off this morning getting to watch some of these matches on the big screen, I got a chance to circle the room, talk to some of the players, the attendees, the families that are here. And where yesterday was, there was a little bit tense. It was the main event going on, but people were having a lot of fun. Today has just been this unmatched atmosphere where everybody's watching these top games, the best players in the world going at it. I don't know. What's your morning been like?
It's been pretty crazy. I've been going back and forth on a lot of the areas, watching a lot of the coverage myself here. I've been in the viewing area and the area where we had the top 16 playing out that was not on the feature match area. Watching some of these players' reactions when they punched their ticket to Worlds was definitely a highlight of the weekend. Watching Zach Bivens' reactions, which we'll talk more on that in a moment.
Yeah.
The viewing area is pretty impressive. It's something we know. We've had at a few of the events. Absolutely awesome. We've actually got a really cool thing going on the side here. We've got the devs doing another broadcast. We have to get a look on it right here. They're over on the other side of the stage from us watching as well and giving the people here a different scope of the tournament, a different view, a different voice as well. And I was sitting there watching some of that. It's nice to hear the devs who make the game talk about the game and not just us who see it from just our side.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been really fun sitting out in the viewing area and hearing their viewpoint. I'm learning a lot of things that I'm going to bring into my broadcast, and it's a really fun thing for those people in attendance. It's making this event feel even more special than it already was.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is definitely special here for a lot of people this weekend. 8 people had broken hearts here this morning, unfortunately for them. They did make it into day 2, but since they lost their first rounds, they will not be going to the World Championships unless they had already won a DLC. But 8 people were very, very jubilant this morning. They had a very good morning, and now they're playing for a little bit more. You know, this round is to play for Golden Mickeys. There's a lot going on, and we're seeing some of the best Lorcana ever played. I was actually watching Zan Syed's match that we didn't have on camera, and I watched him navigate a match that I do not think I could have won if you gave me 10 tries from that spot. He is an unbelievable player. It sounds like I'm just talking Zan up a lot. It's the match that I happen to be watching the most. I was very intrigued. I was enthralled watching. I was watching a bunch of the other ones. All of them were super close. This is some of the best Lorcana I've ever seen, Liam.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch these players here, because not only are all of these players incredibly talented, and everybody who is in this field is incredibly talented, because we had to go through a lot to get here, but the hours and hours and hours of work that they all put into deck building and matching, teching and playing and getting ready for this, and it's all showing here as we watch them play some of the most tense games of Lorcana that I've ever seen. With that, let's take a look at where we are right now after that last round. Here's our Cinderella bracket, and we can see we've played the round of the octafinals already. We've seen some of these matches on camera, and some of them were played here, but you see here who's moved on. We have Mo Shamblin, who is the #1 seed in the tournament, winning his match against a Ruby Sapphire deck, a deck that he teched very much against. Moving on to play Zan Syed, one of the best Emerald Steel players in the world, and we're going to talk about this matchup a little bit more in a moment. And down on bottom there, we have a DLC champion, Edmund Chu, who won DLC Texas there with his Ruby Amethyst deck, who navigated a tough match and against a Blurple deck, another great player, Ryan Beaupre. And now he's going to play Pierre-Marc Duguay against a Sapphire Ruby deck, that a matchup he knows very well. This is going to be really interesting, because we're used to seeing these Ruby Amethyst decks. We've seen them all the way back, but Edmund has done some really fascinating things with his deck in a meta that's full of genies everywhere. We've talked about the genie clones. Edmund's not running any genies, and he's made some other really interesting tech choices. So if you're watching online and you haven't taken a look at his deck list, you should do it, because it's very, very innovative. Edmund showing exactly why he's one of the best players and one of the best deck builders in the world right now.
Yeah, famously saying to some people yesterday that he doesn't think Genie's as good as other people think, and I'm like, that is a very bold statement.
Bold statement, sir.
Here's the thing. He's backing it up here this weekend.
Right?
Yeah, we can take a look at the other side of the bracket here as well. You see these other 8 players that have made it through here, and this is the one that I want to talk about just a little bit. As you see, our first quarterfinals going to be Zach Bivens against Patrick Coyote. I want to talk about Zach Bivens just a little bit here. He's played at all the DLCs this year in North America. Never had that breakthrough finish, but was by far the most consistent player we had. Constantly into day 2s, constantly like leading the day. I think there was at least 2 or 3 DLCs where he might have been the 1 seed going into the day.
#1 seed twice.
Yeah, #1 seed twice. Was close to the #1 seed here this weekend as well. Just absolutely crushing every one of these events he plays in. Never gets that big finish, right? Never pushes through. Watching Zach Bivens win his match here to make this top 8 and to qualify for Worlds, it was hard to remain impartial, Liam. I was very, very happy for him. I was moved a little bit of emotion. You were as well. he himself was super emotional there, and it was really nice to see him get to do that and share it with his family that's here. His wife and his daughter is here as well. That was super awesome to see. And there's something I want to talk about with that too, because I have actually been in the spot that Zach Bivens has been in where you can't seem to get the monkey off your back, right? You know, you're a decent player, you're a talented player, you feel like you should be doing more. Your results are always right up against it, right? Like you're always close to making day 2. You're always close to making that top 8. You're always close to winning a trophy, whatever it is for you that is like, you know, that hurdle you can't get over. The first time you get through that hurdle, the first time you make it over is the hardest one. That is the hardest top 8 you'll ever make. It is the hardest day 2 you'll ever make. They become a little bit easier after that. You know, I've done this. I've been here. I've got the experience, right? And seeing that happen for Zach, I could expect the results from him from here on out, you know, the next couple of years as he does this, to go to the moon. I think Zach is going to be one of the best players in the world. I think he already is. Amazing deck builder, as you like to say. And not taking anything away from his opponent. John Britt played an amazing match. Is an amazing player himself. In fact, he's impressed me all weekend long, the matches that we've gotten to cover and that I've gotten to watch. But seeing this from Zach's side, you can't help but get a smile on your face.
Mm-hmm. I mean, just to echo that, Disney is about stories. Disney is about families. We're at Disneyland, where you see these fun moments, these family moments, these smiles everywhere, all over the parks. And here we got to watch Zach's wife and daughter in the front row. You know, his daughter running around watching dad on the big screen here win his match. And it was a really magical and special moment. So I just wanted to highlight that as well, because those things are happening here at the DLC. And I know across the country and across the world, we have people watching on stream, seeing their friends and family competing. And those moments are happening there too. So it's just a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, you see down at the bottom, we've got Sean Long and Scott Markson are going to be into the other quarterfinals here as well. Amber Steel versus Ruby Sapphire. I think that's going to be like the classic matchup coming out of this. You know, the two of the most played decks here this weekend. Going to be a lot of stress on those opening hands, a lot of stress on turns 1 and 2 from those players right there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a matchup that we know. It's been played for a while. And I think the conventional wisdom here is that Steel Song is not terribly great into this matchup, but it'll be interesting to see. I have not taken a look at which variant of Amber Steel this is, and we've even seen some weird hybrid builds, an aggro Amber Steel list running Whole New Worlds in some instance, and with some shift that'll let them play that Whole New World on turn 3. So this weird traditional Steel Song and aggro hybrid. So I'll be interested to see how that match goes, but it's going to be entertaining whichever way it goes. And a lot of diversity here, I will say, in the octofinals and in the quarterfinals as well. On this side of the bracket, multiple deck lists. We do see that we will have Amber Steel moving on to the semifinals just based on that matchup. But on the other side, we don't see what we've seen sometimes in other metas where we have 1 or 2 or 3 decks that just completely take over everything. But a lot of diversity here. So it's a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, I think these this top 8 and this top 16 are super well representative of Lorcana the way it is right now. I think somebody was tweeting about it the other day. They were like, they looked at the top 8 and it was like 8 different decks.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And during the LCQs, there were just different decks everywhere. And I think it's a very, very healthy metagame that we've got here right now. Yeah, there are some decks that take up a big portion of that metagame, but there's 5, 6, 7, 8 decks that are really playable and can win. And you're going to see some of these decks really surprise here this weekend. But I think it's about time that we start focusing on the match that we're going to be going down to here in just a moment.
Yeah, let's talk about, really quick before we go to the booth,
Sure.
I want to talk about this. There's one story I want to talk about, and that is the story of these 2 players. On the one hand, you have Zan Syed, probably, as you highlighted before, recognized as one of the best Lorcana players in the world. He works really hard at it, incredible deck builder. We've seen him perform again and again, and he's won a DLC. This is a player that everybody knows. On the other side, you have Mo Shamblin. He's a player from rural America, a player who came to one DLC on a whim. He and his wife purchased the ticket to DLC because it was their anniversary. It was going to be their first time away from their daughter, who had some significant health struggles in her life, and it was a gut check to go. They expected to play a little bit, then play in side events. Mo ends up qualifying at his one DLC, making it here, and here he is with a ticket to Worlds. And so you have kind of a David and Goliath story here. I love this narrative of going into this matchup. Both of these are fantastic players, and I can't wait to see them go at it.
My absolute favorite thing and storyline coming out of this is Mo Shamblin's registration of his deck online. He actually named his deck first place.
And he was the #1 seed.
Talk about calling your shot, Liam.
Right? Manifesting.
Absolutely. Well, enough talk about this match. I think it's about time that we head on down to the feature match area. I hear that the players are ready. let's see who's going to be taking home an extra golden Mickey here this weekend.
Absolutely. Now, this is going to be a tough match for Mo. Mo has teched his deck very low to the ground, and he was very specifically focused on control, making a bet that it was going to be a very heavy control meta, and he called it right.
I'm about to say good choice.
Absolutely. I think he played 3 or 4 Ruby Sapphire decks in his journey to get into the top cut, and navigated all of those matches very well because that's what he was predicting. His deck is low to the ground, and his game plan is to play a 1-drop on turn 1, 2 1-drops on turn 2, and to keep it going from there. He's also made some really interesting tech choices, bringing back in the evasive Pegasus, the Pegasus shift line. He has the evasive Sir Hiss on turn 2. We've seen that work out of the meta recently in favor of Bonsai and other higher lore characters. So making some really interesting choices. He also has, and it'll be relevant for this matchup, the 3-drop 2 lore Prince Philip with Ward, which is effective against targeted removal that Zan will run a lot of, being a steel build. So a very interesting deck. It's performed very well so far. But of course, one of the challenges for Emerald Amethyst is always steel. Steel presents a number of problems for a number of different reasons. One of them is the removal, and Zan running an Emerald Steel deck is going to have plenty of that removal to deal with Mo. There's another card that I want to mention in Zan's deck, and that is the Muses. Zan bet heavily on this card. I talked to him before the tournament, and he said the Muses does work, especially into decks like Amber Steel Aggro and Emerald Amethyst. It's a card that can control the board once the card draw gets going, and Zan has plenty of songs to sing in order to get those Muses to do some work and control his opponent. So the last thing I'll say is the seeding here is very important. Mo Shamblin being on the play in the first game is so important for him. So that first seed could really pay off here.
Yep, and 1-drops for both players here. Looks like we're going to be starting off with a Pegasus into a Diablo from Zan, answering the 1-drop here from Mo Shamblin. And we're going to take a look at Mo's hand. This is a pretty decent one here. We've got a Cursed Merfolk, Kit, Magic Broom, a Genie, and a Chernobog's Follower. So I almost did it again, Liam.
Yeah, you almost did. Interesting choices
The beginning
here.
of the day for me. I don't know what it is about the first matchup. There we go.
So let's take a look at what he did here, because Mo had a number of different 1-drops he could have chosen to play on turn 1. The conventional wisdom, I think, when you're on the play and you're taking the aggro line, is to play those Cursed Merfolk early. And try to get the maximum lore. But instead, Mo going with the evasive Pegasus. And that's because he knows Zan is going to likely play this 1-drop Diablo to get that shift set up on the board. And so that's a threat to remove the Pegasus. And he knows that it's going to be a trade that Zan is going to be happy to take, especially if he's going to be drawing extra cards with Diablo. So getting that evasive character on the board early will allow him to scoop up some lore quickly.
Also, it sets up a possible crab here into the Pegasus, taking out, maybe if the shift Diablo comes out pretty early, he needs to be able to trade there as well. Very good looking forward, Mo. And this is a play that you can pick up at home. You see that First Merfolk generally a better play on 1. Like you said, it lures for twice as much. But also, this is something that Mo's deck does a lot of, is a 1-drop on 1, 2 1-drops on 2.
That is his play every time.
Yeah. As you see the Chernobog's Followers and the Cursed Merfolk coming in behind here. Back over to Zan, already under a little pressure here. We can see this hand is pretty good from Zan here. See Hypnotize, a Dock.
Do we have the Diablo shift?
Yeah, I think we do. I think I see a Diablo in the back.
Yes, they
do. 2
do.
Diablos in the back, along with an Ursula, the double singing Ursula as well. So very powerful hand that Zan can have here and set up for a really powerful mid game. He's going to have to slow Mo down just a little bit here to get there, though.
That's true, but he is set up to do a bit of control here. He does have the multiple actions, and so he can set up the shift, and then by discarding an action, and then immediately sing Let the Storm Rage On to reduce the board by 1, draw another card, and get himself going. That's a line that this deck really loves to play.
And I wonder if Zan's going to choose for the Let the Storm Rage On. Like, obviously, the best target is Cursed Merfolk, right? Like, you don't want to you don't want to challenge into it to lose a card. You would take out the highest lore character, but maybe the Pegasus is a better choice because it could challenge down your Diablo, and you're worried about playing around something like one of those crabs that we've been talking about. So we'll see if Zan follows that line. I think this is something that we might see here this turn.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I think that's the consideration here. But there's another consideration Zan's thinking about. This is obviously the line that is the best, but a Cloud Kicker on turn 3 here after this shift is something that Mo would love to do, to send 2 characters, that stacked character, back to his hand. So he's thinking about the plays that Mo could play in response here.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and challenge down the Pegasus on the other side and go ahead and play a Dock here. Here's a play that you have to be willing to make in these decks. I've learned from testing that in Green Steel and Amber Steel, sometimes you just need to play a Dock on 2 just to get the other character in play, or to set up something like your 7 Dwarves Mine later if you have that card. Your deck list, obviously, Zan does not, but it's something that, you don't have to have this card draw 2 cards all the time. I mean, that's the best way to play it, obviously, but you see some of the better players just sometimes run it out there, and Zan wants to make sure that he uses all of his ink every turn curves out really well. There's that play you were talking about. That Kit's going to come in, return both those Diablos to Zan's hand. So a lot of development taking away from Zan here. 2 cards put back into his hand. He already used one of his actions to make that happen.
Yeah, so this is an interesting play. I mean, I think this is the right call. Get that Diablo off the board. That card advantage is so huge that Diablo is threatening. But Mo is one of the things Mo's thinking about is he has limited Cloud Kickers, and in this deck, there's just not a lot of control and removal options. Kit is one of them. Now, Mo knows, he's looked at Zan's deck list, he's very familiar with it. He knows that Zan is running those Ursula Deceiver of Alls. That's another incredibly threatening card, and if left unchecked, that card can take over the game. So having used that Kit here, at the moment, it's not available to remove that Ursula should Zan play it here, which is something he may be looking to do.
I love the phrase Mo knows. Any of us 40-year-olds, so you could harken back to a phrase from our childhood. It might remind you of it quite a bit there. Looks like that Doc is going to challenge into the Cursed Merfolk. Diablo is going to get discarded here, and now this is a very scary card for Mo Shamblin to play Ursula, Deceiver of All. This is really, really scary if Zane gets to go back to his turn with this in play.
I mean, one thing I want to note, there is another Diablo in hand. I want to make a note for the casual players out there. Zan has made a choice here to play with some signed cards, which is something that, you're allowed to do. Zan has another unsigned Diablo in hand, and so when Zan chose to discard a card to the Cursed Merfolk, he made a choice to discard the one that Mo knew he had. Okay, this other one is signed, but the signature does
The loop is bigger. It is a little different.
That is true.
So.
The signature adds some variety, which allows you to differentiate those cards. So when Zan chose to discard a card, he chose to discard the one that was in play. Therefore, Mo wouldn't have that information that there was a second one in hand.
Yeah, really great play for Mo here. He's going to play with Ursula, just Deceiver, to take away a song from Zan, generally trying to keep away from having the Deceiver of All have too much value. Luckily for Zan, though, he's got an extra copy of Let the Storm Rage on his hand, so Mo knows that he's about to get hit twice.
A lot of rage from Ursula there.
Mo knows.
Mo knows. But still, not a bad pick. I mean, it's an uninkable card, but it's a card that would have allowed him having one is better than him having two. So Mo timing that perfectly, but yeah, unlucky that there's a second one there.
We see an Olaf added here from Mo. Cards that have kind of made their way in here. When you see a lot of decks playing Let the Storm Rage on, you think you're going to be playing against these cards quite a bit. You could see red, purple, and green, purple generally go to cards like Olaf as a small hedge against decks like that. Also, trades pretty well with some of these 1s and 2 drops that a lot of these decks are playing. A lot of 2-1s and 1-1s out there right now.
That's very true. There's cards like Happy running around 2-1s, but I'm willing to bet that you're exactly right, Tannen. If I was a betting man, I would say that Olaf is in there as a hedge against the second turn Let the Storm Rage on with that 1-3 stat line.
Speaking of that is 2 Let the Storm Rage on. It's going to take care of that Kit. Make sure 2 damage left over on the Ursula. 2 cards drawn for Zan here. He is way ahead in resources this game, a little behind in lore, but this is manageable for him. It's only 5-0. He's got some characters that are going to be staying on the board here. His are a little bit more valuable in utility, while Mo's are a little bit generally more valuable in lore. So that's where the real race is going on between these two.
But and look at we'll mention the 1-3 stat line again, because there are certain stat lines at certain points in the game at certain costs that really set cards apart. And in the early game on turns 1 and 2, having a 3 in the willpower line with cards like Let the Storm Rage on, Grab Your Sword, others out there that do 2 damage, it's so impactful. And it's the difference here between Mo having 1 and 2 characters on the board. So if Olaf was a slightly less statted character, then Mo would be sitting there with 1 character on the board instead of 2, which is actually a huge difference.
Yeah, we see Zan a little bit Ursula flooded here. Plays the second one, uses the third one. Ink passes over to Mo. Mo uses Magic Broom to add to his ink, and that's going to put this amazing 4-drop that we've seen all weekend long, Genie, into play and draw an extra card for him as well. This is a nice card for Mo here. No evasive threats over on Zan's side just yet. No real clean ways to answer it. So it's a way for him to get a lot of lore over the next couple turns and get an extra card for him this turn as well. Back over to Zan. Let's see how he wants to answer
this.
Is
it a song? Oh, it's not a song. Good thing for Mo. Yeah, it's so intimidating staring at 2 Deceiver of Alls. There's so many things that could happen.
Yeah, if like say Strength of a Raging Fire came off the top there for Zan, I think this game might have actually just ended this turn.
Yeah, and Mo has to be thinking too about Zan drawing into a Sudden Chill or some sort of a song that can be double slang there, because
practically any of them, right? They're all so scary.
Yeah, they are. But so thinking about his hand now, drawing cards is nice, but if he leaves 1 or 2 cards in hand, a Sudden Chill being sung could be devastating.
All right, so Zan going to get a little bit of information. See these last 2 cards from him. Diablo is the play. First Merfolk and a Kit. One of the only ways that Mo can interact. Very few ways to interact, but this Kit is one of those.
But having that extra Deceiver Ball as an insurance policy, I mean, if there's only one in play, the obvious play is to bounce that one, send it back. But with two in play, I mean, you still have one of those threats there.
Yeah, you can't deny that resource from Zan. And Zan's going to go ahead and pick off that Ursula, finishing it off there with the Doc. Both of the other Ursulas are going to take care of this Olaf. Zan showing a lot of board control here. And I've got to say, Zan firmly in the driver's seat now, even with the 7-1 lure deficit. Yeah, I talked about if a song came off the game might have ended right here this turn. The game might be, I mean, not over, but a little out of reach already this turn. This is a huge turn from Zan.
Yeah, this is a challenge. And there's not a lot of, there's no wide removal in these colors right now for Mo. There are some control options that are available. I mean, in Elsa right now, you could play that. If the ink's there, but the ink's there to play it if we ink this turn. So there are some things you can do to start to get a hail into the board. I think an Elsa would be a nice draw here, but there's just a lot out there, and it's only a matter of time before Zan draws into a song. And right now, even a sudden chill where it was threatening before without the Prince John on the board, having the Prince John on the board makes things even worse.
Yeah, Zan's deck's really good at making sure the gas keeps coming, making sure that these cards either replace themselves, they get a lot of extra value, a lot of incidental card draw in Zan's deck with Doc, Prince John, let the Storm Rage on, all that kind of stuff. GD's going to go ahead and challenge into one of these Ursulas. So far, so good for Mo here. It's going to go ahead and bounce the other. So now Zan doesn't have that available if he does draw another song off the top here. So decent turn for Mo here. He's going to make some inward plays on Zan's board and then develop that kit behind it and that Curse Merfolk. Back over to Zan. He's going to ready up. Last card for turn.
I think it's a very good turn for Mo there. Get rid of those threats.
I mean, denying Zan, or like, you know, some of this song top decks being game ending, I think is huge for Mo here.
But Zan being able to develop last turn that Prince John is potentially a big deal. It's going to sit there for a while, but mark my words, if it sits there for long enough, we're going to see that pay off and be really impactful in later turns.
Ink from Zan here. It looks like it's going to be that Revolve back Ursula and that Curse Merfolk. Diablo still looming in Zan's hand. Hasn't really redeployed it since early game. I think there was a Smee left over as well.
Yeah, and we've seen a shift in the game here. You know, at some point when you're in the control role, when you're on the draw, you have to find that moment where you're shifting from control into the beatdown role and starting to be aggressive when you can take over the game. I think we're going to see that happen here, and we actually saw it last turn where Mo was forced from questing into starting to deal with threats and trying to control Zan's side of the board. So we've definitely seen a shift here, and Mo, we've seen the tempo move from him being the aggro player to him having to respond to Zan's side of the board.
Zan is going to get a lure for his troubles here. He's going to go ahead and quest up with the Doc, considering if he wants to quest anything else. Looks like a no. Pass back over to Mo. He'll get his lure when he can. Doc has really done his job. He doesn't mind if he loses here, though. It is a good target for the Muses late game. You can bounce your own Doc, get some card advantage that way. Don't think that's what Zan's really planning for here. No Muses to be seen, and he's got cards left over, so don't think he's really worried about that just yet.
Yeah, one thing I want to note about Zan, we've obviously seen a lot of his games. Zan is one of the most patient players that I've ever seen. He's very content to wait, let his board develop, and build up momentum. That's one of the ways, I think that's the best way I would describe Zan, is he builds momentum throughout the game. And you can see him building this engine on the board where he's getting the pieces in place for potentially devastating plays next turn. For example, as we've mentioned before, drawing into a sudden chill or something like that, which will net him 2 cards and force Mo into top deck mode.
Yep, Mo going to quest up for 5 here. 5 more lore added to him. He's on the way up to 12 here. After playing that Ursula, he's going to follow that with a go-go.
Oh, what a shift. I maybe spoke too soon about the shift from control to aggro. Mo dropping that Curse Merfolk on the board, pushing up a little bit higher. There's another way I like to describe these, particularly Emerald Amethyst decks, but it really applies to most of the Amethyst shells, I think, except Ruby. And I describe them as 2-phase games, where in the first phase of the game, you have to push the lore, your lore total to 10 or higher, I would say. Try to get in the 10 to 12 range. And then at some point, if your opponent's playing a more control-y deck, and Zan's not playing a control deck per se, but it has more control with the steal there than than Mo does, you have to expect that your opponent could gain control of the board. And for sure, if Zan draws into a couple that Storm Rage on or other removal options that Ursula can sing, it would shift quickly. And so once Mo gets to 12, 13, 14 lore, he can move to the second phase of the game, which is draw cards with Rabbit, draw cards with Genie, try to find that instant lore with White Rose, with the Goat that he could bounce in return and close out the game that way. And then you can also play, in this set, some devastating high lore plays with Go-Go, Tamago, who can enter play and get you, lore for damage counters.
Yeah, back to Zan Syed. He's going to go ahead and develop that Diablo, bring that Calhoun in. This means that no cards are left over to Zan, so he's going to be able to challenge into this Cursed Mofolk, not have to discard a card. You have to do the best he can to take care of everything. It looks like he's going to go ahead and challenge this kit, the Ursula, leaving behind the Ursula here. That's a good challenge. If Zan wants to do it, he does. Can't challenge the Genie down just yet, but that Diablo is looming large in that aspect. Lore total is getting a little bit out of hand. Like you said, though, Mo is up to 12. It is showing 4 more, and then there's a lot of top decks, like you said, that get you a lot of lore very quickly. And I like this from Zan as well. He's going to start loring up himself, because this, I think, is a problem that I had in my game early, where I didn't realize I can be questing here because my opponent doesn't want to be challenging. And if they do challenge, that's good for me. That means they're not questing. Back over to Mo.
Yeah.
Top deck can be pretty impactful for him, very important.
The math starts to become really important here. I did talk about that shift from control to beatdown. And Zan is, with the number of cards on the board, 2 turns away from winning the game here. A lot of lore there, and keep in mind that Calhoun represents another lore if she challenges into a vulnerable character.
Yeah, it's definitely something Mo has to think about here. He doesn't want to challenge. Get challenged by Calhoun maybe too much. Genie's going to go ahead and quest up. Same thing with his other evasive, that Go-Go Tamago.
Yep, 2 evasive challenging, and that Ursula, I'm willing to bet that Calhoun is the one thing giving him pause right now, trying to figure out if he can afford giving Zan that extra 1 lore in order to get him 1 lore closer to victory.
Yeah, I think you see Mo's doing a lot of creative accounting here, doing a lot of math, taking a look at the lore.
He can
I'm at 15, you're at 7. He's going to do some math on Zan's side. How much do you have?
He could also balance it out. I mean, if Ursula challenges into a Merfolk or perhaps removes that Ursula, that removes another lore from Zan's side of the board, or potentially 2, which kind of evens out that lore that he'd gain from Calhoun. So doing some math, trying to figure it out. Of course, the other thing to think about here, let's see.
He's got a good challenge here, too, if he wants, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and take the lore.
Yeah, so the thing to think about, Mo knows he's...
Oh, here we go. This is actually pretty
Oh.
big here. So Matafox is going to bounce the Go-Go, and if that's still in his hand next turn, he might be able to get a huge lore burst from this.
Yeah, so here's an interesting decision, because now those damage counters on Zan's side of the board are vulnerabilities. Zan knows that Go-Go is back there, so that Ursula with 2 damage counters, fortunately for Zan, there's a target that he can run that Ursula into in order to remove it from the board. And so that is a play that is available. But that lore on dock now represents 1 lore that Mo is guaranteed on his turn. So Mo, with that Go-Go in hand, has the game with what he has on the board and in hand. Now, of course, there's multiple characters that Zan, or there's at least 1 character that Zan can remove here, and actually 2, because the Diablo can challenge into the Genie.
Zan rubbing his hands together here, looking for a good top deck. He realizes how close this game actually is. He's way up on characters right now, way up on quest on board, but way behind in the game.
All right, so the Calhoun we're indicating that the Calhoun's going to challenge that Ursula. That's not the final decision. This is what players do sometimes as they're thinking through things to make notes to themselves.
I need to see it myself. I'm a lot like this too. I'm a very visual learner.
Exactly. So Zan indicating here that he's thinking about challenging it at Ursula with the Calhoun, get that 2 lore there, and then doing the math. Zan wants to be in a position where he can threaten game on the board next turn, and so he's trying to figure out, what he needs to do, how he can challenge in and remove those threats from Mo's side of the board while leaving him enough to win and forcing Mo into a react roll. But one thing I will note is that Ursula there with those 2 damage counters, keep an eye on it, because if it stays on the board, that is 2 lore, and that's something that he has to think about.
Yeah, maybe that's one of the reasons you saw Mo not challenge with his Madam Mim, is he wanted to make sure that Zan didn't have any easy ways to run multiple characters into the Fox, so that there wouldn't be damage counters still left over on Zan's side of the board. He wants to make it harder for Zan to do that and have the option. So, all right, it does look like Diablo is going to trade with the Genie. Genie down, finally. Calhoun's going to go ahead and pick off this Ursula. That's going to get 2 lore for Zan. Going to speed up quite a bit here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7 added for Zane. That's going to put him up to 14, I believe. Maybe I didn't get the other 2 in as well, so that might be a little higher.
So, and why Zan doesn't care about those 2 damage counters in this moment is he has put game on the board, but Mo, if he devotes 4 resources, 4 ink to that go-go, and he gets the 1 lore off the Fox, puts him at 19. There's not enough ink here to play a goat and a go-go in the same turn, or a white rose and a go-go in the same turn. So Zan knows that Mo's basically capped on that go-go at 2 with the 1 on the board. So it's really not much of a gamble because there aren't enough resources there. If Mo had 7 ink in play, it'd be a completely different story, and that decision would have been very different.
Yeah, do you see some of the changes that Zan has made to this deck since his time in Las Vegas when he was the winner? That deck did not quest super well. Only had maybe a couple characters that could quest for more than 1. Now you see the Curse Merfolks in here are a little bit more 1-drops, a little bit more of an aggressive tint to this deck. I like these changes that Zan has made, and it looks to be doing pretty well for him here this weekend in this spot, as it looks like he might have just locked up this game 1. See a little bit of the head shake from Mo there. In a really tough spot. He's like, yep, that's going to be it. We're going to go ahead into the next game.
Yeah, what a game. I mean, man, there was none of those big moments we saw where things swang, but this is going to be that type of matchup. The Emerald Amethyst deck is going to look to collect 1, 2, 3, 4 lore turn. In the early game, 5, 6 lore turn, but eventually it slows down. You get a couple lore each turn, try to get closer to victory. Use some of your reach cards like Go-Go and Goat or Goat Bounces to kind of close out that game. On the other side, the Emerald Steel deck, because it has there's high impact plays that deck can make. For example, Ursula Deceiver of All, when she sticks, double singing a song, which can swing the game very quickly. We saw Zan just slowly over the game take it over, build up that lore on the board, and then close out in a couple turns. Great matchup, and it was really a knife's edge there at the end.
Yeah, really good one from both these players. Well played. I got to go back to what you're saying about Zan. I like to call him methodical in the way they play, especially when there's no clock like we have right now. There's no reason to rush. You got to play a little bit faster, right? When you have a clock. Early in the tournament, we have a time limit. You have to play within that time, and Zan can definitely do that. But when he gets a little bit extra time, you'll see Zan, hey, I'm going to take this extra minute. I'm going to make sure all my plays are correct. And, we talked about this. He's one of the best players in the actual world. So he's really going to get the choice right when you give him that little bit of extra time. Let's see if he gets the choice right here in game 2. It sounds like the players are ready. We can move on back down to the feature match area and see if we've got Zan moving into the next round or if Mo can even this up.
Yeah, so we talked earlier about how important the seeding is in here. This Emerald Amethyst deck is it's so much better on the play into this matchup, and it's so much better in general. Mo has built this deck to be fast, and so being on the play is important. Zan there took that game on the draw. So Mo will be on the play again, but that's so important to get that draw win. And so now to win this matchup, let's say Mo takes game 2, and we go into a game 3, Mo is going to have to win a game on the draw, which is going to be a challenge. Yeah,
we usually refer to this as breaking serve. Anybody who's in a we're actually going to bring it back to the booth here just for a second while they finish up their shuffling here. And it's so impactful in a best of 3. You're going to probably have to win a game on the draw in a lot of your matches. You're not always going to have to go, to be the first player in game 1, and that is an advantage. And a lot of the best of 3 matches are the player who went first in game 1 wins game 1 and wins game 3, and loses a very close game 2. That's a very common thing that happens. These players are so good; they're going to find ways through. They're going to find ways to break serve. They're going to find ways to win on the draw. And if Mo wants to advance in this round, he's going to have to find a way to do that in game 3 if he wins here in game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And man, I could watch this matchup all day. The Emerald Amethyst is one of my passionate colors, so I'm really excited to see this. But
I'm a green steel guy, so this is nice that we get to kind of go head to head here.
That's true. And I think we're sitting on the appropriate. Well, no, we're not. And the camera is sitting, but
here
we're sitting on appropriate size.
It gets inverted, so.
That's
but
right.
I'm actually wearing the green steel today. I don't know if you noticed.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
All right.
Might have thought about it ahead of time.
No. But one of the challenges I would say, again, for the Emerald Amethyst deck, and I highlighted before, is these colors just naturally don't have a lot of removal. There are some bounce effects which send things back to their opponent's hand, which is great, but unfortunately those threats are going to be there next turn. The Cloud Kickers are 1. And then once you get to turn 5, the Elsas were such a huge, huge benefit for this color because it gave you a way to exert ready characters on your opponent's side of the board and gave you another removal option. But prior to getting to turn 5 and spending a whole turn developing that Elsa and leveraging it, on the turn it's played, there's really not a lot of good options.
For real this time, looks like the players are actually ready. We got a little overzealous with them there, but we're just so anxious to watch some more great
I'm just excited.
Lorcana play.
We get to see
Liam, we're all excited. We're right there with you,
I
buddy.
know. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to contain mine. You're bubbling with it. I think somewhere in between us is probably ideal.
Aaron tells me I need to find a better word because I say that too much on stream.
But you are just excited.
I know it's the best word to describe my emotions right now.
She is your better half, though. So you probably should listen to her.
All right, so we're getting a good look at their hands here. Now, Zan over there is sitting, I'll take a look at his hand this game. He's got those Ursula Deceivers. One thing I'll note, not terribly beneficial in this matchup. In fact, I don't think Mo is running any songs. I don't think he's running anything that's not a character. In fact, I can verify he's not. So Ursula Deceiver, not terribly impactful in this matchup. So Zan's happy to send those away. In fact, probably happy to send those to the bottom of his deck right off the bat. Get those out of there.
You may remember me talking about that card early in day 2. We talked about Smee, probably the best 2-drop in the game, right? Ursula, the 2-drop Ursula, very, very close in my opinion. The effect that it has on a game when you get to have it is when it's good, that card can be game-breaking and game-winning. We saw a lot of back-breaking Ursulas on turn 2. We saw a lot of them on turn 6 or 7 right before Be Prepared, taken away from the players. Back when, the days where the red-blue decks were playing, 3 to 4 copies to Be Prepared, it was a game-breaking play. The effect that it has is not a very common effect in this game. But that's a good thing about this card is the fact that, hey, you don't need it. You can just throw it away, or you can use it as ink in this game as well, too. That is an inkable. That's another reason that makes the card so dang good. And you see Zan being able to mulligan away or get reshape away one of the best 2-drops in the entire game.
That's true. Now, on the other side, it's a very different story. I didn't get to look at what Mo was sending away from his hand, but one of the things he's looking for is that Ursula Deceiver on turn 2, because he desperately wants to prevent that turn 3 Let the Storm Rage On that Zan is happy to play with the Shift Diablo. The other card that Mo's looking for, we highlighted already, is Kit Cloud Kicker. So Mo would be very happy this turn with a turn 1 play. He'd love to have the option to play that turn 2 Deceiver, and then turn 3 have that kit available to get rid of the early game Diablo or Ursula Deceiver of All, which represents a huge threat on the board.
Turn 1 Curse Merfolk for Mo Champlin here. This is the way that he can get out ahead quite fast. We're going to see what that hand is. You said you didn't get to see what he got rid of. Well, here's what he kept from Mo here. Zan's going to see a hand of quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah, and so, I mean, we have a 2-drop there with Go-Go, not the ideal 2-drop in this scenario. A lot of Tiberius Work is a valuable card, but not when you necessarily want your opening hand. You want to see that much later. It is uninkable. You do have the Shift Pegasus there, but you don't have the Shift Target. That would have been a great turn 3 play if the baby kit was available. So a bit of an awkward hand because now Mo is going to be forced, unless he draws a 1-drop, into just playing that Diablo on turn 2 or perhaps developing that Go-Go, which is probably what he's going to do to answer that Diablo shift.
I was just about to say, I think a 1-drop off the top is really what Mo is looking for here, but not to be found. It does look like the Pegasus, the big one, is going to make its way into the Inkwell. It's probably going to be followed up with this Go-Go.
The problem with the Go-Go, you'd love to play it, but to answer that Diablo, but if that Diablo is played and then sings Let the Storm Rage On, it's going to target that Go-Go and leave it there, ready to roll. So
Zan has that. I don't think I see either one of those cards in Zan's hand, fortunately for Mo here.
I don't either. I will talk about Hidden Cove there too. I do see a Hidden Cove in there. I talked about one of the removal options for Mo is that kit, which cares about the strength of your character. We've seen this already this tournament, and it's become pretty popular to put that Hidden Cove out there. You can slide over Diablo or Deceiver of All or any of those 2-strength characters and make them immune to that kit bounce.
It does look like that's actually going to be what the play is here. Zan is going to play the Cove, move Diablo over to the Cove. And I kind of like this because this allows them not only to challenge into the Curse Merfolk, get rid of a card here from that trigger, but it doesn't give the free challenge back to Mo from the Go-Go Diablo. Now if Mo wants to challenge into this Diablo, it's going to be a trade here instead of a straight pickoff.
Right. Really fantastic card here. Zan's made maximum use of his resources, and let's say he does draw that Diablo off the top deck. Now again, it is not targetable by that Cloud Kicker.
And locations can kind of be a problem sometimes for these green purple decks, right? You don't want to be utilizing your characters to challenge into them because it'll usually take you multiple turns, multiple attacks, multiple challenges from some of these cards, and that gives up so much lore in a matchup where you're in a lore race, right? I do see a Fox in Mo's hand though. That is something that can do a lot of damage quickly to a Hidden Cove that can possibly take that down, though he would be having to give up some of his development here this game. Let's see how Mo wants to play this. It does look like it's going to, I will say, be a challenge into the Hidden Cove. There we go. Gets 2 damage on it. Now a Fox can pick this off. I don't know if he wants to do it this turn or next. White Rose in. It does look like it's just going to be the Fox now. Go Tamago added back to Mo's hand. Fox with 4 strength here. Going to be able to take out that Hidden Cove. Or he's just going to go ahead and take out the Diablo. I kind of like this too as well.
Get rid of that shift target and make sure that we can't develop that this turn.
Then left with this Hidden Cove. No lore from that. Oh, that's an interesting pickup from Zan here. Let the Storm Rage on.
It's a nice card that Zan doesn't mind having available. Obviously, nothing on board to sing it right now, and you don't want to necessarily spend your whole turn. But that being said, Mo has the one character on board. You remove that, the board's clear. It's not a terrible position, but I think Zan would rather develop the board here.
Yeah, I think he's got two real options. He's got to let it go, like you said, to keep that, or he could develop the Ursula Deceiver of All and set up to possibly have a big sing turn. He's also got Hypnotize here as well if he wants to go along those lines, but it looks like it's headed to the ink here. So let's see how Zan wants to play. So we've talked about how patient he can be, and it does look like he's going to go ahead and go the route of keeping around the Hidden Cove and keeping the board clean away from Mo. Zan kind of leaning into the inevitability of his deck being better in the late game, I think.
Absolutely. This is his patience I talk about from Zan. I think there are a lot of players who would want to develop, who might be tempted to develop that Ursula and get maximum value out of that Let the Storm Rage on. But Zan is a methodical player, very cautious, and I think he tends to being on the more conservative side in some of these matchups, which serves him well because you watch him slowly over time take over the game.
Zan is inevitable.
Zan is inevitable.
Look at that Go-Go has made its way into the ink here. The White Rose behind here from Mo. This 3/3 comes along with a lore when you play it. Going to move Mo up to 3, and he's going to go ahead and use all of his ink this turn. Finish it out with a Diablo of his own. Back over to Zan. We haven't seen any crabs yet from Mo here, and that could be something that could be really impactful as this game goes on.
Zan here thinking about what to develop. He has several good options on his hand. You get that Deceiver of All in play, which can double sing songs. Zan with nothing in hand to use right now, or to play with the Deceiver of All, but something he could drop. You also have the Muses there, and the Muses, I think, is one of the key cards in this matchup for Zan. It's a card that he's likely looking for because Mo does have a lot of low-to-the-ground, high-lore characters, and Zan has plenty of songs that he can use to start bouncing things around. So it does have Ward, so even though it is 2 strength, Cloud Kicker cannot choose it in order to send it back to Zan's hand. It's a card that can sit around on the board for a while and cause mischief.
Yeah, and Zan's going to take his time here, like we said. He's going to really think this out, but I like having a chance to develop the Muses. You're not super far behind here just yet. It's 3-0 on the lore. Muses is, I think, your highest priority card and one of your highest upside cards from here. Like you said, it's got Ward. It can't be interacted with from Mo. Can't be challenged down. And then Zan can kind of lock Mo out of a lot of spots as the game goes on from the spot. If you were to draw some songs from here, Muses could have a huge impact on this game and keeping Mo kind of having to make sure that he plays enough characters like the White Rose that can't be bounced, and that's going to put a lot of strain on his hand to be good against the Muses, which can be very difficult from his deck. As you see, I think it's like half his characters or more are definitely susceptible to Muses.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Mo going wide here. I think he top decked that Pegasus, which gave him allowed him to make maximum use of his ink. Now 4 characters on the board. That Lao Tiberius Bork is an interesting card. It can give a character reckless upon entering play or forcing it to challenge. Of course, he can't choose the Muses there, so no legal target for that Rourke, so it'll just come into play. But Rourke does have an ability that says whenever one of your characters is banished, then your opponent loses 1 lore. So in a game where there's a lore race, it can have a huge impact. Here, of course, Zan, without any lore, it won't have that effect, but it does represent a 4 willpower character on the board, and Mo just trying to develop characters at this point to try to push his lore total higher.
Yeah, Zan might not even be in any kind of rush to add lore to his lore total here for the next turn or 2 before he can deal with that card or do something to it. Luckily for him, though, need 2 strength on that Lyle. It does set up pretty well if he has a song here. See if Zan has one or not. How he wants to play out this turn. Getting to the point where Zan's going to start playing multiple cards a turn a lot of the time during the game. Once he gets up to 5, 6 ink, he'll probably stop inking at some point here. The fact that he's just going to be playing most of the cards that he draws because he doesn't really need much more ink from his deck. Yeah, I was going to say this is going to be maybe one of the last ones that Ursula making it into the ink. There's a Pete from Zan. This is just a 3/3 in this matchup. He's going to back it up with Smee, 2 very powerful, very beefy characters. So Zan may be looking to get some good challenges in here on the next turn or 2. He's still got that Cove sitting around as well to possibly really make these beefy in this matchup.
Yeah, Zan choosing to develop the board here. Pete is a card that will have no impact on Mo this game with there being no actions in Mo's deck. But Pete does 2 things. One, you do get a higher statted character on the board with 3 strength, able to deal with some of the things on Mo's side of the board. The other thing, though, is a 3-cost singer. So there's plenty of songs that Zan could draw into that he can use, leverage Pete to sing, to then activate the Muses. The last thing you want to do is make the Muses vulnerable to a challenge if you can avoid it, because that's going to be one of your key control cards from this moving forward. So with 3 costs, Let the Storm Rage on can be sung by Pete, and the Muses can leverage it, getting you maximum value out of that card.
Not to mention getting a couple of these 3/3s in here. It's something that can challenge down the White Rose here. Since Zan not going to be able to be, that's one of the only characters that Mo has that can't be bounced by the Muses. So it's going to give him at least an outlet to get that off the board and then maybe start making inroads on a lot of these other characters that Mo has here. Oh, considering maybe putting this Wild type Aerius Rourke harm's way. He's going to go ahead. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and add another lore here. He's going to try to get out to a big lead here from Zan and really press this advantage. Going wide is a way that he can do this. That go-go Tamago right back into play.
That's what he has to do. In this matchup, inevitability is with Zan. One thing I do want to mention with these Emerald Steel decks is, one thing I'll mention right up front is Zan has built this deck to be more aggressive. In fact, I think he's referred to this build as like a green steel aggro build. So it's not quite as controlly as the list that we saw him build in Vegas. But one of the ways that these decks win in the long game is overwhelming your opponent with resources. This deck has multiple ways, including Prince John, including Unchecked Diablos, to draw a lot of cards. And in fact, anybody who watched that, I know Tan and you remember this, Zan's sitting with a hand that was bigger than his deck, or pretty close to it, because he had like 20 or 25 cards in there.
He just locked his opponent out of the game. Yeah,
right.
It was so wild, yeah.
And so that engine will happen eventually because Prince John has Ward. You know, there's only so many answers for Diablo. So the longer this game goes on, the more opportunity Zan's going to have to build that resource engine and to overwhelm Mo. The Mo has got to keep pushing the lore total higher by 1 or 2 or 3 a turn if he wants a chance to win this game.
Zan using Hypnotize there to get the last card out of Mo's hand, added another one to his. I did not get a good look at it just yet, but Zan still has a few resources in his hand. Mo's going to be playing off the top of his deck here for the rest of the game. Zan's still at 0 lore here, going up to 6. Zan's about to start making inroads on this board, I believe. Oh, so let's see, how does he want to start challenging here?
One card I'll talk about is Diablo. That 0-1 Diablo seems like a pretty innocuous card, but in a lot of these Amethyst decks, particularly the mid-range decks or the aggro decks, it is such an impactful card. It always replaces itself. It's very cheap. You know, Mo with an empty hand right now is going to be happy to draw a card off that, but it represents a lure every turn unless Zan deals with it.
Here we have the Muses singing I'm Still Here. It's going to give one of his characters resist 2 until the start of the next turn. It's also going to draw a card for Zan here as well. Muses is still, trigger still in the stack. Going to return one of these characters. Looks like it's going to be the Lyle. Not only for the ability, but it's one of the more expensive characters that Mo can have. So it's going to take up a large portion of his turn.
It is expensive. It's also uninkable, and so it reduces the options that Mo has available in his turn.
So the resist went onto the Smee. The Smee went into the White Rose. Smee only takes 1 damage from that, and then will not take damage at the end of the turn because of that resist 2. So the Smee is going to get to sit around just a little bit. That is a huge turn from Zaner. The Muses is in harm's way here. If there were something like a Merlin Crab from Mo, he can maybe pick off the Muses. This might be one of these only shots at doing so too. So.
The Mo did draw a card off that Diablo, so now we went from a hand of 0 to a hand of 3 this turn.
Yeah, only 3 strengths on Mo's side of the board. Muses with 4 willpower. That is a big, important number. Remember that Smee also still has resist 2 here until Zan's next turn. Looks like Lyle. Okay, he's going to give Reckless to the Smee. Going to follow that with the followers. And quest up for 2 here. He's going to be 8-0 still. But Zan's going to be feeling a lot better about this board than he was last turn.
That is true, but Mo's sitting there with 2 evasive characters. Zan has to draw some sort of removal or an evasive character in his own to deal with those. Otherwise, they're just going to get 2 lure turn with impunity.
Yeah, the songs will help out a little bit here, too. Be able to pick one off, maybe bounce one of the other ones to the hand. So it looks like they'll start out with a Prince John. Is this a discard? It is.
Oh.
It's a Hypnotize. This is going to get the last card out of Mo's hand, and it's going to draw 2 cards for Zan here. If there's another song behind this,
big swing.
Everything might come crumbling down for Mo here.
As a big swing.
I think the number 1 question is here, did you draw a song?
A song at this
that
point
you can sing, because you can't draw Bruno. But
that is true. That is true. Now, Bruno, I don't think is being run on this list.
Yeah, he's not even playing that anymore. I apologize.
But no.
Yeah.
And actually, Bruno's interesting. I think it's fallen out of favor with a lot of these decks, this meta, for a variety of reasons. Very popular early on. Some people are still running it, but it's not as popular as was last set.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do, if you look at Zan's lists now, since they are public, we can talk about this. The 5 drops are gone. You know, we don't have Sad Beast in here anymore. That card can't be sung as well as it used to. We're not playing Morph anymore. We don't have that kind of like, oh, he did draw a song, and that is going to be devastating for Mo here. Strength of a Raging Fire, able to take care of any of the characters here on Mo's side of the board. Zan kind of...
This is an interesting decision. I think you'd like to get rid of, you'd like to get rid of those evasive characters. Obviously, they're pesky, and you need to find an answer to it. But that Lyle is also problematic. And then the Chernobog's followers represent a card. And in a game where Mo is top decking every turn, getting that extra card to draw into answers is helpful. So there's a lot of good options here, but it looks like the Rourke was the answer.
Yes, strength targeting that Rourke. Where is the Muse's ability going to go here? This turn might be securing Zan another golden Mickey here, starting to pull pretty far ahead on the board. Like we said, the lore lead is 8-0 for Mo here, but when Zan wins the game, he's just going to have a stranglehold in this matchup a lot of times, and you can see where this is happening. And yeah, I kind of like this pick here. Go ahead and pick up the Pegasus. It only costs you 1 ink, but it's something that Zan can't really challenge right now. Might not want to pick up Tamago here because there's going to be 2 damage on the Smee at the end of the turn. You don't want to give away that much extra lore to Mo if you don't have to.
That is true. And it's a great point. And Tamago is more expensive. The other consideration here perhaps is there is the Shift Pegasus in this deck. And, shifting that evasive character and questing for 2 lore, that would swing a little bit closer to victory. So it's another possibility that's removed is that immediate quest with a Shift Pegasus.
So it looks like Zan is going to quest up here with the Muses as well. Very okay with putting them in harm's way with the boards that Mo has. No challenge with the Smee there. Definitely keeping that damage total down low. The Shmee maybe getting a better spot for it later. Mo here's going to quest with the followers. I like this start because they're going to be drawing an extra card here.
Draw that card first, get perfect information.
Yeah, I think he goes up to 9 here, or was he at 7 to start this turn? Anyway, we'll get that update as soon as we possibly can. Mo kind of nod his head. Maybe found a good one here.
The
go-go left over Mo. He's seen his board decimated by this very impactful mid-game that Zan has been able to construct both of these games in this match.
You're
seeing why Zan's deck is so good in these spots. Looks like this is going to be a quest for Mo.
Go to 10.
I saw the nod earlier, but this shake of the head makes me feel like Mo feels like he's in the hot seat now here.
He definitely is. Okay, so here's what we have. We have the Deceiver, we have the Pegasus. We can play both those, and we have a Fox. Interesting choices here because you could you could play the Fox and challenge those Muses, get rid of that problematic character, or you could take the more aggressive route, take a look at your opponent's hand, get 2 characters on the board, and start to push your lore total a bit higher. It's a gamble here, though. In one, you're kind of choosing the race and hoping that your opponent top decks things that are not super helpful. But here we're going to go, and this is another interesting choice because it gives him information, it shows him what's there. Now he has the choice, if he wants to ink the Pegasus and play the Fox, bounce the Go-Go, or you could develop the Pegasus. Now, we say that this is a tough position for Mo. Zan does have some draws that are not super impactful. Drawing Pete's are fairly useless in this matchup, so top decking that, playing that is not great. And there are a couple other cards which are not super impactful. That being said, let's take a look at the lore total on Zan's side of the board that he's building up. He has 6. And so at some point, if Zan feels he needs to become the beatdown and start to push the lore totals, he can close this game out in 3 turns if he wants to. The question is, can Mo close it out faster if left unchecked?
It looks like he's going to go ahead and develop that Pegasus here, leaving that Fox in his hand for maybe some possibility of some better pickup targets later. Maybe Mo's realized that I'm a little far behind. I have to take a risk to win from here. I need to maybe draw one of my cards. It's really good to bounce from here to really get myself back into this game.
Yeah, so keeping that Fox. Mo's definitely playing more aggressive here, trying to get more lore, more characters on the board, forcing Zan to have the answers, rather than develop the Fox and removing the Muses.
Is it a pass back over to Zan here? Zan was 6, if I believe. And we have a Cursed Merfolk left over in the hand. It looks like a Smee is left over as well here.
It's not the worst card from Mo's perspective for Zan to draw. It does represent more lore on the board, but it's not removal. And Zan will be left with those 2 evasive characters, most likely.
It's another song as well, which could be a problem here with the Muses.
That's true. So not a terrible draw for Mo. It keeps him in it a little bit longer.
Pete, Muses, and Smee are going to add lore total here for Zan, starting his slow but methodical march up that lore total.
That's what Zan's going to try to do, is put the game within reach now and forcing Mo into a control role.
Zan up to 5. Mo still up to 10, but Zan with a little bit of a lead on the board here. I think Zan's just going to develop his hand and probably pass over his opponent.
Get all of that lore on the board. I don't think he can threaten game next turn, but definitely 2 turns. It's a definite clock on the board. One thing to note, Smee will take that damage at the end of this turn, leaving 2 damage counters there. That does make a go-go for 2 lore possible if Mo top decks that. 1, 2, 3, which would be 3 lore, 2 more lore, pushing him up to 15. So that would be probably a pretty good draw for him.
It looks pass back over to Mo. Get himself back into this game. Good top deck. There's a snake. So a snake and a fox in his hand. He's going to have to be turning some of these characters from play back to his hand to develop either one of these, though. How does Mo want to play this from starting to fall drastically behind on board? That lore total is getting closer and closer between Zan and Mo. Zan's going to eventually run him down here.
That's true. Mo, I think, is doing the math right now, trying to figure out how quickly Zan can close things out. It's definitely 2 turns. So let's do the math on Mo's side of the board a little bit. Mo can quest for 3 here, pushing him to 13. You do have the evasive characters, which at this point, unless Zan draws into a song, are not vulnerable to challenge. That Ursula would be vulnerable, but if you bounced it with a snake, played the snake again, you're left with a ready Ursula and snake and 2 exerted characters. Next turn, that leaves you with 4 lore on the board, which will push you up to 17. The question is, does Mo have a play on that turn, which would give him 3 lore off the top deck? He does if there's 3 damage counters on the opponent's side of the board, which would be go-go, but even drawing into a go to a white rose would only give him that 1 lore, and at that point, we would have played the snake, and he wouldn't have enough ink to run that play anyway. So I do think questing with the evasives is an obvious move here. There's no answer for it right now unless Zan draws into it. We'll get that 2 lore, go to 12. I think one of the considerations here that Mo's thinking about is he's doing the math and trying to figure out if he uses the fox to banish the muses, can he, based on the lore, or banish Smee, can he buy himself a 3rd turn? Can he get enough lore off the board that Zan needs 2 more or 3 more turns to close it out instead of 2?
All right, so just look at Ursula is going to trade into that Smee. And here's the fox. It's going to pick up the Pegasus. That's going to go ahead, and I was going to say, I believe it's going to challenge down the muses. It's going to leave 2 damage left on the fox. 1 ink left over. That Pegasus will get back into play. Leave that snake maybe to reset something. Maybe that go to Mago later. Well, and try to get something out of that.
A tough position. We have 1 ink left. We'll that Pegasus in play again. And now it's back over to Zan. Is it a Pete? I'm trying to think of what is good for Mo.
It looked like a Pete or a Smee, most likely. I thought I saw a steel character with a 3 in it.
Yeah, so looking at the lore totals here.
Might have missed that, though.
If it's even a 1 lore character, at this point, Zan can quest for 7 if he wants to, go up to 12. Any other character would get him closer to victory. But again, playing cautious here, getting rid of that fox, preventing the crackback into that merfolk.
Yep, he's going to go ahead.
4.
Trade into that Madam Mim fox. Moves Zan up to 9 here, and it was a Pete off the top. Again, the ability, not relevant from Zan here, but that is another big body into play. This is a 3/3. It doesn't quest for 2, though, but this is another big thing for Mo to have to worry about. Zan going to go and pass over these lore totals a lot closer. 12 on Mo, 9 on Zan. Zan with a bigger board here. Over to Mo, picks up a cursed merfolk for the turn.
Not a terrible draw. It doesn't give him much control. It does put 2 more lore on the board. I say not a terrible draw, but at this point, Mo is thinking a bit about control. 7 on the board. That's still 2 turns. 2 turns at this point for Zan. He's bought himself another turn.
Does look like he's going to develop that first merfolk. Get some lore from one of his evasives. Pegasus going to lure up for 1. Does this. I'll go 1, 2. Challenge. We'll have to see. It looks like the snake is going to get developed here. It's going to pick up the Pegasus. Pegasus will be able to
I think
blade.
clearing the hand to challenge into that merfolk, perhaps, and that's the play. Now, no discard. Discard would not only get rid of a card in Mo's hand, but it would also draw a card for Zan. That's the last thing you want to do is give him more resources. And if this is a sudden chill, which I think it was, it's probably the worst card he could draw in this scenario. I'm looking at Zan's list and trying to figure out, what cards he does not want to see because everything is so good.
Yeah, like what can Zan draw that gets Mo back into this game? Yeah, would be a brick.
Barely saw it, but it might have been a sudden chill. And a Pete followed by a sudden triller. Just two terrible top decks for Zan at this position.
Zan's going to cost for 2 for 3. Game just got really, really close. It's going to put Zan up to 12.
That's me now sitting with 2 damage. Don't forget, we can't top deck the Go-Go Tamagos.
That's actually a really good point. Go-Go just became a much better topic. Any of your bounces possibly pick that up to, oh, well, we don't have enough to bounce with
don't have enough.
and do it.
Now you can threaten it next turn, but of course Zan, will be able to see that coming and we'll be able to work around that.
Our Curse Merfolk is going to put Mo up to 15 here. He's starting to get dangerously close to winning this game.
Zan's still 2 turns away. The question is, can we threaten game next turn?
So the Snake's just going to pick up this Merfolk. The Merfolk's going to come right back into play.
And that is game on board next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore. Zan has to deal with 2 characters, or perhaps the Merfolk. He's going to have to draw into some sort of removal or a way to interact with ready characters. Those Muses are off the board. And all of a sudden, things have changed. And oh, here we go into the Smee. Mo buying himself another turn here. Now Zan with 3 lore on the board. That's going to be multiple turns to win the game. And wow, how things have changed.
Yeah, the Pegasus going ahead and trading in here. Back over to Zan. He's at 12. His opponent's at 17. He needs to be able to remove so much stuff.
Oh, my goodness. Zan's thinking it through again. Mo is ready to remove that. Zan indicating, no, I'm just thinking things through. I'm going to indicate how I want to do it. And he doesn't have the answers. Oh, my goodness. Woo! Okay.
What a close game and a nice play from Mo there over the last few turns to play from behind and find a way to get the win here and force a game 3.
This was masterful play by both players, in particular Mo in this matchup, feeling, I think, behind for a good portion of that game. I want to highlight a few things. Mo was on the play. Did not get his ideal draw either. I think we didn't see a lot of the control options that he wanted with the kit right away or the Ursula Deceiver, but also didn't have those 2 1-drops he likes to play on turn 2, forced into kind of an awkward turn 2. But also, Zan really not on his ideal draw. Didn't get to develop the Deceiver of All early and didn't have that Diablo shift line this game. And then we cannot highlight enough. There was about 3 turns there where I think 45 or the 2/3, 3/4, 5/6 of the cards in Zan's deck would have allowed him to win the game. I don't know, I'm just doing fractions. Would have allowed him to win the game. There's several cards in this deck, though, which were just not helpful at all. And he happened to draw into 2 of them. And I think 3 of them right in a row, with the Pete's and the sudden chill in that scenario with Mo's hand was empty and just didn't allow him to close it out. But it was on a knife's edge.
I mean, yeah, there were multiple turns there where I think a song off the top just ends the game immediately.
Yep, absolutely.
So looks like the players are ready for this third and deciding game. Let's head back down to the feature match area and find out who is going to be going on to the next round. Wow. Zan is going to be on the play here this round, though. Like you said, so important in this matchup. Cursed Merfolk early in Zan's hand here. Eat a couple of songs. Prince John. Take a look over at Mo's hand. Things as well.
Missed Mo's hand, but we do have. See, a couple Cursed Merfolk there. Okay, we do have a couple Deceivers. We'll likely keep 1, especially since.
Was this a full 7 from Zan? Yeah, it looks like maybe a full 7 from Zan here.
Yeah, Zan.
We saw this happen at the end of the tournament in Las Vegas. He famously took a full 7 that was unplayable into what was practically the nuts in Las Vegas, and one of the best draws I've ever seen and how it worked out. So Zan, known as an aggressive person early in the game and getting rid of all these cards, willing to take the risk, get a full 7. We'll have to see if that's going to put him into the next round here. I think Mo took quite a bit of cards here as well. I think 4 as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, this is interesting because these are both kind of mid-range-y decks that are able to take a more aggressive or more control role depending on the matchup. But what is interesting here is I think conventionally the Emerald Steel deck leans more towards control, and Zan has built it as kind of an aggro build. And on Mo's side, he's built it a little more aggressive as well. But one of the things from that mulligan, even though, or that hand altar, even though Zan is on the play, sending away those Merfolk and a couple of other cards in that hand indicates to me that Zan is thinking more about taking on the control role in this game and trying to win in the long game and to slow Mo down from his aggressive posture than playing the aggressive role himself, which is a line available to him. Oh, interesting.
Diablo turnaround from Zan. Gonna get a look over at Mo Shamlin's hand. We see Ursula there. We see a Crab, which can be really impactful in this match. We haven't seen many of them yet. Got a Kit, a Pegasus, another big Pegasus, and a small Diablo from Mo here.
Very
I'll
interesting
start being
hand.
a little more specific. The purple one-drop
The
Diablo.
purple one-drop Diablo.
Yeah.
Very interesting hand here. We do have some turn 1 plays. We have that Pegasus, which can set up that turn 3 shift with that big Pegasus. But of course, now Mo is telegraphing that, having been forced to show his hand to Zan. We do have the Deceiver there, which will allow him to pick some songs. The Crab, as you're talking about, is important. It allows him to make some very favorable trades. And we also have that Kid Cloud Kicker. So not a very aggressive hand for Mo here. We don't see those Cursed Merfolk, but a lot more controlling cards. But what I will say is, at the very beginning, I did highlight a couple cards that are kind of key for this matchup. And I did say the Deceiver, and I did say the Kit. And those are 2 cards that Mo has in his hand.
You should see what one-drop Mo is going to lead on with the game. And the Go-Go is going to make its way into the ink here. Looks like he's going to lead off with the Pegasus, possibly doing two one-drops next turn, maybe leading off with one of those Ursulas. We'll have to see.
It does.
Oh, here we go.
You get an action, a sudden chill.
We have multiple, I think, in Zan's hand here, and he has the Diablo shift line. This game could get real fast.
But look at the importance of information here. I mean, Mo plays that Pegasus for a variety of reasons. One of them is, though, it does threaten the evasive Diablo, as you highlighted earlier, and that Crab is available to challenge into that Diablo if it's exerted. But Zan, having played that Diablo in turn 1, now knows that Crab is in there.
Yeah, I like this line from Zan here. He's going to go ahead and put the Sudden Chill into his ink. He's going to go ahead and get rid of the other song as the action for the Diablo shift to make sure that none of these are left over in his hand in case that Diablo wants to come. I'm sorry, that Ursula wants to come from Mo here on turn 2. I wonder if Mo's still going to play it or not. When I see 2 songs make its way out of Zan's hand, I'd be a little worried about missing on my Ursula here.
Absolutely. Zan inking that song. He knows it's vulnerable to the Deceiver.
Yeah, followed up with the C there as well. I didn't get to see what the last card was that Zan picked up. Could have been a song, though, so who knows?
Yeah, no, one thing. What action did we discard to the Diablo? 10, I missed it. 10, and I missed it. Did we discard the I'm Still Here?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So there is a line of play where we play the I'm Still Here on the Diablo to make it give it resist 2, so it is not vulnerable, or at least it trades. Well,
we're going into the turn 2 for Mo here, so you're not scared you're not scared of Crab here just yet. So you may see Zan play a little differently with this Diablo next turn.
I was getting ahead of myself, trying to think turns ahead.
Well, it looked like there was two ink and equal, so it does look like there was an Ursula. And look, he did draw Sudden Chills last time. See, I said I didn't get to see. I thought it might be a song. I couldn't tell because it was a foil version. But I was like, it might have been an unlucky draw for Zan there. So that's a little bit of a good spot for Mo there. That's a little bit of good luck here in the spot that he gets to pick off a song from Zan.
Pick up a song, pick off an ink, I think.
I think that's a dock as well. That's going to be really powerful as this game goes on.
Yeah, Doc, not a card you like to see in the early game, but when you're in a situation where you have 2 cards in hand, that's going to be, you're going to get rid of those pretty quickly. So Zan, if he needs extra cards, now able to ink one of those cards, play the other 3 cost, and then he sets up the Doc play next turn.
It puts that Ursula into his ink. This is only inkable here. Gets the second Diablo into play. He is actually going to quest with this Diablo here. It's going to get him another card as well. A few more pieces of lore as well for Zan. Puts him up to the 4-0 lead. Who's the aggro deck now in the matchup, Zan says. With the damage of this, passes back over. Another card picked up. I think that was a Let Storm Rage one as well. So another song picked up by Zan here. So Mo's turn might be a little bit scripted here. We'll have to see. There is that Crab. We'll see how he wants to use it. So it looks like Ursula's going to go ahead and quest. Mo gets on the board here for his first of the game. Wonder if this is going to be a Crab into the Pegasus. Let's see.
Yeah, those unchecked Diablos are one way. Oh, here we have the shift line. So we'll shift 3 on the Pegasus, challenge into the Diablo, remove it, and we don't trade. So that Pegasus is left on the board, able to threaten that other Diablo next turn.
Yeah, much better play from Mo here, going ahead and shifting that Pegasus. I always forget that it's only 3. For some reason, I always think it's 4 because it feels like it should be more.
But that Let the Storm Rage on is going to loom really large here. We're probably going to see it sung. There it is, banishing that Pegasus. That's the last card that Mo wanted to see Zan draw. That's painful.
Hypnotize off the top as well here, along with the Strength of the Raging Fire. Zan's got a lot of action, and along with this Doc, how does he want to play this? Looks like he's going to just play the Hypnotize, getting to use all of his ink here. He's going to draw a card. We're going to see one get taken away from Mo here. What does Mo want to discard? Probably not this Genie. It's going to replace itself. Looks like it might be that Crab. Yep, the Merlin Crab into the discard.
That Kit Cloud Kicker will be very important to shut down that Diablo.
Pete picked up from Zan here. That's a card that's going to get inked pretty well. I think in this matchup, we saw that the body can be relevant. Nothing else in this card really is, though. That's 2 more lore for Zan, up to 6 here. Look, like I said, that Pete's going to make it into the Inkwell. That's generally what it's going to be doing as much as it can in this matchup. The pass back over with that damage going on the Smee. Back over to Mo here. Mo, not much of a board left over here, but got some genies behind here. Picked up an Olaf. Got that kit if he wants to pick up this Diablo.
You have a couple options here. You can develop the board a bit, put that Genie on board, allow that Diablo to work 1 more turn, and if your Genie survives the next turn, remove it without trading. Or you spend a turn developing that kit, booting that Diablo back to hand. That's what we're going to do. No more card draw. No more free cards. During my turn for you.
Another extra card for Zan here this turn as well from that Diablo. Got a trade in here, but he's back up to 4 cards. Going to go up to 5 here. That Inkwell has been getting full these last couple turns as well. Make sure to do that every single turn.
And that Genie is a fantastic card to have, and at this point, it'll replace itself. Next turn, allow him to develop the board a bit more. All of a sudden, the board clear on Zan's side.
Another really easy inkable here for him as well. The 2-drop Ursula is definitely one that wants to be inked very often in this matchup. Not very good otherwise. We look like we're having a small technical difficulty on our side. So we'll be right back to this game in just a second. But yeah, definitely one of the easiest choices to make for your inking are the Ursula 2-drops and the Petes. They're very, very easy to put into your All right, we have the stream paused. We're going to go right back in. We're not missing any action for you at home. Sorry about that. We're getting just a little technical difficulty fixed. Again, we'll be right on top of this as soon as we possibly can, folks. Sorry about that. Dealing with this just a little bit. Hey guys, welcome back to the booth. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty here. We'll have the feed back up in just a moment. We have the game paused at where it was, so we won't miss any of that action. Very close one here.
Very close.
Yeah, Zan,
this is the game 3 you like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Zan looked to be possibly pulling ahead just a little bit in that turn that we were talking about. Drawing some cards that weren't super great in the matchup. We got the Pete, we got the 2-drop Ursula, but those are easy to put into his Inkwell. And since he's been getting extra resources every turn, he's been drawing extra cards off Diablo, drawing extra cards off the Hypnotize and stuff like that. That makes the decisions easier. He gets to keep playing the stuff. And then his opponent finally started to build a board up. It's kind of, he hasn't really gotten to do what he wants to do early in the game, where it's play a bunch of stuff. Sounds like we're ready to go back down to the feature match area, get this game started up right where we left off, and yep, there we go.
Oh.
You see that kit, you see that Diablo on Mo's side. Zan with a healthy Lord lead, though. It's usually a little bit the other way around, so it looks like we're going to develop a 3-drop Diablo and a Mr. Smee back here. Thanks for sticking with us, everybody at home. We apologize about that small technical difficulty. The wonders of live television.
Absolutely. It makes it fun. It makes it fun. You never know what
Keeps
you're
us
going
on
to
our
see.
toes.
Right?
Yeah.
It makes it really fun on our end. So that Diablo is back. It was sent back to hand. It's back now on board. As you pointed out, Xan's pushes lure total higher. And Mo being able to develop this Genie, though, is fantastic. Not only does it threaten that Diablo if it exerts next turn, but it draws a card. One thing I'll talk about here is the Amethyst decks Amethyst gets a lot of love because it has a lot of cards which replace themselves, like the Genie and the Rabbits, and there's Friends from the Other Side, cards that draw a lot of cards. And so Amethyst becomes known as the card draw color. But over on this Emerald side, there's a lot of cards that do the same. Hypnotize is a card which seems a little innocuous at first, but that allowing you to draw a card off of it is huge as you're making your opponent discard a card. You also have cards like Diablo, you have cards like Prince John, and so Zan is also somebody who can develop a healthy hand size as the game goes on. So it's really interesting because he's doing it in a different way, but that's one thing that both these colors are looking to do in the mid game is find cards that can replace themselves and to refill their hands in order to give them energy into the end game.
Yeah, back over to Zan, we could see a pretty powerful turn from here. Pete in the hand that could easily go into the Inkwell. Strength of a Raging Fire could easily be sung by Diablo here, and he's got a dock here as well to draw some extra cards. How does he want to sequence this here, though? I was going to say, maybe we're going to get to play the Pete just to get the third character into play.
You'd love to be able to strength that Genie if possible.
Yeah, I wonder
and you
if
do
we're
have the dock.
I wonder if we're going to play the dock and not discard here.
That's my guess. We won't discard. That's put 4 characters on board. We'll sing the strength, target the Genie. That is a big play. That is a big play. Having just the ink and the 2 characters to do that, that's huge. That removes that threat from the board. That Diablo is going to be unchecked, and now Mo's going to have to find another answer to keep Zan from drawing multiple cards a turn.
And for his good here, he's going to go ahead and get 2 more lore off that speed as well. Zan getting a nice, healthy lead on Mo here. Mo draws a kit.
Did draw into an answer for the Diablo, but it's not as powerful as the Genie. You'd love to have that Genie back here.
Zan did get that extra card here this turn. Zan is inevitable with this card advantage like we've talked about in this matchup.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that makes Diablo so oppressing, particularly into these Amethyst decks, is that Amethyst deck's way to win is by card draw. Every single Amethyst shell in the mid-game is looking to leverage Genie, is looking to leverage Rabbit, wants to draw into those answers. And when you're giving your opponent answers as well every single time you draw, when your opponent's ahead, they stay ahead. And so Diablo is so oppressive if left unchecked.
Yeah, Ursula played here. It looks like there was a Curse Merfolk that was drawn for the turn from Zan here. And I think that's something that we may have talked about a little bit more here is the sub game of Exerted Diablos against Amethyst as a color. Hey, like, you want to play your Genie? I'm going to draw a card too. You want to play your Rabbit? You want to, get an extra card off of your Diablo? I'm okay with that. I've got an Exerted Diablo to play. I'll draw the card as well. So Zan putting a lot of pressure on the decks in maybe some innocuous ways that you don't really see until you play it out here. A couple of trades coming in from Mo here. Going to clean up a little bit of Zan's side of the board. He'll be left over with a Doc and a Pete. 3 characters left over for Mo here, though. But lore totals getting a little bit closer. Zan with 6, with 3. Zan now, though, with multiple cards left over in his hand. We've got about 3 of them now.
Zan's going to have to take another turn setting up that Diablo. It only activates if it is exerted.
I think Zan going to be questing for 2 here. This Doc. Up to 10. Going to be followed up by that Curse Merfolk that we saw and that Diablo that we know about. So 1 card left over for Zan. That is a mystery card. We don't know what it is just yet. Not a 1-drop, though, I'd like to guess.
Probably not.
Back over to Mo. Mo looking for some good ones here. Maybe this would be a good turn if he can find another Genie, another way to draw a card here. This is one of the turns that he can do it. This is Diablo. Isn't exerted just yet.
Definitely thinking about it. So there seem to be options. I'm really excited to know what that card is.
I was going to say, if this wasn't a good card, I was wondering if he was going to challenge with the Diablo into one of the characters as a draw next card, but it looks like it's something that he can spend his ink on. Went ahead and...
That's a White Rose.
There we go. All right, so 1 lore from Diablo, 1 from White Rose. That's going to put him up to 6.
Does put some stats on the board, allows him to answer some characters next turn, get him a lore. White Rose is not a terribly statted character for a 3-drop.
Yep, and these 2 characters, the Kit and the Ursula, are going to go ahead and challenge down that Dock, get it off the board, leave some damage counters on the board from Zan. On the side of the board from Mo here. Again, making some small inroads, chipping away all he can.
It's all about the card draw at this point.
Dan's
Who draws the answers they need?
Dan's going to go ahead and challenge with the Diablo into the Ursula. The only evasive character on the board, though. The Pete's going to go ahead and kick off that Kit as well. So good trades for Mo. Better trades possibly for Zan here on his turn. Ink is going to be another Pete here.
Again, Zan drawing into cards that he does not want to see this matchup.
Yeah, but he's making decent use of them, right? Like hey, look, it's a big body. It's a 3/3. I can ink these cards pretty easily. You got to do what you got to do. But here's the thing. Zan's drawing extra cards every turn. If you're drawing 2 cards, your opponent's 1. It's okay if you're drawing a little bit of weaker cards sometimes.
No, that's a fair point. I mean, we talk about how useless Pete is in this match, and he's not useless. He is a 3/3. And
quotes around useless.
Quotes around useless.
Yeah.
Because when you're in this position, when Zan has pushed himself up to 12 lore, which is not what we usually see in this matchup. Usually the Amethyst deck is in the lead lore-wise. Mo's only way of interacting with those characters is with the kit, is with their spouts, or by challenging into things. And 3 strength is going to do a lot. To it's going to require several characters to answer usually. And so yeah, Mo forced to devote quite a bit of his resources to answering those Petes in this scenario. White Rose challenging into Pete.
Going to go down as well from the Fox.
Mo just trying to keep that lore gain under control.
The Diablo still looming large over Zan. Still got multiple cards left over Zan. And this is where you see it really start to get away. Is the players are trading resources back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But Zan has extra cards in his hand because he's been able to draw the extra cards this game. And then Mo has had to be careful with his because of this Diablo from Zan for so many turns.
Yeah, it is so frustrating. If you're Mo, it's the Muses. Oh, it's going to be incredibly frustrating. Diablo there, which will look at Mo's hands. Mo indicating, you can see my hands. There's no cards in them.
Look at my hand and see that it is barren.
What I was saying, this is a frustrating position because one of the cards Mo is looking to draw into is a rabbit or a genie, which will allow him to develop the board while drawing another card. But those just feel bad when your opponent has a Diablo.
All right, so going back to Mo's turn here, I'm wondering if we need to start the turn out with Diablo challenging into, because it's very possible that he's going to be challenging the Fox into the Pete. But since the Diablo can't challenge into the other Diablo, you want this extra card. I think that's what's giving Mo pause here. Do I want to draw a second card here? It depends on if the card he drew is good. How much of his ink is it going to utilize this turn? Is he likely to be able to double card here, play 2 cards this turn if he draws another one off the Diablo? Because he is down 14-7 on lore here. I think an extra card is way more impactful than 1 extra lore in this spot he's in. The problem is if you do that, you're giving Zan another card off the Diablo, so that is scary, but this is a risk you might have to take when you're this far behind, because if that card you drew isn't super impactful enough, you're just going to be losing over the next turn anyway.
That's true. I think that's exactly the thought that's running through Mo's head here. I mean, there are cards in Zan's decks that we saw last game that are kind of dead draws. Sudden Chill when Mo has an empty hand, or even a Hypnotize if Mo has an empty hand, because yes, it gives you a card, but then it does. Well, Hypnotize doesn't activate the Muses, Sudden Chill would, so that's another consideration. But, oh, this is potentially a very impactful play, though. It is vulnerable to the Muses, but Rourke...
Giving Reckless to the Diablo.
Yeah, saying that it can't quest, it has to challenge. Unless Zan has a song to sing, the Diablo will not be able to be exerted. But more importantly, perhaps, is that Rourke, which says whenever one of Mo's characters is banished in a challenge, Zan loses 1 lore. So if it sticks around and Mo has continued to play characters on the board, it won't necessarily win him the game, but what it will do is buy a couple extra turn for Mo to find a way back in.
Zan does have a song to sing in his hand here, and I wonder if he's just going to ignore Mo's board here.
Did he draw a song? What did he draw? I missed it.
I saw it. I didn't get a. I'm not sure. I'm pretty positive there's a song in his hand. Like as you can see, it's kind of hiding.
Yes, that would be big. I mean, being able to answer that.
Might be. I'm still here.
Oh yes.
I think that's
it
I'm
is.
still
Yes,
here.
you're right.
Middle,
it is, and I'm still here.
Yep. And that looks like that's what's going to happen. He's going to Diablo. Sing. I'm still here.
Very impactful.
What's the target going to be? It's going to be on the Pete. Okay, that makes sense. You can trade into the Fox.
He'll draw the card. The Muses will activate.
Yeah, the Muses is going to bounce the. Okay, there we go. Bounce the Lyle. Now we won't lose lore. So this trade's going to happen. Pete is going to stick around, and
what an impactful turn.
Zan might have just put himself into the semifinals with this turn.
What an impactful turn. That is everything. We went from the Diablo possibly being forced to be ready, that work which would have lost lore for Zan. Now Mo can play that again, but he's going to have to spend a whole other turn developing that work. Having that song in hand, so impactful. And I'm still here. What a choice going into this tournament. We've seen it in a lot of other Steel decks. It's a card that wasn't played very much at all, and now working its way into the meta here and making a huge impact, not only being able to be sung here, but then allowing that Pete to trade with the Fox.
Yeah, follows up Prince John, and Diablo is going to draw an extra card. This might be the last card that Mo draws in this tournament. I think you can see it on his face. What a run for Mo Shamblin here this tournament. Nothing to be ashamed of, but he ran into the steel wall that is Zan Syed. Dude, I did there. Right. There's the handshake.
It is. There's the handshake. Oh, what a game. What a match. What a story on both sides. This is what I love about Disney Lorcana. This is what I love about TCGs. What fantastic people, fantastic matches, great players. Both of them built incredible decks for this meta. Both of them play tested and built decks which are fairly unique. Now, Zan, there's a couple people replicating what Zan has done, but there's some tech choices made for this particular tournament, which we haven't seen in other tournaments before. I'm still here working in, being very popular, some other things. Diablo working its way back in because it actually been worked out of some builds, but fantastic player. And then on the other side, Mo with a brilliant build, running into each other here. Only one of them can make it through. And if we replayed that match multiple times, I bet it would come out differently, every time. Sure. It's fantastic.
So, like I said, great job from Mo here. Great run for him in this tournament. He does qualify for Worlds. It is something that is, when you lose this round, it takes the sting away just a little bit. I am qualified for Worlds. Here's the biggest thing to come out of this match for me, and I think it's something that we're going to start talking about a lot more today into the future. With this win going into the semifinals, he gets one more win. He's going to go into the finals here for Zan. It starts to make me ask the question: is Zan Zayed the best player in the world? And right now, I'm having a really hard time saying no. The results that he's been putting up with these decks, the effects he's been having on metagames, the play that we've seen from him. I mean, we've got a ton of other really talented players. Zach Bivens is still in this tournament. Brendan DeCandio will play this tournament. There's been a bunch of very impressive players overseas as well that we've seen that are great. But for my money right now, Zan Zayed might be the best player in the world. It's hard to argue with the results he's putting up with in the last 6 months.
I certainly won't argue with you. What I will say is that these tournaments, not only does it take a lot of skill, a lot of work, it does take a little bit of luck. For sure. You have to have the matchups go your way. You have to have the draws go your way. So when you see players that consistently perform at the top level in any TCG with the results, with the wins, and with the showings in month to month in different metas, then it does speak to the work ethic and the talent of these players. So I'm certainly impressed with Zan. And I'd have to rack my brain at this moment to think of a player that I would say is better.
Yeah, we talked about how, Evans had been the most consistent player, right? But you talk about Zan. He had a top 8 in Atlanta, right? Wins DLC Las Vegas. Now he's only a couple of rounds left, closer away from winning the NA championships. Like, what more do you want in your resume at this point? Like, I don't know if anyone can actually come up to those exact results. No one else can actually keep up with that. So that's going to do it for this round, but we've got a few things right after this before we get into the semifinals. We do have a dev interview with Shane Hartley.
Can I just mention, I want to say that Lorcana is brilliant because of the gameplay, the mechanics. We love the game. We love playing it. But one of the things that makes Lorcana amazing is the artwork and the design of the game, from the packaging to the art to the card frames to how the Enchanted looks. And the team responsible for that is not the game development team, it's the creative team. And the creative lead for Disney Lorcana, in charge of all of the artists, the art directors, etc., responsible for how the game looks, shines, everything, is Shane Hartley. He is here, and I'm really excited to hear this interview because it's just fantastic.
So let's go ahead and make our way to that interview, and then right after that, we'll be right into the semifinals.
Hello, Lumineers. I am here with Shane Hartley, the Global Creative Director for Ravensburger and Disney Lorcana. Welcome, Shane.
Oh, thank you.
And how excited are you to be here this weekend at the Disneyland Hotel at the Disney Resort in Anaheim for the North American Championships?
It's surreal for sure. I mean, just to think about like where we've come from and how this all started, and just like, and I mean, again, like we've been excited for a long time, and then it just, to see it grow and get to this point, it's amazing.
Yeah, we've gone through the first whole year. We have 6 sets out. Is there anything in this first year of the game that's really stood out to you as like a special moment or a surprising moment for you in the first year of the game?
I think for me, it's the relationships that have happened between the people, the players. I mean, I just heard about somebody that they met just recently. Hopefully this is okay to share. I think it's okay to share. But they had met through playing the game. Now they're best of friends, and they ended up like being like marrying like she officiated as to marry this couple. And now like just like these combinations, like I remember seeing some of the pictures of somebody opening packs while they're going through labor,
Oh my goodness.
like all the connections and like the community. That's the part that has been so exciting to me, because like of course we get really excited about the product and we love what we're doing, but it's the community that grows from it, and these relationships and the fun, and this becomes like a part of people's lives. That's the cool part. And so it's little of time. I mean, it's been a year for us. It feels longer because we've been working on it for a long time, but the idea of like it being so important for so many people, and it's only been out for more or less a year.
Yeah, so many new stories being created through this game
Yeah.
in the community. And I agree, this community is
I mean, you're a story in
amazing.
itself.
Oh, thank you, Shane. Thank you. I mean, I think one of the things that draws people to Disney Lorcana, though, and Disney in general, is the storytelling. And I think that that's something that, of course, you as a creative director and your team really has handled so wonderfully with telling stories through these cards, through the stories that you share on the website. And even for Azurite Sea, we had a story with Alice, we had a story with Smee. And can you talk a little bit about Azurite Sea and the storytelling that your team did through this most recent set?
Yeah, so for us, like story has always been really important. It's always been at the core of the game. You've always heard Ryan talking about that. He's always about story. And for us, it was really important that, I mean, Disney in general, like it's all about the story. And so we wanted to carry that into our game. And so we built the game around story. Of course, starting with the original Disney stories that we all know and love. But how could we put our own little twist on it? Like, why are all these characters together? What are they doing in this new place? Rather than just putting them on a cards and playing, like we wanted that connective tissue to really play out. And so part of my role is I run also the narrative team as well. We have an amazing team there of writers and narrative designers, and where they go through the process of like thinking about like how do we connect all the right franchises into a set, like what is the theme of a set, how are we like what are the adventures that the Illumineers with their glimmers are going on. And early on, we're like, we have to do eventually like a set that's all about the high seas, you know? And I mean, everybody loves pirates, and
who doesn't love pirates?
Yes. And like, what are those adventures that they could be going on in this? And, when we ended with Shimmering Skies and the idea around that, that there was some still mysteries that were unfinished, essentially uncompleted, and like that the Illuminary was still like some areas that were broken, and they're trying to find the chromacons. And so it's like, okay, now we've got this little hint of this map, and we're like, wait, there's something more out there.
Yes.
And so jumping into then, okay, let's go on this big high seas adventure and find this place.
Yes, and that map, there are lots of players in the community who have noticed a small little detail on the map that we've seen in some of the different art, which actually leads us into the next set that's coming, Arcasia's Island. There's that little owl symbol that we keep seeing, and it's part of the artwork for Arcasia's Island. And talk about the artwork that we've seen so far. We've seen Bolt, which is a beautiful illustration by Nicholas Cole and John Lauren.
Yep.
Beautiful artwork. And then we also got the new artwork, Lady by Jao Mora. Talk about this new set and some of the things that maybe we can expect, or just what it's like to bring some of these Disney pets into the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so kudos to my art director Anna, who like led the set. So all of our sets always have like a set lead, essentially within our art directors, and they're the ones that kind of make sure that what's that creative vision for a whole set, and based on the strategy of the game design and such. When we brought in these new Bolt and Lady, and like it's like it was definitely a challenge. It was like, how do we bring them into their ink type, and how do we develop their design? Because we don't want to just put like human clothes on an animal, like it would just feel odd. Like we want them to feel natural, that this is something that would actually they would either wear, or this is how they would appear within this new realm. And so working closely with Disney on the designs and what would be appropriate for their characters, and Bolt, I mean, like,
I love Bolt. Bolt is great. Such a great movie.
And I think some fans have already kind of like, looked at and seen some like little Easter eggs there. And I'm super excited to be able to reveal the full, the full card and full the game mechanics with him and what that actually means and everything. But
really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, like, Bolt's like a character that in my opinion, of course, he's not super popular, but he's like a cult, fan
Very
favorite.
much, yeah. Oh, I love it. And then Lady, of course, is a much more classic Disney character. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what it's like to bring some of these classic Disney characters that there's, people know and love these characters. Their stories have been around for decades, and bringing them into the realm of Lorcana. And then you have the layers of the inks and this, modern storybook art style and all of that. So there's so many layers. How do you bring a character that's so known and loved into the game in a new way?
Yeah. So when we look at it, we always look at, okay, what is the theme of the set? And then we say, okay, how does the theme affect the characters that are appearing in the set? And then we dive into each individual character. What are their motivations within their original stories? Like, how would they act? I always make the comparison, and it's an easy one, is that, Tigger, for example, Tigger is always going to bounce.
Yes.
Like, that's just him.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't matter where he's at. Like, if we put Tigger on the moon, like, he's going to bounce on the moon. Like, he's just who he is. And so the same thing with these other, with all the characters, you're going to see that kind of that pattern with them. They still have their same personalities, but now they're just in a new place. And so how do we bring that? It's like having a sequel to a film, it's like you still have the same character, but it's like you're in a new place. What's the new story that we're going to tell? And so we look at that when we're doing the character design and the costumes that they're wearing, what we call internally the costumes that they're wearing. And figuring out like what fits nicely with them as a character, and also the thematic part of it, because we want to tell the story. We have only a little space on a card to tell a story.
They're so tiny.
Yeah, and so for us, it's like how can we tell the story and the theme of the set through that little piece of art. And then that way, eventually, that we could have people cosplaying those, and
which we do.
Which we do. We have some amazing cosplayers here today, which is amazing, and our artists that have drawn some of those characters that are here.
Oh, that's great.
They're just like, oh my gosh, this is like I couldn't
imagine as an artist what it must feel like to see a piece of illustration that you've done come to life with the Disney Lorcana players in the community. That must be so amazing for you and your team.
Sometimes cards come in and like art pieces of art, and we're like, oh my gosh, this cosplay is going to be amazing.
Yes. Speaking of costumes, that actually leads
we got off the main subject.
But that's okay. But that leads me into one of my last questions that I wanted to ask you. Of course, we're here right next to Disneyland, and one of my favorite things in the parks is meeting the characters. And so I was wondering if there was any characters like Dreamborn or Floodborn version that if you could actually see the character in the park in their Disney Lorcana costume, who would you love to see?
I would, number one, have to be Bravest Little Tailor.
Ah, yes.
I would love to see, Bravest Little Tailor walking around the park.
That would be incredible.
And I mean, that's something that we've talked about a ton ourselves, is like, what would that be? How would that feel? And
Mickey's gonna be here, so you should go ask him about that.
Yeah,
see if we can get that together.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, thanks so much for talking with me, Shane. It's a pleasure, and I'm so excited for the next set and for what's to come with Lorcana.
I'm always excited for the next set.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Lumineers, I am here with Zan Syed here in his top 8 match. You went to game 3. Game 2 was a little bit of a disappointment, you were telling me, not getting the cards you were wanting. Talk about how you were feeling, what was going through your head in that moment during game 2.
Well, I was just trying to stay in the moment. Sometimes when you're in the match and you feel like you're at like the 80% ahead mark, you start thinking about all sorts of things. Oh, I just won the third Mickey, all this stuff. The chances are in my favor. But the whole time I was just trying to reel myself back into the moment so I don't mess up. And then if I somehow miraculously do lose game 2, which did happen, I need to be prepared to play another hard game. And if you're in the mindset of you thought that you won game 2, then you may have already lost before the third game started.
Yeah, and game 3 started out a little rough for you, altering your hand, all 7 cards back in. Was that the right decision? It seems like it was because you came out with the win, but that's a really tough call to make there.
Yeah, it's always scary. I had to do it in the finals of Vegas as well. What I try to do is get enough practice that it's almost like muscle memory. And so I'm not really trying to internalize that I just altered 7 cards. I'm just trying to do what is the correct decision, and I'll internalize it later.
Yeah, well, it worked out for you. You're going to top 4. Your next match, you're going to be facing off with a Ruby Amethyst deck.
Yeah.
How do you feel going into that next match?
So I'm playing against Ed. Ed is one of the best players. Won Dallas. In terms of his build, it's tech to beat blue-red. I am favored in that matchup, but Ed is the higher seed. So having the play, he has as much advantage as he could. And let's just hope the cards come off the top and I emerge what the statistics say I should emerge.
Yes. Well, congratulations on your win. You get another golden Mickey, so you must be
Third
real
one.
excited about that. Congratulations. And we're going to see you after this round. Good luck and all the
you so
best
much.
to you.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. We've gone through the top 16. We've made it through top 8. We're soon to go into the semifinals. I had an awesome time listening to that interview from Shane. I know personally one of the things that brought me to this game was the art. I share that sentiment of Brave Little Tailor Mickey being one of my favorite cards in Disney Lorcana. It's the one that I saw in one of the articles when I first read about this game. And here we are today, and then it's also super awesome to hear about these DLC winners like Zan, talking about the difficult decisions they have to make, like altering 7 cards from their hand, can be a difficult thing. A lot of people may not want to do it. They may want to keep a couple cards for consistency's sake, but he knows what his win conditions are. He knows what his outs are.
Yeah,
Decides
Zan is
to do
speaking
that.
to an interesting psychology there. He says, I just want to make the right decision, and I'll internalize it later. That you encounter that a lot in card games where there is something that is probably just quantitatively right. Like, this is the right play, but for one reason or another, there is this emotional hang-up where it's like, 7 back, that's a lot, right? That puts me in a really bad position. But it's just not something he needs to think about in that scenario. He's been there enough times to know that throwing 7 back, getting 7 new, is just strictly the correct decision in this scenario. And trying to remove that emotion and deal with that later, like you said, I'll internalize that later, is really impressive.
Yeah, it's impressive that all of these competitors have come this far in the tournament. I'd love to take a look at the brackets just to take another look at where they've come from on this route to the semifinals. We can see Zan coming all the way from the octofinals, taking down Amethyst Sapphire, then Amethyst Emerald, and now having to play Edmund Chu in the semifinals. 2 DLC winners right there in the semifinals of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. Of course, Ed took first in Dallas-Fort Worth, while Zan took first in Vegas directly after that. Both decks that both of these players are very well known for. These are the decks that both of those players won those challenges with.
Yeah, this is a great display of input to output in Lorcana. What you put in is what you get out. You have 2 winners of DLC championships, but also at the same time, they're playing the exact same decks they took down those tournaments with. That's kind of unbelievable, to be honest. Like, 2 players that have won tournaments before in a 6-tournament set, making it to the semifinals, playing against each other, that would be a narrative in and of itself. But on the same decks that they brought to those previous tournaments, which were in different sets and different metagames, quite a testament to what it means to master an archetype.
Yeah, I'm very eager to see what the result is for that semifinals match, seeing that Ed had to go through that Amethyst Sapphire as well, and then had to play against Pierre Marc. against Ruby Sapphire, two decks that I think Edmund is pretty favored in, to be honest with you. I'm not sure how favored he is into the Emerald Steel.
He's about unfavored. Definitely not favored. So we've seen versions of Ruby Amethyst that have been favored into Emerald Steel, or at least Ruby Amethyst players think it's favored. Most specifically, when we were looking back at the DLC Seattle, a lot of Ruby Amethyst showed up expecting Emerald Steel to be there, and they had specific cards in the deck to help them with that matchup. You pretty much don't see any of those tech cards in the current Ruby Amethyst list, and I think that's because they were not expecting a lot of Emeralds to show up, and correctly so. That being said, Edmund Chu now faces down the only Emerald Steel here left in the tournament in his semifinals match. So, Zan spoke to it. Do you think it is unfavored for Ruby Amethyst, but Ed is going to be on the play, which is going to help a lot.
So Zan and Ed aren't the only people in the semifinals. I do want to look at this Rapunzel bracket, the other side of the bracket, as we can see that Patrick Cote making it all the way through, having to beat Kurt against Amber Steel, then having to beat the mirror match with Zach Bivens, Amethyst Steel as well. Now playing against Scott Markison here, playing Ruby Sapphire. We've seen this match play out before earlier with Zach versus Sean earlier in the Octo finals. So interested to see if it's going to be same outcome or a little bit different. I was looking at Patrick's deck list earlier, and it's definitely a different take on Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, well, let's head down to the match because our players are ready. The finals of our tournament is set up for a pretty interesting narrative. We could have Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire, which everybody would have looked at the breakdown of day one and said, yeah, of course. Or we could have Steel Amethyst versus Emerald Steel, which is not what anybody would have expected.
All right, as we get into this match, we are going to have Scott Markison versus Patrick Cote, Ruby Sapphire versus Amethyst Steel. Let's get to the feature match area and start this semifinal match. Scott, of course, having the second seed from yesterday, is going to be able to choose if he wants to be on the play or the draw. I would be very surprised if he chose anything other than the play, so likely to go first here. Could be good for him, especially going against this Amethyst Steel list.
So we've already seen this matchup play out already on stream. While that was a different Amethyst Steel list, I think that some of the early strategies do remain the same. Patrick's likely going to look to come out aggressive, especially in this early game, even on the draw. And Scott's going to look for that really good curve of that 1-drop item into, most importantly, that 2-drop acceleration and a 4-drop off the back of that on turn 3, which is Sapphire's decks do the best.
And we can see Scott altering 6 cards from his hand as well. Again, these players know what each other are playing. This is an open deck list portion of the tournament, best of 3. So each player had some time to look at each other's deck list, know what the strategies are going to have to be in order for them to win. Something that I'm interested to see how Patrick plays this out is, one of the things that we've seen in Amethyst Steel specifically this weekend is the power of some of these Amethyst cards that replace themselves when on board. Cards like Merlin Rabbit, cards like Diablo, you can play them out. They're characters that have lore on them, but if they are banished by the typical control Ruby Sapphire game plan, which is just to take control of the board, banish your opponent's characters turn after turn, they draw cards. Something interesting about Patrick's list is he went for the full Genie line here, not having any Merlin Rabbits in play either. Instead, going for more of a dock line. I think there's 4 of the docks that allow you to discard your hand, draw 2 cards. So interested to see if that comes up against this Ruby Sapphire matchup specifically.
Yeah, it's going to be a much different deck experience than we saw with Zach Bivens, who had another version of Amethyst Steel. Looks like no 1-drop item here for Scott. When we looked at the altar phase for Patrick, did ship back a group of 3-drops and 4-drops, so likely looking for those 1 and 2 drops to come out aggressive. I think that spoke, kind of gave us a bit of an insight on his potential strategy.
Do you see a couple 1-drops in Patrick's hand? I know the Smee's at the front there. I think there was a Calhoun as well. Looking to see in Scott's hand to see if we have the turn 2 ramp. I don't see it immediately, but we're going to start with a Magic Broom from Patrick on his turn. Do you find the Popsicle for Mark? Draw a card. I don't think we have the turn 2 ramp, which not particularly great against this matchup for him.
Actually, the first time I've seen that this tournament. I mean, chances to... You remember how many cards Scott sent back?
6.
Okay, so he did... Maybe needed to go for the 7th there. That's actually the first time that I've seen that this tournament. Having, if you are playing a 60-card Ruby Sapphire deck, the chance to find a 2-drop acceleration in those top 14 cards is very, very high with 8 copies.
You have a bit of an awkward card in hand, too. He's playing 1 of the Queen of Hearts Impulsive Ruler here, the 2-drop 2/2 with Rush, used to sort of combat some of these earlier aggressive decks, but on turn 3, you don't really want to be spending the 2 ink to play it. You want to be playing out your 3 ink. We do have Sisu, Daring Visitor, which is going to be played. It's a evasive card, but when played, can banish a character with 1 strength. You can go ahead and banish that Magic Broom.
Actually,
Patrick can't get the card draw off of it.
I don't mind the queen here. I know it's not going to come down like ideally on curve, but I think that if it was not a great card, Scott actually would have inked it potentially a bit earlier. I think that Scott sees that he can maybe get a bit more utility out of this just to contest board and slow Patrick down. Because if he slows Patrick down, Ruby Sapphire is a significantly better mid to late game deck than Steel Amethyst.
I can definitely see where later in the game, especially with some of these smaller characters that Patrick might be playing out, these 1-drop, 2-cost characters, or 1-cost, 2-cost characters, you use that Queen of Hearts to sort of surprise your opponent. Without the ramp, it's going to be a little bit tough. We do have a Hiram Flaversham in his hand, though, maybe to follow up on the next turn. If you look at Patrick's hand, he has a couple options for this turn. Do have a White Rose available to play. We also could do Calhoun and a Magic Broom. Going to go with the White Rose. It's going to gain Patrick Allure when it enters play. West with the Smee before the turn passes to Scott.
We had damage counter that goes on that Smee, so now it could be run into by this Queen of Hearts.
Scott finding a Vitalosphere off the top there.
I wonder which direction Scott's going to go. I could see him not actually playing the hero in this turn and just opting to try to take control of this board and slow Patrick down, because that's clearly Patrick's game plan, is to be the aggressor in this matchup. And if you stop him from doing that, I think that you're in a good spot as the Ruby Sapphire player. That being said, does end up playing the Flaversham, draw 2 cards, quest with the Sisu.
We pass it over to Patrick. We're going to ready our characters, our Inkwell, and draw for turn. Find a Pete off the top. Could be good for a little bit later, especially on these following turns without a Popsicle in play. A lot of Ruby Sapphire players like to sing how far I'll go with Hiram, which we see Scott does have in hand. We find the Pete play that would stop that. Instead, Patrick's going to choose to ink the Pete this turn. I think we're going to go for a slightly wider board here, playing the Calhoun with 2, following it up with the Turnabox Followers and a Broom. 5 characters on board for Patrick here, putting the pressure on for Scott.
Yeah, so now I really do like this Queen of Hearts. Has this turn 5 Maui to really contest the board. But, Patrick, once you run him out of juice here, he's only really got the dock to refill, so it's significantly less card draw than other iterations of this deck, and we see that Patrick doesn't have any of those docks in hand as well.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was concerned about for Patrick's deck, to be honest with you. The only cards that really replace themselves on the board currently are the Magic Broom and the Turnabox Followers, but that's sort of on your own turn and your own when you play cards yourself. So very different than these Diablos or Merlin Rabbits that we see played in the Amethyst Steel lines as well. So if Scott's able to find ways to dwindle Patrick's board down without that dock in hand, not able to find it, he might just kind of break out and Scott can gain advantage, especially as he gains ink throughout the game. Scott taking a second to decide what he wants to play. I think we drew Grammatala off of the top there, have a couple options. We ink this turn, we'll have 5 ink to work with total.
So maybe just worried about that Calhoun and opponent getting value out of that. So go ahead.
Calhoun, a very strong card from Azurite C with resist +1. When she challenges and banishes a character, you do gain 2 lore, very similar to the Robin Hood that we've seen in other steel decks from the past. So definitely something to look out for here.
Could have bringing the Grammatala to the front. I was wondering if you're going to see potentially like a Brawl plus a Queen of Hearts here.
Exactly what I was wondering. With 5 ink available, could get rid of 2 characters in that way.
Once you take control of the board, you can play out that Vitalosphere, quest with the Hiram. Kind of cruising as long as your opponent doesn't find a dock. Like it is going to sing the how far I'll go. Look at the top 2. One going to one the hand. The prep was the one taking a hand while the 3 costs. But well there. We're going to go ahead and take out this Brawl. Like that Turnabox Followers.
Like we're going to use the last 2 ink for that Queen of Hearts, as you mentioned earlier, Brendan. Using it to sort of crash out and banish a character by surprise. Taking out the Smee as we move over to Patrick, drawing a Merlin Crab. I mean, that's not a terrible draw. We can use this with the Calhoun to banish the Hiram on this turn. Gonna quest with the magic broom, play out this crab.
Not terrible, but really not great here, honestly. Patrick has got to find one of the now to run out of gas.
Are gonna banish the broom, draw a card. It is another turn of Bog's followers, so we're just gonna quest with the white rose here. And as we see on screen, this be prepared could be coming down. Scott has 6 ink in the inkwell, which means we can ink, go up to 7, play be prepared on an empty board for us, but a full board for Patrick.
Yeah, absolutely going to slam that be prepared here. I think a nice 4-for-1 with your opponent having 0 cards in hand doesn't really get much better. Just thinking about what to ink here. Looks like it is going to be the Maui 5 cost. You know, keeping that item potentially for a future hero. It does look like it is the debate. Are we going to ink the Maui? Are we going to ink the Vitalosphere?
Vitalosphere could also be useful with this Maui half shark. If we can get the half shark and the Vitalosphere in play, you can sort of have a surprise Maui shark played, challenge, bring back an action. But it looks like we are going to ink the Vitalosphere, play that be prepared down, and Patrick's board is wiped. The board state is reset.
Yeah, Patrick does have 5 drops in the deck as well in the form of Belle and Elsa. So there were some potential very bad draws there, having only access to 4 ink.
There's the Maui half shark we've seen so many times, giving these Amethyst Steel players a little bit of trouble. One thing to note, the only removal that Patrick is playing as well is Strength of a Raging Fire. No along came Zeus's, and with an empty board, that's definitely going to be difficult.
Yeah, it feels like Patrick is in a really, really bad spot right now.
Only finding the Chernobog's followers off the top, playing that, of course. He's got the ice block in play. We're going to go ahead and quest with the Maui here. Sisu is going to come down, banishing that Chernobog's followers. The goat's going to be safe because it has 4 lore. But right now, Scott is in a great position.
Adam and Fox, which is playable on this board state.
At least allows you to gain some lore, bouncing the goat back to hand.
Yeah, goat and bounce, very powerful combination, but this early in the game is going to be significantly less impactful. It seems like Patrick really can't turn anything sideways because that Maui half shark is going to threaten way too much value.
Yeah, there's a How Far I'll Go and Be Prepared in Scott's discard, both of which could be pulled back from that Maui half shark ability. I think this is a very critical turning point for Patrick here. If he can't find a way to stabilize, this is where Ruby Sapphire likes to take control. We already see the Sisu, the Maui in play. That's 4 lore every turn. The half shark has evasive. Sisu, of course, could be banished by the Madam M Fox next turn, but burst of 3 lore, welcome.
He's able to ink up to 9 here and then play the Maleficent Monstrous Dragon on that Madam M Fox.
Exactly what he decides to do. So the Sisu is going to be around for another turn, it looks like.
Back over to Patrick. Does find a white rose. So I mean, has found his like faster lore gain cards in the sort of end game here, but Scott threatening so much lore here.
Yeah, not quite close enough for Patrick to close out the game through these cards like Goat and White Rose. We need to be a little bit closer to 20 here. And as every turn goes by, Scott's just going to play those large characters, all those dragons, and Half Shark. I guess he's kind of a dragon.
So up to 12 for Scott, only threatening 19 on the next turn. Obviously, he has top decks that can win him the game on the following turn. This Goat's going to go ahead and trade here. And that is a dock in the hand, by the way. Unfortunately, it was only on 4 ink for Patrick, so isn't able to utilize it. But did find the dock eventually.
Like we're going to
Costs. It's just going to be Hiram.
Use the ice block before we banish it with Hiram. Draw 2 cards. The White Rose now has 2 strength.
A Tipo and a How Far I'll Go. Yeah, opting to pay 4 ink for this How Far I'll Go, I assume.
Yeah, 4 lore on board. When we play this How Far I'll Go, we'll gain a lore from the Maui Half Shark for his second ability, pushing us up to 13. Means if we quest all the way out here, we could go up to 17 for Scott.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the amount of ink that Patrick has, it just feels like there's no way.
Yeah, only 4 ink for Patrick here. Find to see how the odds are right. See, that's another lore gain from the Maui Half Shark going to 14. Gonna let Scott draw a card and ink an extra card for turn if you want to. We're just gonna exert everything. They're all going on a quest. Gonna go up to 18 lore. Patrick has to win this turn or somehow delay the game.
Do you think it is impossible for Patrick to win?
Going to play out the dock, discard his hand, which has 0 cards, draw 2 cards. Trying to find answers. He doesn't have it. We see the fist bump. Scott's going to take game 1 in this best of 3.
All right, that was it was close-ish, right? I would say Patrick had a significantly better draw. Also was on the play. Sorry, I mean Scott. But Patrick now being on the play with a similar draw could have ended up closing out that game. If you think he was a full turn ahead, might have gone his way, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick was like, we saw he was drawing those cards you needed if you were just slightly closer, right? We saw a couple goats, a couple white roses. We even had a couple min bounces there as well, which is exactly what you want to do in this Amethyst line, especially with Merlin Goat to gain that extra lore. Had he, like you said, had an extra turn, maybe of a full board of quests, he could have been there. But on this next game, he will be on the play, so has the option to be on the play. I assume he's going to take that. So eager to see if he can squeak this one out for Ruby Sapphire. Pretty typical game, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick definitely could have found the dock earlier, was also sitting at 4 ink, so had some pretty good draws, didn't end up drawing his top end, so he has like 5 cards in the deck that cost 5 ink, which would have been a disaster. So ended up drawing like okay towards the end there, but I think did need the dock to sort of refuel and keep going, so he just doesn't have that bounce package for the draw engine.
Yeah, so with that said, let's get on into this game 2 of the semifinals.
All right, so into the altering phase here. See if so. Remember, Scott did not have the turn 2 acceleration, which I think is actually a bit okay considering he was able to contest board so much and stop Patrick from getting out ahead.
Inclined to agree there. We do see...
Finds the one of Queen of Hearts again.
Yeah, I was about to say, finds the Queen of Hearts, finds the Popsicle. Queen of Hearts slightly better on the draw here because Patrick's going to have a character in play. You know, if he quests with that character, there's no one-cost characters Patrick's deck that wouldn't be banished to this Queen of Hearts. So could be a play that we do on turn 2. Interested to see what Scott decides to send back.
It looks like Patrick sent a bunch of 3 drops and 4 drops back again.
Scott sending 5 cards back.
And I believe the
quite sure what he
keep was
kept.
Popsicle and Queen of Hearts.
Okay. Interesting thought process there. Probably looking to contest board.
Well, the Queen of Hearts is in the deck for pretty much this
That
situation.
matchup, yeah, exactly this. Against these most aggressive matchups, you have to slow them down, especially when they're on the play. Perfect curve for that as well.
I think Queen of Hearts was the only keep last game as well. I think that was
I think
the
it
one.
was. It was in the back of his hand, and I think that he brought all 6 cards to the front.
Imagine having the one of deck card in your deck. You get into the semifinals and you draw it in the opener every single time.
Looking at Patrick's hand, I think we have 2 one-cost Diablos there on the very right. A couple 2-cost characters. Going to start with a Madamim Snake with that Diablo being played and passing it over to Scott.
Looks like Patrick maybe no dock once again. Not sure if it's a card you always keep in the opener. I assume you would. I think it's just absolutely critical to the backbone of this deck. But there's that Popsicle to lead it off.
I think it can be risky as well. You know, it's an uninkable card. It's definitely not one you want to play on curve. You can sit in your hand for a little while. If you have too many uninkables in your hand, get a little awkward.
It's funny because the heuristic around Ruby Sapphire is, okay, no turn 2 ramp. What a disaster. But I actually think Popsicle and the Queen of Hearts into 3-cost uninkable Sisu is going to be a better curve.
Probably
in this
the best curve that you can have right now.
I think Scott knows that and has actively manipulated his hand to get to that scenario.
Interesting play line here, too. If we play out the Queen of Hearts and challenge the Diablo, it still sets us up for if Patrick quests with this Smee on the next turn, he'd take a damage. So then the Queen of Hearts could challenge and banish that as well.
Yeah, which I think is a big play, not letting that Smee get 4 quest value. We saw that happen in the previous game, and it progressed Patrick quite a bit.
Also have an Ice Block available for that Daring Visitor Sisu that we might be able to use later. We do see the Queen of Hearts come down and challenge and banish this Diablo. Diablo will draw a card when it's banished, or Patrick will draw a card when Diablo's banished.
And it's Strength of a Raging Fire, which is not great here. Notably, Patrick, unlike Zach Bivens, who we saw on stream earlier, does not have access to the Inland Along Came Zeus. But that being said, the 2 Steel Amethyst decks are almost diametrically opposed. They're very, very different deck lists.
Yeah, Patrick relying much more on that dock for your draw in the game, trying to just empty your hand as quickly as possible. We are going to see Patrick ink that strength, playing out the Calhoun and the Diablo. So Scott leaves any of his characters exerted. This Calhoun can challenge back, gaining him a little bit of extra lore. We see Patrick not questing with the Smee here, not wanting to offer the trade to the Queen of Hearts. And know Scott does have that Daring Visitor Sisu in hand we could use to banish the Diablo.
Yeah, I think that's what we will see come down. I'd be surprised to not see that. It's just how the curve sort of works out. And then our turn 4 is looking very nice with that Hiram.
Yeah, with the popsicle already in play.
Inking both of these Maleficent Monstrous Dragons. I think that Scott's setting up to be in a really nice position in this game. Patrick really needs to find something like the dock to refuel after this. Even that, I don't know if it would be enough.
It's especially difficult because you know that the Queen of Hearts likely isn't going to be exerted unless it's going to be banished in a challenge. So the Calhoun likely is not going to be able to challenge back on that. The Sisu Daring Visitor is going to have evasive, so it can sort of quest or sing, do whatever it needs to do without fearing that Calhoun as well.
Has an option to deal with the Queen of Hearts. It's just a really bad option in terms of the strength of a Raging Fire.
Do have access to a Merlin Goat here. Like that's what we're going to play. Goat will gain a lore when it enters play. Decently statted character as well with the 4 strength. 3 willpower, can challenge into some of the larger characters that Scott might be playing. Paired with something like a Merlin Crab, can take out a Hiram or bounce through the Madam M Fox, which we do have in hand.
How far I'll go off the top. It's going to be nice for that Hiram if you don't find another item. Getting you more card selection, more ramp. Of course, you do see that 8-cost Sisu in hand as well.
You have a lot of unequal cards in Scott's hand.
We'll be okay. We got Hiram.
Yeah, I don't think this Maleficent Dragon's coming out anytime soon. So we are going to see the Hiram being played. Immediately drawn to 2 inkable cards, another Hiram Flaversham, and I think that was a Vision of the Future. Gonna take the trade with the Queen of Hearts and the Smee here.
If I'm Scott, I'm feeling so comfortable in this game right now.
I really, since the very start of the game, Scott has not let Patrick basically keep his characters around for very long.
And Patrick's deck is so much worse than Zach's in extending to the mid to the late game because it just does not have this attrition card draw engine.
It just doesn't have the ability to continue to put threats out on the board. You know, I feel like Patrick's version of the deck just sort of relies on being super explosive in your opening, trying to gain a very early lead, sort of finish the game out with the Merlin Goats, White Roses, sort of extending the mid game while you can with your cards like Elsa the Fifth Spirit, and then relying on those docks with an empty hand to refill you and get you there. But when you're playing against Ruby Sapphire and they just have so many resources to remove your characters efficiently, makes it a little bit easier for the Ruby Sapphire matchup for sure.
All right, back over to Scott here, going into turn 5. Does find the Brawl off the top. How far go available to sing for Hiram. Gonna give us a lot more card selection. Backup Hiram in hand as well.
Like we're considering it. We are going to sing How Far I'll Go with Hiram.
Maui, Half Shark, plus 3-cost Sisu are off the top.
Only have 1 Ice Block in hand, it looks like. I think the Sisu can't target anything on the board yet with comboed with the Ice Block. Looks like we're going to take the Maui Half Shark, put the Sisu in the Inkwell exerted. Still have 4 ink to work with. 5 if we ink for the turn.
What are we going to see here? Another How Far I'll Go.
Looks like it. We'll look at the top 2. It's Sail the Azurite Seed, another Ice Block.
That Ice Block is not bad here.
No, not bad at all. We do have a Sisu Empowered Sibling, so we can get both of these Ice Blocks in play.
Set up for a huge board swing. But can we stop Patrick from getting too much lore before then?
Are going to go ahead and ink for turn and get one of those Ice Blocks down. Patrick does have a decent lead. Already 8 lore ahead. 4 lore on board, but the Goat counts as another if it leaves play. Also opening up an opportunity for these Calhouns to challenge and banish the Hiram potentially. Do something like quest with the Merlin Goat, bounce it with Fox, use the Fox to crash into the Hiram, and then finish it off with Calhoun to ensure we get that extra lore.
Patrick is definitely going to progress his win condition quite a bit here.
Then we're just going to use both of the Calhouns to challenge the Hiram. Neither will take a damage because they have resist +1. Gonna quest with the White Rose here.
Potentially play out the rest of the hand.
Like we're going to play the broom, play the fox, bounce the goat. We're going to banish the broom. We are going to banish the broom, digging a little bit deeper. We find the Elsa, the 5th spirit. Got having a little bit more ink in his inkwell than last game, so card we can use, not this turn, but maybe in the next couple. Then he passes it back over to Scott.
Scott's got to answer this board, though.
We can get the ice block down and shift the Sisu this turn if we want to. So could banish 2 characters.
That does look
The
like
third if we want to challenge with it.
Yeah, that does look like it's going to be the play.
See him holding the ice block, committing to the play. 6 ink available is exactly enough. Shift onto the Sisu during Visity. We're going to choose to reduce the strength of both Calhouns. And there's the Sisu coming down, banishing both Calhouns because they have 2 strength or less at this point. And we see the Sisu challenging the White Rose, taking care of the majority of Patrick's board here.
Still, Scott sitting at 0 lore.
0 lore, but this is about where Patrick was last game. This 13 lore threshold. Do still have a goat in hand. Feel like we're going to need a little bit more than goats and white roses to close this game out with the way it's looking for Scott. Especially with the cards in hand like Visions of the Future, Grimmatala. Allows us to find some of the cards we might need to later.
And with the amount of ink, doesn't have like an easy access to a goat bounce in a single turn to protect the goat and play it again on a future turn. Gonna be a white rose. I mean, those are the cards we're kind of looking for here. I think it might be the Elsa for the turn. Just the most ink efficient play.
Yeah, Elsa having evasive as well. A little bit more difficult to deal with. Not too much for Ruby though. They do have the likes of Brawl, which we do see one in Scott's hand, and with the ice blocks. All of those Ruby cards that banish other cards based on their strength. And when you have 2 ice blocks in play, that's basically everything in the Amethyst Steel deck. Because anything that even has 4 strength, can be brought down to 2.
I think Patrick has an interesting scenario. Does Patrick trade with the Mata Mim? Or does he quest?
Potentially trade with the Madam Mim, develop a White Rose or a Goat. You play the Elsa out, use that to trade, quest with the
Can you
Fox.
trade though? I feel like 1 lore is so impactful here. The opponent is threatening 3 and has a much better body. Yeah, I think you have to quest. Like it's like the only way you're winning this game.
Do see the Goat played, gaining a lore. We're up to 15 at this point. Gonna see the Elsa being inked as well, and then passing over to Scott.
Ooh, a brawl. Double brawl in hand. These double ice blocks is going to be pretty nice for keeping this board under control.
Also have the likes of Maui Half Shark and Grimmatala in hand. Would be surprised if we didn't see a brawl played this turn, though.
My first inclination is brawl and trade and develop a Grammatala off the back of that just to get some more card selection set up to sort of close out and lock this game on the next few turns.
Yeah, get that goat off the board in case Patrick finds something like another fox or snake to bounce it back.
Does opt to ink the Grammatala, so it looks like it's going to be a Maui Half Shark plus that brawl play.
Do you see the Merlin goat targeted with the ice blocks and brawl? Goes back.
Now Scott's going to trade.
Yeah. Wiping Patrick's board again. We're going to trade with the Sisu. That's fine for Scott. We know we can come back. Patrick draws for turn.
It's going to be a dock.
dock,
Best
pretty
card
great.
you could have drawn.
Be great right now. We have the ink to play it as well. We're going to start with the White Rose to empty out our hand, then follow it with the dock. Now we get to draw 2 cards.
Patrick actually just came back into this game with that draw.
We have a Merlin Crab and I think a Snake.
Yeah.
In ink this turn and bounce the White Rose if we wanted to, just to keep it safe from being banished. Give us a little bit, another card that we could play and gain some lore immediately.
I kind of feel like that's the play.
Still threatening 2 lore on board if with the Snake as well. Still have to answer those characters. Yep, we're going to see the Snake played. The
Bounce
dock's
the
going to be
dock.
bounced. Yep. Refill the hand on the next turn. Find that second brawl with using the ice block to banish the White Rose. getting rid of all of those cards on Patrick's side that gives him lore when they're played. Patrick is dangerously close to 20, so Scott understands the relevance of getting those cards out of play.
You got to remember, like, cards like a Pirate's Life exist, so while Scott might look close to 20, Patrick might look close to 20, Scott can find cards that can really slow that down. Looks like it's going to be a Merlin Crab here, and of course the Doc to draw 2 cards.
That's a Diablo he played. Is that another goat?
Yeah, that is another goat. So it looks like Patrick's going to be able to get across the finish line here.
Yeah, pretty strong board here.
Those Docs coming in clutch.
Scott's got to find a way to take out at least one of the characters. No, 3 of the characters in play right now.
Yep, and then probably has to find something like a Pirate's Life off the back of that. It's going to be a Maui sailing to the Azurite Sea.
Just digging to find an answer. Gain a lore from the Maui when play the Sail the Azurite Sea, draw a card. Does Scott find an out?
3 costs out. I don't.
Oh, there's the Pirate's Life.
Out.
This is brutal. Singing Pirate's Life with Maui. It's going to enter the discard, but at this point, if Patrick quests with any of his characters, leaves them exerted, this Maui Half Shark can challenge them, bringing this Pirate's Life back into Scott's hand, and Scott can continue to cycle this Pirate's Life.
15 plus goat, so it's just going to be over.
Oh, okay. He does have it. Yep.
So we saw the power of Amethyst Steel on the play. Like, I think the Doc was absolutely necessary to refuel the hand and keep Patrick in that game. But I would say Scott had a pretty good draw, maybe stumbled there a bit in the mid to the late game. But overall, really, really good opener. Finds his 1 tech card. Performed exceedingly well. So we saw the power of Queen of Hearts in a matchup like this. But Patrick's deck is clearly tech to beat this exact kind of strategy and do it that way.
I think we saw the difference of, Patrick having that 1 extra turn, right? All he was close enough that he needed to just get that extra 5 lore, had the goat in hand, see the power of Doc when he's able to use it multiple times, utilizing the Amethyst package of the Madam Mim's box and Snake, being able to bounce those back and forth. So eager to see what happens going into this game 3.
Yep. Well, before we get down to the match for the game 3, yeah, it's going to be interesting with Scott in particular on the play. Like we mentioned, I do think that Ruby Sapphire is going to be significantly more advantaged on the play versus draw, because those aggressive decks, they really exploit being able to go first and put you a turn behind. And then because that the win condition of this game is 20 lore, you just can't catch up fast enough. They just progress the win condition too much, and they're able to do things like, even though Scott sort of found the card, it still wasn't enough. Just quest with my characters and then play the GOAT. So that was it. Anyway, let's get down to the feature match for game 3. All right, so we have Scott on the play. See if he finds the Queen of Hearts once again.
Brief. Does he have it?
No, not in the opening hand.
The odds aren't in his favor. He has already found it twice. He's going to send back 5 cards. Probably looking for it. Looking at Patrick's hand as well. I don't think we have...
Patrick's hand looks really bad.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of early game here. Just a lot of 2 and 3 drops. Not sure what the card on the table is. That might be a 1 drop.
Most likely is a 1 drop as the only keep here. Sending 6 back.
No, it's a Smee. So no 1 drops in the hand. Going to send 6 back. Searching for something. Get on the board early. Very likely, and try to keep some tempo. It's a lot of your sort of early mid-range characters too. I'm pretty sure that entire hand was like 2 and 3 cost characters. It'd be pretty bad if Patrick draws into some of his more expensive end of his deck. Take a second for these players to shuffle up, cut each other's decks, and then we'll get into the match. Scott, of course, will be on the play.
All right. Both players shipping back a significant amount of cards here.
All right. Here starts game 3 of the semifinals. Whoever wins this will be one of the finalists for the Disney Lorcana North American Championship. We're going to start with Scott.
No turn 1 popsicle here for Scott. We do have the turn 2 acceleration, and we have Sail into the Azurite Sea, but we have a Hiram in hand with no item to pair with that. Now, how has Patrick done with this sculpting? I see 1 drop.
Did find a 1 drop.
Turn the box followers.
We have a couple of 2 drop options as well to follow that up with. Not sure if we have the Smee for a more aggressive one, but we do have some Calhouns and Snakes. Madam Infox is going to enter the Inkwell. Is it going to be Chernobog's followers being played? Looks like it.
Do you think that is actually the only option potentially? Nope, 2 Chernobog's followers, so.
You see the Smee in there now as well. We go back to Scott. We know he has that turn 2 ramp. Depot or Sail the Azurite Sea.
I mean, Patrick does have turn 3 2 drop plus 1 drop available.
Might be inclined to play the Tipo in this scenario just to ensure that Patrick doesn't get an extra quest out of the Chernobog's followers, kind of forcing
He's
him
almost
to
forced
use
to play the Tipo here. Like, you just can't let him get any sort of additional quest. Thinking about the ink here, looks like it'll be Visions of the Future. A tight pick. Consider the hero.
Going to see the Sail enter the Inkwell. Depot.
Yep. It's going to be Vision of the Future, which was inked with the Tipo.
Do you see the dock as well? I think Patrick just pulled a dock off the top.
He did just pull a dock off the top.
Find him out of him. Snake, are we going to...
Patrick sent 6 back, and his hand is looking pretty nice right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. If he can empty it relatively quickly, which he has the hand to do so, as we move into turn 3, turn 4, he's able to play more than one characters at once. Start to utilize this dock. We do see the Mr. Simi being played. Going to go ahead and quest with the Chernobog's followers, choosing not to banish it and draw a card, sort of forcing Scott to make this Tipo trade. We see Scott doing is the first thing for his turn. Scott, of course, having a little bit of extra ink, but we do have access to a Grammatala that we could play this turn to challenge this Simi.
We are probably forced into playing that Grammatala. Would rather trade the Grammatala with something like a Queen of Hearts, but obviously not available. We got lucky enough to get that in Game 1 and Game 2. But no item for this hero, so it's got to be a Grammatala. We're just thinking about the ink here.
Like we might be considering the Hiram for ink.
Yeah, not a lot of great options in the hand to actually ink with.
Yeah, no reason in holding it. It's not going to help you test the board.
Looks like has a follow-up how far I'll go for that. Oh, it's
Okay.
actually going to just how far I'll go off the rip here.
Trying to ramp, get a little even further ahead in ink. Scott with 5 right now. Patrick can go up to 3. Essentially 2 turns ahead for Scott here.
So potentially trying to accelerate to that Maui half shark.
Yeah, maybe the Maui half
Contested
shark,
board.
even just insulating to an early Be Prepared or Sisu to come out. You know, Patrick hasn't put on a ton of pressure here. He only has the 1 lore from the Chernobogs and the 2 from the Smee. Going a little bit wide, I think Scott recognizes that, you know, Patrick playing a dock deck, he's going to try to empty his hand. We need a way to deal with a wide board.
I mean, Maui half shark effectively says, like, you can't quest. Obviously, you still can, but it just threatens to gain a lot of value. So, yeah, I was just trying to accelerate to this Maui half shark by playing that how far I'll go on turn 4.
You see the half shark being played. Passing it right back to Patrick here. Has some kind of expensive cards in hand for what he's trying to do. 2 crabs and a goat. Really wants to empty his hand with this dock sitting there.
True.
He's going to decide to draw off this Chernobog's followers. Finding a bell. Ancient Mystic can move a damage counter off of one of your characters onto an opposing character.
It's actually, I mean, I don't see the Smee getting there, but could be nice with the Smee. I think the Smee would get dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to...
I mean, if you exert Smee and Calhoun, the Maui half shark deals with the Calhoun, not the Smee.
I think so.
So then, turn 5, you play Bell and move those damage counters.
Still need to combo something to banish the Maui Shark, though.
Or you just let it grab how far I'll go again. Yeah, so I think Maui runs into Calhoun here, gets back how far I'll go. The Smee gets 2 damage counters, then you play Bell. And I guess you get value out of that on turn 5.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's only 2 damage counters on the Maui Half Shark. Still going to need something.
Yeah. I guess it's just like the idea of value, right? Being able to sort of refresh your Mr. Smee.
Yeah, getting something out of the bell instead of just playing it straight, healing that Smee back up.
That being said, we do find a 5-cost Maui off the top here, which could stop that scenario from being possible.
Yeah, Maui Hero to all being played means we could banish both Calhoun and Smee.
And could be done in combination with this Vision of the Future as well.
got a handful of inkable cards, so like we might visions first. Solving our unknowns before we do our knowns. Looking at the top 5 cards of the deck. Choose one, put it in your hand, and the rest on the bottom.
Yep, trigger Maui Half Shark, 1 lore gain for Scott here.
And to be prepared, a brawl. I think a Pirate's Life is in there as well. Maleficent Dragon, the Sail, I believe, are the 5. Not quite sure what was taken there. Is it the Pirate's Life?
Yeah.
In the back of the hand?
That is what that is. I was actually thinking about that as well. I was trying to run through the sequence of turns in which the Pirate's Life would be impactful and worth it, but it's kind of hard in the context of the one of Bell being drawn as well.
We can always sing Pirate's Life with Maui Shark. We are going to choose a challenge and banish the Smee here with the Maui Shark. Getting back that Visions of the Future from our discard.
And then we're going to ink that and play the Maui.
Exactly what happens.
Yeah.
Good sequencing there. Using the card as ink and as filtering.
We see the power of Maui Half Shark.
Again, the only removal that Patrick is playing is Strength of a Raging Fire, which of course requires you to have characters in play.
Yeah, that card is just so bad in this matchup.
Yeah, it's not doing good. We are going to use Bell Mystic, though. We're going to move 2 damage counters off of Maui onto Maui Half Shark, cleaning up the Maui Half Shark. Great play there.
Chosen character to chosen character.
Huge play from Bell Accomplished Mystic here, cleaning up that Half Shark so that Scott can't continue to cycle these actions.
Okay, we're good. Awesome, thank you.
Bell having a pretty decent body herself, 4/4 with 2 lore. Makes her for a good quester, and usually if you challenge into her with anything, they get banished. We are going to have the Maui banish the goat here.
Picked up another Half Shark off the top of the deck, and it's going to be what's played for the turn. Passing back over to Patrick, knowing for the turn on the side of Scott. Going to see that dock deployed here pretty soon.
Do find a strength. It's going to go into the Inkwell, though. Likely just going to...
Double dock.
2 docks
Double
in
dock,
hand. That is tough. Going to play out a dock and play the other one here. So discard no cards, draw 2. Unfortunately, when you have 2 docks in hand, you have to discard your entire hand to draw cards. You never want to see 2 of them.
Yeah, luckily it's a May ability.
Yeah, you don't have to discard the hand.
You get the extra body on board.
You see a Smee and a Broom. Can play one of those this turn.
I think the main thing you're worried if you're Scott is a bounce, right? Because you don't want to see the dock recycled. You want to be able to get rid of those docks before they're bounced and get them sort of out of the game as quickly as possible. Popsicle off the top here for Scott.
Patrick deciding not to play out this Smee or this Magic Broom. Likely just an installation against a board wipe.
Be prepared. Off the top.
Play this Grimatala. Look at the top 2 cards of our deck. Oh, we find a Sisu and another Popsicle. The Sisu would clean up the docks on Patrick's side of the board here. If we can get it in play.
Maybe looking to sing a Pirate's Life here with the Maui Half Shark.
Going to
be a trigger up to 4 lore, down to 8 for Patrick. This game would be a lot scarier if Patrick potentially rips a bounce off the top.
Yeah, if he's going to do it, he needs to do it now.
Yep,
that Sisu sitting in hand.
Absolutely, this is the time. I mean, this is the draw, and it's going to be... Well,
Think another broom.
Broom.
We can cycle these brooms if we
could
really
still
want
find
to.
It. Could still find it. I mean, that would be a very, very heads-up play to know that was your only way to win the game.
Yep. Going to see one broom played, another one followed.
But it's just going to be the most ink-efficient thing here.
Banish one of the brooms, see what we find. Calhoun. We're going to banish the other broom. Patrick is deciding to do that.
Does not find it.
Won't find the bounce.
Patrick playing to his outs, though, knows he needs to be recycling those docks to win.
Understanding how important it is for him to keep a hold of this board.
Maybe considering holding back the Calhoun here to insulate against the Be Prepared. I think you just got to go for it, though. Notably, Scott only 2 be prepared in the deck, so not the sometimes 4 of you can see in these lists. Well, I think most Ruby Sapphires are off of 4.
Also, Patrick in an interesting situation here. As you mentioned earlier, when Maui Half Shark is in play, you don't really want to exert any of your characters. Quest or challenge. Scott could use that Half Shark to bring this Pirate's Life back.
And that's probably what he's going to do is run that Half Shark into the Bell, then play the 8-cost Sisu.
Even have an ice block that we do. We have enough ink for the ice block and Sisu.
The ice block was actually a really good draw, huh?
I don't think we have the ink for it. I think we're only at 7. So we can only ink and play the Sisu. Can't use the ice block.
1 short off of that. That would have been pretty significant. But recycling this Pirate's Life is going to make this game really tough for Patrick.
It's going to be very tough. I mean, Patrick built a wide board up to 12 lore, already down 2 lore from the Pirate's Life. The amount of times that Scott continues to cycle the Pirate's Life is just going to make the likelihood that Patrick wins this game lower and lower.
There's probably some meta statistic, which is like X number of Pirate's Life played per game. Win percentage for Steel Amethyst significantly decreases.
Only inkable card in our hand is a Brawl, which would have to ink that.
I feel okay inking the Brawl. I mean, you could also play it. You're right. But
yeah, I'm not too concerned about it.
Yeah, so we're going to run into this Bell, right?
Yeah, that looks like that's what we're going to do. Now we're taking the 4 damage, and the Pirate Life is pulled back.
So ink the Brawl. There we go. Oh.
Or are we waiting a turn?
Just B-prep the board.
Okay. And B-prep the board. We're going to gain a lore from the Maui when that's played. Banish our Maui Half Shark and Grimmatala, wiping the board entirely.
Yeah, that is like a much safer play in the end, right?
Setting ourselves up to Sisu on the following turn for whatever he plays. Oh, he finds the dock off the top.
It's huge.
Great play for Patrick
Scott
here.
knows that's the 3rd dock that was just absolutely ripped off the top.
Kind of friends, too. Only 1 of in the deck for Patrick. Sisu coming down, banishing both the dock and the Elsa. 3 of the docks in the discard at this point for Patrick.
Yep, just some friends on the other side going to be the card in hand for Patrick here. Finds the 4th
the
dock.
other dock. Oh my goodness. If there was any chance of Patrick staying in the game, it's finding all 4 docks.
Patrick has been chosen to stay in this game versus Ruby Sapphire.
Noticeably, Scott's a little bit low on cards in hand as well. Really without a way to gain them currently. We have Pirate's Life in hand.
Wow.
Patrick going to play out the goat and then just pass the turn with a dock and Turnbox followers in hand. Find a Maleficent Dragon. Also have another Sisu, I believe. Yep. Quest with the Sisu for 3 lore. Starting to close that gap that Patrick has held for quite some time.
So I have to wonder if Scott might need a little bit of card draw. I mean, this is going to be the last dock for sure.
I mean, at some point, if Scott can't find a way to start putting cards in his hand, he's just going to run out of removal.
I mean, Scott is threatening 5 lore turn. Has Pirate's Life. This is this 2-turn clock. Oh, wait. Did he ink Pirate's Life? He might have inked Pirate's Life.
Going to find the followers. The broom. Scott's asking if you have the
come
buck.
on.
There it is.
Come on.
Still don't find a bounce card, though. We are going to play the White Rose, so Patrick's going to gain a lore in that interest play. I feel like Patrick really needs...
This is a really tight match.
Patrick really needs to find a Madam M Snake or Fox here to get this dock back in hand.
I don't even know if he's bouncing the dock in some of those scenarios. Might be bouncing the...
It's the Rose.
Yeah.
Close it out. It's Scott. Do we have the other Sisu in hand? Scott, though? Because if so, the dock is just wiped.
I don't
on
know.
The next turn. I think so. Yeah, the other Sisu comes down.
There we go.
That's 4 docks, entire board wiped for Patrick. This is looking rough for Patrick. 3 dragons on the board, both of them questing for 2. The other one questing, or sorry, for 3. The other one questing for 2.
Does look like Scott is going to go to the finals here, the North American Championships. Ruby Sapphire, our most played deck, showing out, making it all the way to the...
And Scott finds the snake too, just a little too late. Or Patrick finds the snake. He's going to give out the handshake, and Scott is going to be one of our finalists for the Disney Lorcana North American Championship.
Yeah, too much too late for sure. But 4 docks, I mean, Patrick drew incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, Patrick was in that game for honestly a lot longer than I was
every single
expecting
time
him
I
to
thought
be.
he was out of that game. It was just another dock off the top.
Yeah.
Wow. That's actually a very tight, incredible match.
Super tight match. Kudos to both players. You know, to make it this far in the North American Championship, you have to respect it, right? These players are going home with a golden Mickey. They're going home with a world's invite, but they've been playing top of their game. You know, impressed all around.
Mm-hmm. And we have another game for everybody. We have Game 3 of Zan Syed versus Edmund Chu.
And versus Ed, 2 DLC winners coming up for this next match. Interested to see what's going to happen here. So we know that, we know that Scott is going through. He's going to be our finalist.
Ruby Sapphire.
Yeah, so it's either going to be Zan or Ed on the other end. Could be Ruby Amethyst, could be Emerald Steel.
Emerald Steel. Anyway, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back for that Game 3, Zan Syed versus Edmund Chu, Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel.
Welcome back, Illumineers, to day 2 of the Disney Lorcana Championship, North American Championship. I am very, very excited for this next match. We saw that Scott Markison has made it. He's going to be one of the finalists going into this championship. We have Zan Syed and Edmund Chu in their last game of the semifinals. Ruby Amethyst versus Emerald Steel, 2 DLC winners. Very eager to see what happens here. Whoever wins this is going to go on to the finals and potentially be the North American champion.
Yeah, so we get Edmund Chu on the play. Notice Edmund was the higher seed, I do believe, so probably chose to go first in Game 1, and then Game 2, I'm assuming, went second. And now we're going to take it to a Game 3 for 2 Disney Lorcana Championship champions to face against each other, also on the same decks that they won those tournaments with, which is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, what a story. Zan coming into Vegas, surprising everybody with Emerald Steel, a deck that people didn't really expect coming into the tournament, sort of blew everybody away in Vegas. Kind of said the same thing with Edmund Chu when he was in Dallas-Fort Worth. Emerald Steel was actually the thing that was going crazy with the Bucky Diablo shenanigans that were happening. Edmund decided to bring Ruby Amethyst, and so let's go on to the feature match table and see how this Game 3 is going.
If you could beat the Bucky version of Emerald Steel's Ruby Amethyst, you could beat anything.
Yeah, so Ed could be favored here. Fighting against Emerald Steel, he's beat it before in super high stakes.
Yeah, to be fair, it's less of a, I think at this level, it's less of a play skill thing and more, the deck building. When Ed brought Ruby Amethyst to that tournament, he brought it for Emerald Steel, right? And when Ed brought Ruby Amethyst to this tournament, Emerald Steel was probably pretty low on the list of things that he was thinking about beating.
One thing that I will be interested to see is if Ed finds that blend line that we've talked about throughout this weekend. Notably, Emerald Steel has been known for having characters that don't have a ton of strength. And so if he can find a way to get this Flynn down, maybe a Sisu the one that gains strength based on cards in hand of your opponent, you know, the Flynn could do some work, help Edmund gain a sizable advantage early on.
5 back here for Edmund. Did not catch how many Zan sent back.
And neither.
Looks like Zan sent back 6. So once again, you know, he just came out of his interview talking about the 7.
Yeah,
and now he's got to do 6 in his game 3 of a semifinals match.
Hoping to find what he needs to. Do see Calhoun in hand. Could be pretty good. He's on the draw here. Looks like he's going to be going first. Thinking of Strength of Raging Fire. Opening with that Diablo. We're going to get a good look at Ed's hand. He's working with, I do see the Flynn and the Sisu in there, along with a 1-drop. Ed in this deck, having brought Ruby Amethyst with no Genies, no Mauis. Only Ruby, both of these players, the only players to have these decks in the top 16 in day 2, bringing them to the semifinals.
Zan going first, that means that Ed lost game 1 on the
the play.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Means Ed had to win on the draw.
No shift Diablo here for Zan. See,
Diablo and Diablo.
Yeah. This dang bird.
Dang bird is everywhere. Maleficent Spy, Obedient Raven. Gonna pass it on over to Zan. He's gonna take some time. One thing that I've noticed about Zan, having commentated over multiple of his matches, is he does not play fast. He doesn't feel rushed. He considers every line.
Zan's hand looks really bad. Unless I'm missing something there over on the left side, this looks like a very suboptimal start to an Emerald Steel list.
He doesn't have that Diablo shift line. Instead, plays the Calhoun on
Does
2.
find the Flynn off the top if that's the turn 2 we're looking for as Edmund.
Ed has access to that Flynn. We're gonna
Already
see
had
one
in
enter.
hand, yeah.
Yep, and there it is.
Sisu on the backup. You mentioned that it's going to be on the draw, but still
Could be enough.
It could be potent against Emerald Steel here. Pete off the top here for Zan.
Of course, Ed not exerting this Diablo because of the Calhoun that's in play. Don't want to give that Calhoun an opportunity to challenge and gain lore. Going to see a Pete inked and a Pete played, so Ed can't play any actions on this turn.
I think that tells you that Zan's hand might be a little weak.
Yeah, I think this Pete's more of just getting a body on board than its ability this turn. We see Ed immediately play out this Sisu.
Yep. Pete as a 3-3 is relatively impactful, though, as we reduce the strength of the Sisu potentially on the coming turn. Sudden Chill in hand for Zan, as well as Strength of a Raging Fire. So we are going to be able to deal with that Flynn by singing that Strength of a Raging Fire. Go ahead and draw a card off of that as well. Looks like we are going to target that. Oh, finds one of the tech cards that Zan is including in the list. I'm Still Here, 3-cost, action song. Chosen character gains resist +2 until the start of your next turn. Draw a card.
Be a particularly powerful card, trying to keep your Diablos from being banished. Or if you need to sing with your muses or Prince Johns in a desperate attempt to find something.
Yeah, Ed also having access to no Madame Medusa, just remains. I feel like it's not going to be, that's not a great situation to be in against Emerald Steel in terms of your top end. I think it's going to be a Hypnotize.
It could help. Those Lady Tremaines could help get around the ward characters that we've seen Emerald Steel use so efficiently. It's going to decide to discard the Lady Tremaine from the Hypnotize.
Off the top, it is going to be a 1-cost Diablo, so Zan's hand still looking very clunky. Does find the Ursula 2-drop. Didn't see Ursula Deceiver in there before.
Could be pretty impactful as Ed's made some interesting changes to this Amethyst Ruby deck, but Be Prepareds are still there.
Got the 4 of 2, right?
Running 4 Be Prepareds. That Ursula on a vital turn could make or break the game.
Being said, if I'm Ed, I'm feeling pretty comfortable in this moment. Does trade out the Diablo draw card.
Love
Nice
the
crab
Smiling
play.
Crab, yeah. Boosting the 0 strength Diablo.
Finds a 1-cost Diablo off the top as well, which is quite nice.
Means when Ed trades the Diablo, gets to draw a card.
It does have the 8-cost Uninkable Sisu, Merlin Rabbit, plus what looks to be... I didn't catch the 3rd card, but Ed is in a great position right now. Dan's still playing off the top of the deck for value. Does find a Prince John, as well as... Ooh, doesn't have the Sudden Chill or anything like that anymore in hand, but has the Prince John, has the Ursula Deceiver. Ursula Deceiver would, of course, be a whiff.
Prince John, one of the better draw engines in the Emerald Steel deck as well, if you can combo it with those discard cards. Dan historically builds his deck around it.
Yeah, interestingly, doesn't match up too well to our Sisu. We're going to see it is going to be a Lady Tremaine plus the Diablo and the Flynn Rider.
Lady Tremaine still a little bit, a turn or two away from being useful. Only 4 ink in the inkwell for Edmund here, but I've loved these Diablos throughout this weekend. Cards you can play, utilize with crabs, or if they get banished, they just replace themselves.
Looks like it is going to be the Prince John here.
Notably, the Emerald Steel matchup usually...
Ooh, I didn't see he still had the sudden chill. Must have been behind the Ursula Deceiver. That's pretty impactful here.
I didn't see it either, and I was about to say, in these Emerald Steel versus Ruby Amethyst matchups, if you can get your Ruby Amethyst player down to 0 cards before they've built up their inkwell to about 6 or 7 ink, you're heavily favored as the Emerald Steel player.
Yeah, particularly that 6 can be really devastating for them, but does have the Merlin Rabbit to refuel. See if you can find an inkable off the top. It's going to be a library, so we're getting up to 5 ink.
Passing it on over to Zan. He'll ready his cards. Ed doesn't want to quest with anything.
Doesn't want the smoke from the Calhoun.
See what Zan plays. A C2 exerted. Are we going to see an Ursula? The Ursula Deceiver is going to play.
Nope.
Nope. Brawl is not in action. Or sorry, not a song, only in action. So it will miss. Won't get a discard.
That being said, Ed's hand not looking fantastic if the board does swing significantly more in the favor of Zan. You know, just has that 8 cost that is pretty much a dead card at this point.
Yeah, it's a little too early. Would be a very impactful card in this matchup, usually, because the characters that are pretty difficult to deal with are within range of that Sisu, but only having 5 ink in the inkwell, we're quite a few turns off from the Sisu being useful.
Tight matchup definitely favors Ed as we progress further into the game, and Zan isn't able to pull ahead.
Ed trying to decide if he wants to quest with these characters. It looks like he is. We're going to gain 3 lore, 2 from the Prince Sean, 1 from the Diablo.
So 5 ink for Ed here. Card off the top is going to be Madam Mim's Snake.
We are going to shift the Sisu.
Very nice.
So used to seeing the Sisu shifted on the Daring Visitor from
Yeah.
Ruby Sapphire. Completely missed the this other one.
Yeah, really unpopular interaction due to this, this 8-cost Sisu not making it into many Ruby Amethyst lists. Double Calhoun on the board here for Zan. Ed, I think we could say significantly ahead at this point.
Yeah, getting rid of the Prince Sean, all the other cards as well. The 2 Calhouns on board. If they want to challenge and banish the Sisu, they both have to go into it. Instead, Zan's thinking about challenging and banishing the crab.
He's thinking about doubling.
Yeah.
You have to double trade into the Sisu here.
Sisu represents a lot of lore. Also, if there's any bounce cards in hand, we know that there's a snake. Could pull the Sisu back and sort of set up having it in case Dan plays out those cards that'll hit it. He is going to double trade with the Calhoun. He'll gain 2 lore, but both Calhouns are going to be banished.
Ooh, Cursed Merfolk plus Diablo. That's a pretty good refill.
And not too bad, especially since Dan is still pretty low on cards in hand. Again, we do have that snake, though. And bounce this rabbit.
Yeah, before that Diablo does get activated, we're going to go ahead and bounce this rabbit back, draw another card. It's going to be a library. Another Merlin Rabbit here. Are we going to find an answer to the Diablo? We don't.
Drawing as many cards as you can before this Diablo gets exerted. Ed does have access to brawls that he can find. Potentially get rid of this Diablo unless Zan finds a hidden cove.
Yeah, also has access to things like Be Prepared, which I think might even be reasonable on a board like this. Like Zan's refill there was significantly better than I thought it was going to be. I thought that Zan was getting close to being out of this game as we lost both those Calhouns and Edmund was so far ahead on cards. But Diablo plus Cursed Merfolk is a good 2 card to deploy onto this board.
Pass it over to Zan. He draws for turn. How many cards does Zan have in hand? Is it just the 1?
Zan just has 1 card in hand. Playing off the top of the deck.
Okay.
We have 3 costs, so it's a
he
hidden
does find
cove.
the hidden cove. So now cards like Sisu, Empowered Sibling, and Brawl are not going to be useful to get rid of this Diablo. Really good for Zan here, I think.
Really good. Now Zan's going to be drawing when Edmund draws.
Yeah, every time Ed draws a card on his turn, because of Diablo's ability, Zan gets to also draw. I know there's a rabbit in Ed's hand. I believe he drew his second one.
Ed does have the Madam and Fox.
Could use this Fox to banish the Hidden Cove,
Yep.
reducing that Diablo back down to 2/2. Back in range of the Sisu and the Brawls. Again, Ed's not playing any Madame Medusas. So those are really the only cards that we can use to target this Diablo specifically.
This is a tough line here from Ed.
Trying to figure out what you're going to commit to. We are going to challenge with the rabbit dealing 2 damage, bouncing back with Fox. We can use this Fox to cleanly take out the Hidden Cove, but Zan is going to get the draw from the rabbit.
That Friends on the other side is the draw.
Edmund building up a sizable hand though. We are going to banish this Hidden Cove with the Fox where we ink and play some more cards. Could ink up to 4, play another rabbit. Play the same rabbit. We're going to quest for 2 with the crab and the snake here.
Oh, this Diablo is just so strong in this scenario. Like any other card that Zan had deployed off the back of that. But this is keeping him significantly in this game.
Yeah, such a punishing card. Looks like Ed is going to play a library and follow it up with a magic broom. We've seen how much work the library can do in previous matches for Edmund. That one lore just allowing it to tick up and up and up. Of course, if you move a character there and it's banished, you get to draw a card for turn as well. But
I wonder if Ed has sort of pivoted to commit to the race at this point.
That's kind of what I'm wondering as well with the location. Historically, Emerald Steel struggles with locations. Zan doesn't. I don't think Zan's running anything like a Long Came Zeus. Not, so he'd have to purely rely on his characters to banish it.
Ursula doesn't hit, it does not. It's 2 rabbits in hand. Diablo is going to go ahead and sing, moving that broom.
Let Storm Rage on, banishing the broom. Letting Zan draw a card. Diablo is just such a punishing card. I mean, Ed digging, trying to get back into this game. It's just fueling Zan's hand and his ability to get back as well.
Yeah, Ed's just got to find an answer to this Diablo soon, it feels like.
And still think about what he wants to do with the rest of his turn. Has some ink to work with. I think 3. Go ahead and quest with the Curse of Merfolk. Gain 2 lore. Offering Ed the challenge if he wants to discard a card. A Go-Go Tamago being played, but not with its ability. Is just an evasive character with 1 lore. Edmund's not playing any evasive characters, by the way. No genies in the deck.
That trigger on that library here.
Tied game, 9 lore and 9 lore.
Finds a Madam M Fox off the top. He's just going to have to
rabbit.
draw into this.
And is just getting a card every time Edmund is. Ed can't find the answer to this Diablo. Let's see Ed bouncing the rabbit with the fox, drawing another card, giving Zan another. Go ahead and challenge this Curse Merfolk with the Madam M Fox. Now
Discard
Ed,
trigger.
Yep. We decided to discard a rabbit. We're going to quest all out, gaining 3 lore, going up to 12.
This is a really interesting race. Like Zan's hand is a bit unknown at this point, so it's hard to kind of tell who comes out. Looks like Zan's hand is not. I do see a Muses plus a Hypnotize.
Muses, it just doesn't do much against this matchup right now. Everything in play, except for the Chernobyls that was just played, outside of the Muses range. Also with this library ticking away, you got to answer it at some point. That 8 willpower, it's going to be tough for Zan to do.
Another discards. We see Curse Merfolk in hand as well as I'm Still Here.
Muses, of course, if we have it in play, when you play a song, you can bounce a character with 2 strength or less back to their hand. Card pretty vital in the Emerald Steel gameplay on most of the time. Keeping characters off of your opponent's board. Not too great against this board, though. You have access to some discard in the hand from Zan, though. I think there's a Hypnotize in there.
Mm-hmm. Much quest value we threatening on Ed's side, so
6 total with the location. Push him up to 18 on the next turn.
And that's very scary. So Zan's got to do something about that board because of course, Goat off the top would put him in a really bad scenario unless Zan can win in the next 2 turns, which I don't think he can.
Just a reminder, this is game 3, so Ed takes this. He will go into the finals against Scott. Whoever wins this game could potentially be the North American champion.
I mean, if Ed wins this game, it's a perfect masterclass of how to play Ruby Ammo. This is some pivot to being the more aggressive and beatdown deck. Because this is a very, very thin margin where I could see Ed losing this game at 18 to 19 lore or potentially winning it.
We are going to see Zan play the Muses out. Muses has wards, so can't be targeted by Ed. We play a song, we can bounce his Churnabox followers back to hand due to the Muses ability. We do have access to songs in hand through Sudden Chill, as well as I'm Still Here.
All right, let's see what Zan's going to do in terms of challenging on this board.
Could potentially dig a card. We play I'm Still Here to draw a card. Have the Curse of Merfolk come out. Not going to be particularly helpful in dealing with this board.
I think it's going to be very impactful just because I do think this is coming down to a straight up race.
Yeah, if Zan can stall an extra turn or two, it is going to come down to who can make the most explosive quest in their turn. Of course, Merfolk is great at doing so at Emerald. Zan taking a lot of time to think out this turn.
Hypnotize looks like it's going to be the ink for the turn.
Getting ready to challenge with the Go-Go and Diablo.
It's just going to
And we're going
quest.
to quest. Going up to 11. Dan doesn't have to answer any characters on Ed's side of the board this turn, but it would put Ed up to 18 if he
It would
completely
go
quests
19.
out.
So it's like if you don't have a turn 2 clock, it feels like you have to answer something this turn.
Yep.
That being said, Zan, without having access to board wipes, it's like almost feels like an inevitable 3-turn clock. I don't see this game going more than 3 turns unless Ed is the player that decides to start challenging or decides to wipe the board.
We're going to sing this Sudden Chill with Ursula questing. Force Ed to discard a card, looks like.
That's
Gonna
a big
quest
tell,
with it.
actually, that Zan has probably done the math and thinks that he wins the race.
Yeah. Going to go to Ed. When Ed draws his card return, Zan does because of Diablo. It's going to ready all of his cards, gain the lore from the library. Does he have the Goat?
No, I don't think he has the goat, at least not quite yet. He has the Merlin Rabbit, though. Again, the goat doesn't end the turn this game, or doesn't end the game this turn.
Okay, we're going to start with Lady Tremaine, forcing Zan to choose and banish one of his cards.
Which is... That card feels very significant right now because you don't eat the opportunity cost of challenging anything, and every single quest value counts here. And we see Ed go 90 degrees on everything. So both players have done the math and think that they win the race, it feels like.
Yeah, putting Zan in a position where...
I do think that Tremaine is probably one of the most impactful things that could happen right now, though, because now Ed is able to remove a character, slow down Zan's clock, which might have also been a 2-turn clock, while not eating the opportunity cost of challenging, so while being able to progress his win condition by 1 more lore than he would have if he had to remove things via challenging.
Zan has to remove everything on Ed's board this turn, except for
to
one
remove-
card with 1 lore.
Yeah, actually
And even-
everything, because if the library sits around, that is top deck goat to win.
Yep. Dan's going to do everything he can to find an out, though. I think there's a dock in hand, Sudden Chill. I'm Still Here. Sure what's on the back.
I feel like Ed wins this race.
I do too. I think it's going to be tough for Zan to find a line here.
Look at Ed staring. Ed is looking straight at Zan.
Ed just waiting to see if Zan has an out. the stress. You can see Ed kind of taking a breath. Dan shaking his head. I think he understands he's going to find it. It's going to have to be tight. He's going to go for the dock, discard the hand, draw two.
Discard the 2. You know that Ed's got to be feeling good off that one.
Dan's slowing it. Does he find it?
Is he destined to go to the finals of the North American Championship, or is it going to be Ed, our DLC winner from Dallas?
2 DLC winners here.
Ed, the Emerald Steel Slayer, is about to take down one more Emerald Steel to make it all the way to the finals. Just a Ruby Amethyst masterclass.
And doing some math. Questing with the Cursed Merfolk here, going up to 13.
Up to 13.
We have 14 with the Go-Go.
15, 16. Not going to be enough. We start to see the stress make its way onto Zan's face, I think. Shows the cards, knows he can't do it. Looks like it's going to be Ed. Ed's going to go to your finals. It's going to be Ruby Amethyst versus Ruby Sapphire in the finals.
Edmund Chu, DLC winner, Dallas-Fort Worth, is going to be the finalist.
Yeah, and he points to Lady Tremaine. The Lady Tremaine there was so impactful.
Yeah, the Lady Tremaine, as you mentioned, being so vital, and like you mentioned, being able to remove a card from play for Zan while also not giving up the quest opportunity for the rest of your characters, push Ed far enough along to close that game out.
Yeah, what a match. A nail-biter of a Game 3 between 2 champions and 2 dominant archetypes that have existed in Lorcana now throughout the entire competitive season. We saw Emerald Steel sort of rise and fall and rise again. Ruby Amethyst being that sort of rock of the format, always being a viable pick, always being a great deck, and especially in the hands of Edmund, taking it to hostile metagames, and the only Ruby Amethyst to make it to day 2 and now goes all the way on to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Both players, the only players to bring their specific decks into this top 16. Of course, Ed is going to move on to the finals. Very exciting for him. You and I were talking yesterday about how we thought Ruby Amethyst was going to be the most popular deck, the one to come in and win the tournament. Ruby Sapphire ended up coming in, performing extremely well, much better than it did in Europe. Sort of the table swapped between Ruby Amethyst and Ruby Sapphire here, but we have a finals between the two.
And now Ed is facing a matchup that he's teched his deck to beat. He brought that deck ready for Ruby Sapphire. His worst case scenario is to run into the one of Emerald Steel, but takes that down and now is going to be paired into a favorable matchup.
Yeah, so I'm very excited to see what Scott has for Ed and what Ed plans to do against this Ruby Sapphire matchup. I know that Ed's deck is playing a little bit more aggressive, playing those Flynn lines. We saw
12-1 drops as well.
Yeah, 12-1 drops, could spell trouble for Scott, but Scott is playing a couple tech cards for that. He found those Queen of Hearts we saw in his match against Patrick earlier. It could be a pretty close down to the wire. It's going to be a best of 5, so interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, best of 5. I can't wait for it. We're heading into the finals of the North American Championship. That sort of coming to the end of this long competitive circuit. Both players have worked so hard to get here, and I can't believe we have a champion in the finals and a Ruby Amethyst champion at that.
The only Ruby Amethyst to make it to day 2. So that being said, everybody, we're going to take a very small break before we go into this best of 5. Use this time to go grab some snacks, your favorite beverage, because this is going to be an exciting match you don't want to miss. Welcome back, Illumineers, for the Disney Lorcana North American Championship Finals. We have been waiting basically 9-10 months for this moment, going all the way back to Atlanta. I'm very excited for this finals game. My name is Brandon Bolin. I'm here with Tan and Grace. Our first time actually in the booth together. I couldn't be more excited to be doing this.
You know what? I'll try to temper that. I'm just joking. I'm excited. I'm excited as well, Brandon. And I can't wait to see this finals. We've got a best of 5 in us, so like you said, if you got your favorite snack, you got your favorite beverage, get really comfortable because we're going to have a hell of a match here for you in this finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the players would probably individually really like this to be for a very quick 3 rounds. One of them's, done. But I mean, I'm for the people. I want a 5-round, stressful game. That's what the EU got. I'm excited to see what happens.
So you say that. I actually think there's a decent chance we still only get 3 games of this matchup.
It could be when we're looking at both decks. Of course, we have Edmund Chu and Scott Markison going into the finals. Scott Markison is playing on the Ruby Sapphire deck. Edmund Chu playing Ruby Amethyst. Ruby Amethyst is typically favored into that Ruby Sapphire matchup.
So not only is it typically favored into it, but if you see the deck list that Edmund Chu brought specifically for this event, it's something that I talked about right at the top of the show yesterday, that sometimes when you get into a tournament of this size, right, a lot smaller, it's not 2,000 people playing a bunch of different decks in like an open DLC. This is a much smaller event. If you can predict the metagame correctly, you can target that metagame and you can get rewarded for it. I think Edmund Chu is the perfect example of that here this weekend. I thought Red-Blue was a great deck choice for you this weekend. It's one of the most consistent decks in all of Lorcana. It's extremely powerful. Edmund Chu's version of Red-Purple here is very, very different from everybody else's. It is specifically built for this metagame. He targeted it, he got it, and now he's getting rewarded with a finals chance here and what might possibly be his best matchup here in the finals. So for everybody at home that's seeing his deck list and like, oh, I have to rush to go change 16 cards out of my, my Ruby Amethyst deck to change to go to Edmonds, and then, hey, you might not do as well against your local competitors. That's why. He's doing it for this event here, and he's reaping the rewards.
Yeah, it is definitely a meta call for Edmund. I do want to take a look at the bracket real quick, see where these players have come from. We just saw that last game, Edmund Chu versus Zan Syed, had to play against Emerald Steel. Sometimes can be a pretty difficult matchup for Ruby Amethyst, especially if Emerald Steel can get that discard package going. Make sure that Ruby Amethyst doesn't get to that 6-7 ink mark. They can really be in trouble. But Ed, I mean, he's a DLC winner, won Dallas-Fort Worth when Emerald Steel was everywhere, did a very similar thing, played Ruby Amethyst, specifically tech for that Emerald Steel matchup, and was able to take home the victory. See him doing that again, as you mentioned here, with Ruby Sapphire. And of course, Scott Markison playing Patrick Cote here, having to go through the Amethyst Steel mid-range game. Scott taking that pretty cleanly. I think it was a 2-0, but interested to see what happens.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out there. This isn't the first time Edmund's been in this position for exactly the thing that he's doing, that he's targeting, a deck here. And you have to be willing to do that in some of these events. Like, Edmund is in a position where he's very willing to be wrong. If he's wrong, his tournament is just over before it starts. But he's willing to be wrong, got here. I will actually say this too. I know I'm talking a lot about Edmund. Scott, I have watched a lot of his matches here. I watched his semifinal. I watched him a little bit earlier in the day. We've called some of his games. I've been very impressed by his play. Looks very poised and collected in his games. Looks like the moment isn't getting too much of him, because that is something that can happen to these players. You are in the finals of the NA Championship. You have to arise to this moment. You have to be willing to deal with the stress. There's a lot going on. I mean, I'm nervous sitting in here with you. I can only imagine what they're going through.
Yeah, we're not even playing the game, but I mean, these guys are playing for the trophy, right? You're here to be the #1. That's what the competitors are here to do. They want to be the best in the game. They want to prove themselves. The literal best Disney Lorcana players in this region have been here all weekend, and these are the 2 that rose to the top.
Yeah, and I don't think that moment's going to be too much for Scott as well. The guy seems like he has a really good head on his shoulders. Seems like he's been willing to arise to the occasion. And I think, I joked we might get a 3-game here. I think he's going to give him a run for his money here in the finals.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when we looked at Scott's deck list in the previous matches, he's playing a couple cards that he's teched for more aggressive matchups. I think that's what really helped him beat Patrick in the Amethyst Steel matchup specifically. Even little things like finding the Queen of Hearts early instead of focusing on that turn 2 ramp. The thing that Ruby Sapphire does in the majority of its other matchups, but understanding just how vital it is to slow your opponent down early on in the game, knowing to play the Gramatalas and inking the Hyrams, when they're not useful. He definitely understands when he's on the back foot, the opponent is the one pushing the advantage. He definitely knows how to play around those. And like you said, he's been super poised in all of his games. Both of these players have obviously been in these scenarios, are veterans in this space. So I'm very eager to see what happens.
Yeah, you talk about that. There's some very intricate spots here between these 2 that could come up. Is is Edmund going to put some of his rabbits in jeopardy in some of the spots, and how much Scott might deviate from whatever plan that he had to make sure that he gets to remove the rabbits from play so they don't get bounced over and over again. Because as the game goes long, if you can contain those rabbits, maybe you might have a little bit of a better shot, because Edmund might not find as many of his tech cards for this matchup. The problem is Edmund's running a 4 of a lot of these cards that are teched into this matchup. And we'll have to see if Scott's up for it. Edmund definitely the favorite here in this matchup, but like you said, could be anyone's game
here. It could go anyway. With that being said, let's get on over to the feature table and start the Best of 5, the finals of the Disney Lorcana North American Championship.
We got a nice little crowd watching it out here too. I can see them from where I'm sitting. They are all in rapture here, waiting to see who's going to take home this trophy.
This is a moment that a lot of us have been waiting for if you're a fan of Disney Lorcana, especially in the competitive space. Scott, of course, being the 2nd seed, Ed being the 5th, is going to be able to go on the play. We're going to take a look at their altars. Scott sending back 5, only keeping 2.
And I love that you just said that too, because that's another thing we didn't talk about. This is a culmination of a long year for a lot of these guys that have put in a lot of time and effort. Edmund playing a lot of events, Scott playing a lot of events, putting in a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get to this moment. And this is what we play for.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. You know? I mean, both of these players have gone to multiple DLCs, and they haven't always been super successful. You know, like Edmund won Dallas-Fort Worth, was 20th in Chicago, but he's been to more DLCs than that. Same thing with Scott, was top 15 in Vegas. You know, it takes a lot to get to this point. It takes a lot of hard work, takes many late nights of practice, and it's all coming down to this moment.
Yeah, I mean, we forget the human side of this a lot, right? There's sacrifices made on both sides for these people. You know, you have to give up time with your family, time at work, things like that to really put into this, but these guys have devoted some of their life to these TCGs, and here they are kind of getting to that mountaintop. So why don't you kick us off here?
So with that being said, we're going to start with Scott inking a Pirate's Life, not finding a 1-drop popsicle. I think we do have the 2 ink ramp, but I don't think we have the 2 ink Queen of Hearts to follow up on Ed being on the play, and it passes over to Edmund.
Yeah, and he said that there's no popsicle on turn 1, but very importantly, it looks like there is going to be that ramp on turn 2. If he can't keep up in card quality and quantity with Edmund, maybe he can start playing some more impressive cards, maybe start getting some of those 7, 8, and 9 drops in before Edmund gets to his 5th.
Super important to get to those late cards that help you stabilize in the mid to late game. Edmund, of course, playing out the Diablo, Obedient Raven. We're going to see that Sail of the Azurite Seas. It passes back to Scott. He's going to ink a Visions of the Future, but with the Sail of the Azurite Sea, he gets to draw a card, and he gets to ink another card for turn. Going to go with that Maleficent Dragon. Doesn't have anything to follow it up with as we pass back to Edmund.
Yeah, a lot of the big expensive cards, and one of the cards that could be pretty impactful here with a Hiram for Scott here. No items just yet, though.
We do see the Flynn Rider come into play, though. This could be huge for Edmund here if we have the Sisu to follow up with it, especially since Scott hasn't been able to find any characters to challenge this Flynn and its strength.
Yeah, and that's actually a really good point here. Flynn Rider, a card that had kind of fallen not completely out of favor, but we've seen people shaving down to like 3 and 2 in some of their lists. Edmund playing a full amount of them, playing a ton of them here this weekend, and they have been doing wonders for him here, especially in this match in particular. This is one of the nightmare cards for Scott because he doesn't have a way to interact with this just yet and no way to challenge on its power, like you said. So this is going to be some free lore. I apologize. There is a brawl there. I thought that was a different card.
For it, but a card that Scott really needed for a scenario just like this. If Ed was able to follow this Flynn Rider up with a Sisu, which he does have in hand, we're going to see him play the Emboldened Warrior here. It does look, you know, it would have been difficult for Scott to come back from this. Edmund could have potentially gained 3 lore per turn due to that Flynn. So Brawl, very important card in this matchup as we come over to Scott.
No item picked up just yet either for Scott. So you see that he's got that Hiram in his hand, but it's kind of just stranded there. You don't want to get 0 value off this card when you play it. And a big thing that happens in this matchup is you ever get to quest with the Hiram, that's actually starting to pull you a little far ahead as well.
Yeah, we do see the Visions of Future being played. 5 cards off the top, 1 in hand. I did see a Popsicle in that 5. Interested to see what we picked up. It was the Popsicle, so we can utilize this Hiram on the next turn.
Yeah, I love this from Scott picking up Popsicle here. A lot of more expensive, maybe more powerful cards in those 5, but he understands the contexture of his hand. This Hiram here is going to be very important in this game. He's going to need to get a couple of extra cards to keep up with Edmund as this game goes on. Also, he wants to find a couple more inkables as well. You see a couple of the big drops late in his hand that aren't inkable. You don't want to get rid of this Visions if you don't have to just yet, because it'll help you find more things like it is right here. So definitely like this play from Scott.
A lot of cheap cards off of this Vision. Popsicle, Ice Block, Sail the Azurite Sea, and 2 Tipo. We're going to take the Popsicle. Some more things to feed this Hiram potentially. One thing I noticed, though, looking over at Edmund's hand when he was flicking through it earlier, he also has a Brawl. You've mentioned, Tannen, how important this Hiram can be in this matchup, especially if he lasts long enough to quest and banish another item, drawing 2 cards. as long as Edmund has Brawl in hand, that's going to be an immediate answer to this Hiram.
Really, really good call. Another important card in this matchup, Merlin Rabbit played for Edmund Chu here. Is going to draw an extra card, and if he wants, he's going to need to kind of protect those if he can a little bit in this matchup. He's not always going to be able to do that, but I do see a way to bounce one back to his hand and a second copy as well that should be able to help. Back over to Scott. We've got a Hiram drawing 2 cards off the Popsicle here. How far I'll go got picked up as well, possibly something that could be sung later to get some value if we don't have another Popsicle, but we do here off that second Visions from last turn.
Yeah,
now,
super important for Scott here to fill his hand, especially moving into this mid to late game. Ruby Sapphire really wants to extend the game against Ruby Amethyst because when you play the attrition game, Ruby Sapphire is the one that's going to win, especially since Edmund hasn't really been able to gain too much more. We do see the Brawl come out for Edmund, though, banishing this Hiram as he quests with everything on board, pushing his lead.
really impactful play here in this matchup. Like I said, you never want to let them quest with the Hiram if you can avoid it. You can't stop them getting the first 2 cards off it when they play it and pick something off.
He draws a Hiram off the top here as well. See if he ends up playing this. We also have access to a How Far I'll Go, but I feel like having that Hiram to potentially continue to draw cards can be pretty impactful. Right now, Scott really needs to start taking damage control over Edmund's side of the board, though. He's all the way up to 9 lore. That Rabbit, Sisu, and Diablo in play. You can't let an Amethyst deck get too close to 20, or else they're able to close it out through cards like Merlin Goat, which you see at least one of in Edmund's hand right here. Of course, Scott is 1. He could ink up to 7.
Does look like he might be inking this Hiram to play this Be Prepared here, and I don't hate this. Like you said, I think you just want to slow Edmund down. He is going to get 2 extra cards off this from the Diablo and the Merlin Rabbit going away, and this is why you see that Edmund's deck can cause problems. He's never going to run out of resources in this matchup. Generally, when you get a 3-for-1 off Be Prepared, your opponent's not going to have a lot of cards left over as your red-blue, and Edmund actually has more than Scott does at this point.
It's one thing we've seen all weekend long in these Amethyst decks. You know, Genie has been the talk of the town for Azurite C, but these Rabbits and Diablos specifically have played such a vital role combating these Ruby decks, because when they play those Be Prepared, when they play those Sisus, if your Rabbit and your Diablo were played and didn't get to quest, they at least replace themselves so that you're able to follow back up.
Yeah, speaking of Sisu, I wonder if Scott's going to just play big Sisu here just to get a big threat into play, a nice quester, and go ahead and answer that Rabbit before Edmund starts to get, you know, some of the snake value or something off of it. It looks like we're going to be going the ramp way.
Gonna play How Far I'll Go. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck. One goes into the Inkwell, the other in the hand. We have a Popsicle and another Sisu. We're gonna put the Sisu into the Inkwell, taking the Popsicle, use that to continue to dig through our deck. We're gonna play out the Popsicle, draw a card, find a Visions, another good way to just look further into our deck, find the answers that we need to slow Ed down, extend the game a little bit so we can start to build up our board.
Yeah, Ice Block found here by Scott, and that's a big, big find from here. This is going to make the Sisus a lot better as the game goes on. The Brawl's a lot better as well, and he's got 3 power. Now it's going to get swept up in those Sisus and Brawls from here on out.
And notably, the cards that Ed is playing, most of them in the deck don't have more than 4 strength. The only one is the Sisu Empowered Sibling, but everything else, like you mentioned, the Ice Block could be vital, because once you start playing those 3-cost characters, you know, they're no longer safe from these Sisus. We already see 2 of them in Scott's hand.
Yeah, I think Edmund's thinking about, yep, we're going to go ahead and just Fox here, like I talked about. Want to try to protect these Rabbits if you can. You don't want to go too far out of the way to do it, but you want to try to protect them if you can in this matchup. And there's another Rabbit here as well. It's going to draw another card here from Edmund. I think there's a second copy of it in his hand, along with the multiple Brawls and a few other things. I think there's a Library hiding in there as well, it looks like. So a lot of resources here for Edmund.
A Library could be a pretty good card later in the game. Helps you insulate against some of those cards like Be Prepared and Sisu. When you wipe your board, you at least have the location in play that's still going to gain you lore every turn. We look at Scott. We're going to start with a Sail the Azurite Sea. You get to draw a card. We can ink an extra card for the turn, building up that Inkwell so we can utilize all of the cards in our hand as efficiently as possible. We have 6 remaining ink. We have not inked yet. Start off playing this Icicle or Ice Block, it looks like.
Looks like he's going to go ahead and shrink the Rabbit and play a Sisu here. Not only is that going to kill the Rabbit and draw a card, Redmond, that's going to start to threaten a Sisu shift line as well next turn. So Evan maybe needs to keep that in mind.
Yeah, with the Sisu Daring Visitor in play, you only need 6 ink to shift the Empowered Sibling on top of it. If we can find another Ice Block, we could also banish this box if we shift there.
So there's a couple things here. He already has a Friends from the Other Side here, and he already has some Brawls. Now, Sisu, the small one, not the best Brawl target, but it does play multiple things here. Not only does it keep the big Sisus from coming out, but it makes your Lady Tremaines better as well. And that's a big thing in this matchup. Since Edmund has 4 Lady Tremaine in this matchup, he wants to try to remove the Hirams, remove the smaller characters like Sisu off the board so that they're as impactful as possible as the game goes on. Because I think you see one right in the front that he drew here this turn.
Yeah, he has two of those beautiful enchanted Lady Tremaines in hand, and you called it perfectly there, Tannen. Got rid of the Sisu so that Scott couldn't shift the Sisu on top of it, saving those Lady Tremaines for those larger characters like Sisu, like Maui Half Shark, Tamatoa that we might see later on.
You know, we talked about shifting here. I wonder if there's a chance that Scott is supposed to not shift the Sisus on some of these turns if he has the small one in play, just to make sure that he has a second character play and even play around those Lady Tremaines, because this is an open deckless part of the tournament. He knows Edmund has 4 Lady Tremaines.
Definitely a heads-up play, something both of these players, I imagine, have to be thinking about, knowing each other's deck list. We are going to see a Hiram come into play, banishing a Popsicle for Scott, drawing 2 cards. Excuse me. And then after that, a Gramatala, looking at the top 2, one in hand, the other on the bottom.
Yeah, now we see the kind of pressure that's on Scott here. Not only is he's keeping up a little bit in cards here, the board pressure a little bit, but Edmund's at 10 lore while Scott's at 0. And generally, Scott has to answer what Edmund's doing. So it's hard for him to be doing answering and questing at the same time and keeping up with Edmund. And as the game goes longer, the longer we go, you have to start worrying about, some of the goats and some of the bounce stuff with that. So Edmund can start accruing lore without ever having to quest with some of these cards. So if he gets to too high of a total, you have to start really worrying. You start to get to 14, 15, 16, you can lose the game without Edmund ever questing again from that spot.
Absolutely right. That's where these Amethyst decks shine. We're going to see Edmund play a rabbit here, drawing a card as it enters play. Seen him use this rabbit very efficiently, bouncing it back to hand, playing it again. We're going to ink a Flynn Rider, playing a Brawl on this Hiram again, knowing the importance of Hiram being in play, helping Scott refill his hand, saying, I can't let you have that.
Speaking of refilling his hand, too, this library is in play. Red-blue deck not super great at getting rid of this library. They have some Mauis that can do that, but this leaves something in play that'll be able to be there after Be Prepared, after Sisu's, and draw you some extra cards and keep the gas coming for Edmund and keep this game going the way that he wants to. Edmund, I think, has found this game's going exactly how he wants to do it with this 12-0 Lord lead.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we've seen Edmund do fantastically throughout this weekend is utilize this library in this way where you play it out, but you also play out cards that have to be answered by the opponent. So the library kind of goes by the wayside, but that one lore, if you leave it out for a couple turns, that thing will gain 4, 5, 6 lore over the course of a game, sometimes even more. And just like you mentioned earlier with these Amethyst decks, having access to cards like Merlin Goat, which are going to gain lore as soon as they enter play and leave play, all Ed needs to do is get close enough to 20 and have something like a Goat Bounce in hand.
Yeah, but you see it starting to kind of get to Scott here a little bit. You can see the pressure mounting on his face. He's got some sweeper effects. He's got a few things. It looks like this is just going to be a dragon. And yeah, you can see he's like, I guess I'll hit this. And then the grandma is going to start working on the library. That sounds like something a really nice grandma would do, right?
Grandma Tala's just going to the library, taking some books out. The Maleficent Dragon, a great card for answering locations. Of course, when it's played, it banishes another character, but also that 7 strength means it's going to do a lot of damage to any locations that Ed decides to play.
Ed already up to 13 here, too, off that lore from the library this turn, getting close to the finish line here in the game one. I like to remind everybody this is a best of 5 here in the finals.
I think there's 2 Be Prepared in Ed's hand as well. Yeah. Having this location in play means that if we do play something like a Be Prepared, the location sticks around, makes it even tougher to deal with.
Yeah, and so this is an interesting play line here from Ed. He's going to run the Diablo into the grandma, get 2 cards off of it since it's at the library. Now he's going to use a fox. You have to pick up the Merlin Rabbit, draw an extra card from here. This is going to be able to pick off the grandma, and I believe if we ink this turn, we'll have 6 and be able to Lady Tremaine down this dragon. So this is a very clean turn from Edmund here. Yep.
You can see the power of Lady Tremaine. Just such a unique card that Edmund has brought in instead of the Madame Medusas. When we talk about the ladies in red, Madame Medusa, Lady Tremaine, a lot of times people are playing a couple copies of each, but Ed choosing instead to only play the 4 Lady Tremaine instead.
I like how Rebecca puts it, the ladies in chairs.
Yes, the ladies in chairs. I know Baker, if Baker's listening over in EU, he's going to get mad at us because I don't think Medusa's actually on a chair. I don't care. I like
that
ladies
looks like
in
a chair to me right there.
Tremaine's in a chair. I don't think Medusa's in a chair.
Yeah, whatever.
But
Baker could get over it, okay?
We are going to see a Sisu empowered sibling coming into play. 5 strength, 4 willpower character with 3 lore. It's going to make it so Scott can maybe start questing, but Ed all the way up to 15 already. Scott does have access to a card like Pirate's Life. It's not in hand, but something we might need to find to start pulling this lore lead back from Edmund.
Yeah, another Lady Tremaine here to see why Ed chose this version of the deck with 4 of this card. So good against red-blue because we see so many games where a Dragon or a Sisu or a Tamatoa start to bring it home, and it's the only character they have in play. These Lady Tremaines have been doing so much work for him all weekend, and you're seeing it again here in the finals.
Looks like Scott is going to ice block this Lady Tremaine so that we can play another Sisu empowered sibling, banishing both of those characters. Of course, Sisu banishes all characters on your opponent's side of the board with 2 strength or less. Scott has a lot of ink, has to use all of it for the Sisu. We only have 2 inkable cards in hand. One's a Tipo, the other's a Maui Half Shark, it looks like.
Yeah, I think I see, what is it? Tipo, Maui Half Shark, Be Prepared, How Far I'll Go. And
Can't
is
tell with
that
the other one.
Small Sisu?
I
think that might be small Sisu.
Is uninkable. We're going to
Yeah.
pass it on over to Ed. Going to draw for turn.
Does Ed have another answer for the Sisu? Does he have another Lady Tremaine? It does look like he does.
Finds another Lady Tremaine, banishes the Sisu. Again, doing everything he can to keep characters off of Scott's side of the board so that this library can stay in play.
I think that's an absolutely great point. You're going to see these last 2 ink are going to move these characters over to El Biblioteca here. This library is so impactful in this matchup. Edmund doing everything he can to make sure it stays in play as long as possible, and he keeps the cards coming. I think Ed's going to go through 40 cards a game here in these.
He definitely might. These Amethyst decks are the best of any ink for drawing cards, in my opinion. They replace themselves. A lot of cards like Melon Rabbit when interplay draw you cards. We are going to see a Be Prepared by Scott here, banishing the Lady Tremaine and the Sisu. Edmund shows the goats.
Shows a goat, a way to bounce it, and since he's already at 18, that's going to be game 1, a pretty easy victory over to Ed. And I want to point out something that happened in this game, and this is one of the reasons why that I think this is such a good matchup for Edmund, such a rough matchup for everybody. We saw Be Prepared get a 3-for-1 in that matchup. We saw Be Prepared get a 2-for-1 in that matchup. We saw Hiram draw multiple cards multiple times, you know, playing it, questing it, doing all the stuff, getting all these cards, Popsicle replacing itself. We saw Sisu get multiples, you know, 2-for-1s, 3-for-1s. Ed had more cards than his opponent still after all of that. Library drawing extra cards, the Rabbits getting to get bounced a bunch of times. He was protecting it just enough, protect the library just enough. Absolute clinical game 1 for Med.
I mean, it's insane when you put it that way. You know, Scott having cards that historically in Disney Lorcana have created enormous advantages through those trades, getting to go for multiple cards just for your 1. So between the library and the Lady Tremaines being able to keep those off of play, the library, of course, taking the lore up, Ed was able to take that away, but that's only game 1. This is a best of 5. We have another game 2 coming up, so let's get to the feature table. All right, Ed having taken that game means that Scott will be on the play this turn. We're going to take a look at their hands. Scott doesn't have a 1-drop in hand.
Yeah, I think this is a pure 7.
Back a whole
yeah.
7.
I was supposed to say, we're going to see a 7 from Scott here.
Needs to find some early plays.
That's also another sign of the matchup being a little rough, is like you're not even keeping specific cards here possibly. But also this is, I need to find a ramp spell on 2 or a popsicle. I need to find something to do. That hand was way too heavy.
Yeah, you need to do something as a Ruby Sapphire player early in the game, just because, you know, Ed, like we mentioned last game, has the ability to play out something like the Flynn Sisu line. Of course, Scott has characters like Sisu Daring Visitor, also has actions like Brawl that they can use to get rid of the Flynn. But if you don't have those in hand and Ed gets, you know, 3 lore, or goodness gracious, 6 lore off of one of those triggers, it's going to make it even harder for Scott to catch back up.
I'm trying to think of hands that Scott can have that will actually give Edmund pause. And I think it involves, you know, something like Popsicle on 1 or not, ramp on 2, hopefully with a Tipo. I think Tipo is going to loom large in this matchup. Then Grandma on 3, seeing how far I'll go off that on your next turn, and then start to play things like Sisu and Dragons from there. And you're so far ahead on ink that Ed might only be able to do 1 thing per turn while you're doing your thing at like 8 and 9 ink, and you might be able to get ahead there. And if you could protect, you know, a Sisu or a Dragon for multiple turns from a Lady Tremaine, that is a path to victory for Scott. So look for that to be the way that he could possibly get into this match.
I feel like it is a thin line for Scott to find there, but does have a pretty good opening here, starting with a Popsicle. Then Edmund responds with a Magic Broom. Scott does find that Tipo, like you talked about, Tannen. But one thing to note is Edmund played the Magic Broom on turn 1 instead of his other 1-cost characters. Magic Broom notably has 2 willpower instead of 1 like the other one. So when we quest with this Magic Broom, the Tipo only having 1 strength means it's not going to be able to banish this 1 cost.
Yeah, it does look like he's still going to cash it out. I was wondering if Ed's going to get, I don't know if greedy's the right word, but maybe just like, I want to get that extra one more turn of lore. Having another one drop, though, for Ed means that he has some pretty cheap stuff that he can play here and pick up and do the kind of Merlin, Madam Mim stuff.
Yeah, and having the double one drop as well on turn 2 means that Ed is going very aggressive on this game instead of just a typical, like 2 drop on turn 2. We are going back to Scott here. Able to find that ramp from T-Paw on the last turn. We do have that Grimatala in hand, like you mentioned, and the Halfargo to potentially follow it up with. Scott looking to see what he wants to ink on this turn.
This is shaping up to possibly be one of the games that Scott could steal, though it does look like he might actually just ink this, but I see 2 Lady Tremaines already in Edmund's hand. So that's something that if this T-Bow gets to stay around, could actually help protect him quite a bit from here. So we'll see what line Scott wants to do from here, because he does have a Sisu. He does have a Tamatoa along with this. I believe I see 2 Sisus here as well. So, yeah, I think the inking is going to be difficult for Scott here. It does look like
trying to decide. Now we have Shark might be going into the Inkwell instead.
That was a Maui, not a second Sisu. Sorry for that there. But this does look like this is the line that I was talking about earlier that could possibly steal a game from you. Be prepared sent to the bottom. I didn't catch what he actually added to his hand there.
I didn't catch that either, but I do like the Grimatala being played out. It just gives you another body that you can use to challenge Ed's board. Of course, Ed is going to quest with this Turnabox followers, not giving Scott the opportunity to challenge, drawing a card when it is banished, finding information that you don't have before you commit to anything like inking or playing cards for the turn. Does have access to a brawl this turn. We're going to put the Merlin Goat into the Inkwell, play out a Magic Broom, quest with the Diablo, and just pass the turn. Pretty slow turn there for Ed. Scott having the Halfargo in hand, I feel like this gives Scott a turn to really do something. He can play this Halfargo, singing it with Grimatala, looking at the top 2 cards, putting one in the Inkwell, the other in his hand. But Ed not presenting anything crazy, gives Scott a little bit of room to work with.
Yeah, finding another Popsicle here isn't bad either. This is going to cycle for another card, and then it's going to start to loom a little bit larger on this Tamatoa as well later in the game. This Visions, I wonder if this is going to be going to the Inkwell. I was about to say, yeah, we already have a lot of the really expensive cards in our hand, and you just want to make sure that you can ink and keep these. You want the Grandma for more card quality and quantity as the game goes on. You want the Samatoa to try to end the game, and the Sisu as well can clear up this board as soon as next turn. But it does look like he's going to go ahead and play the small human Sisu here to pick off the Magic Broom as well from Edmund, not let him get some some extra cards off of that.
Yeah, I mean, Scott basically playing out an opening that you mentioned earlier in the game, Tannen, finding that Grimatala, being able to sing with it with the Halfargo, being able to clean up Ed's board here with Sisu, and then challenging the Diablo with the Tipo. Of course, not going to do any damage back to the Tipo, but Scott in a pretty great position.
Yeah, I mean, you see we're already going up to, his 7th ink turn, and Edmund just put his 4th into the board here. So this is the kind of game that I think Scott can definitely steal from Edmund in this match, and it's not too much to ask for this to happen multiple times in this finals.
No, of course, as we've mentioned earlier, this is a best of 5, so one of these players has to win at least 3 times. Gonna see a Grimatala being played, looking at top 2 cards, putting a Hiram in hand.
Yeah, I like taking the Hiram here. You've already got 2 Popsicles in play. You just want to keep the cards coming. You have an advantage here. You just want to press it really hard. That Brawl going to get added.
I think this is where you can really showcase the Ruby Sapphire ink advantage as well. A lot of times they're looking for that turn 2 ramp, but if they can also get an extra turn of ramp through the Halfargo a little bit later, Scott is essentially 2 turns ahead of Ed. Last turn, all Ed could do is play a rabbit. We're going into his turn 5 where he'll be able to ink for 5 and play, but Scott has been able to develop so many characters, build up his hand quite substantially, and has way more ink to work with than Edmund does.
Yeah, and Edmund, I like developing these hand Sisus as quickly as possible because you have to do what you have to try to get some characters in play that'll stick around from a big Sisu here. You already see the shift lines available, or just the play it as an 8-drop as well from Scott. You want to have something to try to stick around here between this because you're trying to figure out how do I win the game from here, and I need to start building up a board. I have to start making inroads on Scott's boards here and then have my Lady Tremaines be really impactful because the 5th ink just came down for Edmund. Next turn, the Lady Tremaines can start happening, but you don't want to be playing Lady Tremaine and just getting a Tipo from your opponent's side.
Yeah, and one thing to note as well, Ed does have that Be Prepared in hand. We're about 2 turns off of that, but Scott might be put in a weird position where he has such an advantage with so many characters in play. You don't want to overcommit to the board so that once that eventually comes around, Edmund can answer, especially if as Edmund is playing characters like Sisu that he can use to sort of keep your board a little bit more narrow, sort of fight for floor and board space as well.
Yeah, I wonder if Scott feels like the advantage he has in play now is good enough, and he can maybe leverage that as the game goes on, or like which one of the big characters do you want to develop here because you only get it for one more turn before the be prepared happens, like you were saying, which I think is a really good spot. And this Hiram, I think, is a better way to hedge it. We can still go wide here. We can draw some extra cards. You won't lose as much if you get a be prepared, and then Tamatoa after a be prepared is a pretty good revamp, but then that starts to play into the later Tremaines into Edmund's hand. So I don't want to write out Edmund too fast and too much just yet because that lore is still just at 3 from both of them. So Scott hasn't pulled ahead so far yet that it's insurmountable.
Scott building an even further ink advantage as well. Having played this Sail the Azurite Sea allows him to ink twice, so he's going to ink this Tamatoa and Hiram so that he can play out this Sisu empowered sibling.
Yeah, really important that he gets to put 2 more cards. The Eagle, that means only 1 card left over his hand, which made the Sisu small enough to be swept up by the Sisu on Edmund's side, swept up by the Sisu on Scott's side.
We are going to see Ed start with a Friends on the other side, paying the 3 ink for it, drawing 2 cards. Hasn't inked for the turn, has quite a few cards in hand, but that Sisu is pretty big for Scott here, so Ed not being able to develop anything.
And this is the biggest telegraphed be prepared I've ever seen. Scott immediately is going to quest and probably just pass right back to Edmund. Yep, there we go. And he's going to be ready to pick up all 4 of his characters, but now he's up to 9 lore. He's still ahead of Edmund, and he gets tempo back. He's the first one back to the board. Here's the problem, though. Scott is down to only a few cards left in his head. Edmund has a full grip here, but thankfully, Scott, there is a Hiram here to draw a couple cards off this popsicle.
Draw the 2 off of Hiram here. Very important card in this position as well. As you mentioned, Scott was getting pretty low. Cards in hand. Going to play out this Maui. It looks like we are.
Love getting this Maui to play. Puts it on their character to play to help protect from Lady Tremaine. You don't mind if you lose the Maui here. You just want to make sure that you can protect this Hiram. That is your key to victory here, drawing these extra cards over these next couple turns. We talked about this. You can't let Hiram quest in this matchup, so that is going to be a brawl for Edmund to take care of it, just to make sure he gets rid of that problematic character.
Yeah, Edmund definitely understands how powerful Hiram can be in this matchup. And not too afraid to take things a little bit slow, keeping cards in hand, not exactly developing the board just yet. And there's the Tamatoa coming in.
Big top deck for Scott there.
Yeah, huge top deck. Of course, when you play Tamatoa, you can get an item card from the discard, and he has extra lore for every item that's in play. One thing to note, though, a card that people like to really pair with this Tamatoa is Lucky Dimes. Scott is not running any Lucky Dimes in this deck, so don't have to watch out for that.
Now, we have some Lady Tremaines in Edmund's hand. He can maybe start
bring the popsicle back into hand. You can play it and draw another card for turn. This is the power of Tamatoa at play.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the lore counts are correct here, because I felt like Scott was lower. I'm not 100%, but we'll just go with what's on the screen. Looks like Scott is at 18, so that means if Edmund can't stop what's in play for him, this would be Scott taking game 2.
Yeah, Ed really needs something like Be Prepared here. Gonna ink up Madam and Fox. He does have the Be Prepared, so the Tamatoa is gonna be banished along with everything else, delaying the game an extra turn.
Edmund forgot to quest with his Fox there, kind of lamenting that play from himself.
Gonna follow it up with a library. Pretty good play here. He is gonna play the Pirate's Life, and Scott's gonna take game 2.
Yeah, so exactly how we kind of drew it up a little bit before the games. We're talking about how does Scott win a match here in this finals, being such at a disadvantage with the build of Ed from here, and this is it. This is how you do it. Turn 2 ramp into a Grandma, hopefully with a Tipo. I think it's very important that we have Tipo and Grandma in a lot of our hands here. How far I'll go, we'll keep the cards coming while still doing the ramp thing, and then you get to play some of your big stuff, and then if you can protect the Tamatoa for more than one turn, easy sailing from there.
Yeah, I think as long as Scott can survive that early game, sort of keep Ed off of those very aggressive early plays, then all he has to do is survive into the late game. We saw him use those Ruby removals. Edmund had a little bit of trouble finding some of those cards that replace themselves. Lucky enough to find a couple Be Prepared to get it out, but Scott ultimately was able to take that game.
Yep, that's game 2, so we're even up at 1 apiece. Remember, best of 5 here in the finals. Game 3 right now.
All right, Ed will be on the play for this turn. We're going to take a quick look at both players' initial hands. Be Prepared in Ed's hand, also a Sisu 1-drop as well. And the Flynn. Might not be the best, though. A couple times he's played through that Flynn. Scott has had the Brawl to answer it. Looks like Ed is only sending 3 cards back.
Looks like a full 5 for Scott here. I saw a Sail the Azurite Sea was kept. I didn't see that one. Maybe it was an Ice Block. Maybe an item. I didn't necessarily see it, but that's a really good card in this matchup. Really impactful for Scott. He's going to be able to pick off almost, you talked about this, almost every character is pretty susceptible to Ice Block, making it brawlable.
All right, we're going to get into this game 3. Ed's going to start with inking a Magic Broom, going into a turn of box followers for turn 1, and then passing the turn to Scott. We'll see if he has turn 1 play. I do see an Ice Block in hand. Going to ink a Maleficent Dragon. We'll see that Ice Block played. Must not have had the Popsicle. Looks like he doesn't. Did see that Seal the Azurite Seed, like you mentioned, Tannen, so he does have the turn 2 ramp, but we do see the Flynn Rider come out, so Scott is going to need to contest this soon.
And this is another problem in the matchup, is Edmund can just have these draws on the play, and sometimes even on the draw it might be good enough. Turn 2 Flynn Rider is so problematic for Scott, especially on the play, because Scott is not going to have Brawl at the ready here, anything to answer this Flynn Rider, and generally he can't play a character with high enough strength to answer this here. Edmund, getting that extra card there, kind of important as well.
The only thing Scott could play here to stop the Flynn would be the 1-of Queen of Hearts that he's playing in his deck, which I do not see in the hand, unless it's that second to last card.
Is it that second to last card?
That's the case. He will have the 1-of card he needs to stop this.
I think it is.
Oh, he's exerting the 2. He does have it. He has it to stop the Flynn for the turn.
What a huge play for Scott here. And like you said, I think you talked about this in one of his other matches where he forgoes Sailing the Azurite Sea just to make sure that this extra lore isn't given up that fast. Now, here's the other problem. The hand Sisu is for sure going to have the highest strength going forward.
Yeah, luckily Scott does have the Brawl for this situation. Doesn't even need it. He has the Sisu with the Ice Block to reduce the Flynn down to 1 strength so that you can get that Sisu trigger, banishing it.
This is another one of the hands that could possibly get it done here, Brandon. We see a How Far I'll Go behind this. We see some Mauis. We see another Ice Block. We see a Brawl. These can probably take care of what Edmund Chu's got in play enough over the next few turns to possibly get him into the late game here.
We are going to see Ed refill his hand a little bit, singing Friends on the other side with the Sisu Emboldened Warrior, then inking for the turn, playing out this Merlin Goat, gaining a lore as it enters play. Move on to Scott's turn. Does have that How Far I'll Go, as you mentioned, Tannen. Doesn't have anything we can sing with it, but would allow him to dig a little bit into his deck and also accelerate his ramp since he missed that turn 2 ramp.
He's already passed the first really big test of this game. The Flynn Rider did not get any lore for Edmund. If that had gotten 3 or 6, it might have been really hard for Scott to win this game. Now he's in a much better position. He's still a little behind on the board, but He's got the how far I'll go, like we were talking about, and a few other things, depending on what's on top of his deck here. He's starting to get into this game just a little bit and be okay in the spot against Edmund.
As long as Scott can continue to accelerate his ink and keep Ed under control, playing a couple of things to the board and also keeping his hand full, I think he's going to be okay here. It looks like we're going to see the second ice block being played.
And this means that he can brawl the Sisu down, I believe.
Yeah, he would
if he'd
have,
like to.
Yeah, the Sisu would be at 4 strength with 3 cards in hand for Scott. So if you use both ice blocks, Sisu goes down to 2 strength, and then you can use the brawl.
Do you want to just take care of the Merlin? I was going to say, nah, I think you want to go for the Sisu here, the highest priority play here. It is questing for 2.
Quest with the Sisu here for 1. It does have evasive, so we can do that safely without repercussions of the Merlin Goat challenging it back. Ed does have a Madam M Fox and Snake in hand as he's shuffling those around. Could potentially bounce this Goat back to hand. Gaining an extra lore as the Goat leaves play. Card from set 2 that we've seen time and time again with that Merlin Mim combo.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal that the Sisu has evasive here as well as not be able to pick it off by the Goat, because Edmund would love to start trading here if he possibly could pick off any characters he can again to make those later remains as impactful as possible.
Yeah, I love that evasive is on the Sisu because it allows you to quest, keeps your opponent from trading like you mentioned, but also makes it a little bit more likely that you can set up a big Sisu shift. Of course, Edmund recognizing that is going to brawl the Sisu away so that Scott can't get that shift. Scott only has 4 ink, could only go to 5, so it'd be 2 turns where we could do that, but understanding that it might be detrimental.
Yeah, it puts the Fox into his ink as well, and this is pretty big for Edmund because this allows him to keep that Snake and the cheaper way to start bouncing some of these characters here, because he lost his Goat here, so he'll be able to bounce the Goat, but if he starts to put Lady Tremaine into play, he's probably going to want to start picking her up as well and trying to play her as often as possible. I think if Edmund could play Lady Tremaine every turn for the rest of the game, he'd probably be okay with it.
Yeah, and we see how great these ice blocks are, especially if you can get them down early, as we see Scott using the ice blocks to reduce the strength of Merlin down to 2, challenging the Maui. There's the Lady Tremaine that you talked about, playing the Lady Tremaine out. Scott is going to choose to banish the Queen of Hearts instead of the Maui here.
Now, both the players are on really low resources as well. Edmund's down to 1 card here. I think Scott's going to be down to 1 after this How Far I'll Go. So he's going to be back up to 2.
Sisu, and I couldn't quite find what the other card is. But like you said, finding a way to get more cards in your hand would be pretty good for Scott here.
It does both the things he wants, right? Extra card in hand, extra ink in your inkwell. This card is perfect for this deck.
Scott taking a second to figure out if he wants to take the Sisu or whatever other card was in there.
Also, getting to sing this off Maui is really big here. You don't have to run into the Diablo and give an extra card to Edmund, so you get a little extra value off here. Plus, any of the cards that you draw that you might want to play this turn, you could play, though Scott doesn't have one. It looks like he's going to ink and pass over just 1 card in hand. So this game is getting really, really, really close. Be prepared, and Flynn Ryder looked over for Edmund there. There we go. I love this from Ed. Keep the board as clean as possible. That is operation number 1. That's what we need to do in all the turns.
Especially since we're a little low on cards for Ed here, only having to be prepared in the Flynn. We're going to play out the Flynn, more or less to just get a body out here, another character that can gain lore. Of course, the Diablo with 0 strength is not going to help the Flynn trigger anything, but it does force Scott to play a character to combat the Flynn.
I think we're going to see some big haymakers back and forth here. Little Sisu is going to clean this up, draw an extra card for Edmund off the Diablo, but I wonder if, depending on what Ed gets, if he doesn't get a Lady Tremaine here, I believe we might just have to say.
I think I saw
like
Lady Tremaine and a Brawl.
Yeah, so maybe trying to get a little extra value off this Be Prepared.
Sisu that Edmund drew, not a Lady Tremaine. Can't use that Sisu to banish the other one. Finding a rabbit, not a terrible draw. A card you can play, draw another card. Are going to see Edmund do that. Finding a library.
And maybe wanting a little more value off of his Be Prepared here. Brawl into library is pretty nice here. That can survive a Sisu hit. So that's going to be pretty nice over the next couple turns. Edmund already at 7 ink. Next turn, he would be able to move the rabbit over the library before the Be Prepared here, draw an extra card for his troubles.
Yeah, this is an interesting play, too, because Scott understands that Edmund is at an ink total for that. Has to consider challenging into this library, because if Edmund plays the Be Prepared, wipes everything from the board that Scott potentially plays this turn, and the library's left undamaged, we're going to see what happened in game 1 with this library gaining lore over and over.
I think these are really good points from you, because this highlights another problem in the matchup that Scott has. He has to respect Be Prepared at all times. So even if Edmund doesn't have it, Scott has to play around it in certain spots, and you get value of having the card from, even if you don't have the card, you can get a lot of value of it there because he has to play around it so much. So you see him hesitating in the spot. Do I want to add another character to the board? Do I want to give up a 2-for-1 here? Possibly a 3-for-1 or 4-for-1 because the characters of play are going to draw cards off this library as well. It's a really hard spot for him to be in.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons that I love library so much. Looks like we are a little bit ahead in the game, having the rabbit being brought to the library. Maui Half Shark is coming to play along with the Lady Tremaine.
Do we have a way to bounce the Lady Tremaine and answer this Maui here? This is a card that is very, very scary to have in play. It means Edmund probably can't quest while this is in play.
Also, something to note with that 5 damage on the library, it does look like Scott decided to challenge the library with the Sisu. I think then Edmund, on his next turn, played the Lady Tremaine to banish the Sisu. Now we're here with the Maui Half Shark.
Edmund with a big Sisu, be prepared, and I believe a rabbit in his hand here are the cards. How does he want to play it from here? He does have 7, so he could be prepared, draw 2 extra cards here. Does he want to ink and draw the 3rd one by moving the lady over? We'll see.
One of the things that I love about Maui Half Shark is it does put your opponent in an interesting scenario where you don't particularly want to exert your characters to sing or quest or challenge, because Maui Half Shark can get a challenge off and banish a character. Scott can pull an action card back from his discard.
All right, so the rabbit drew him an extra card here, which I think was a snake. That's pretty big here. If he wants, he could pick up either one, a rabbit to draw an extra card if that's what he's looking for, or he's going to maybe possibly pick up this Lady Tremaine. With this rabbit leaving, he's going to draw an extra card as well. This is kind of baiting Scott a little bit. Hey, you might need to advance your board here a little bit. You might need to put some more stuff in here. This allows him to quest a little bit, not get challenged by the Maui as well. That can be really important here. You don't want to let the Maui do that too much if you can avoid it.
Ed moving the Lady Tremaine to the library and questing with it. That way that at least if it is challenged by the Maui Half Shark and banished, Ed will get a card off of the deal. Do see a Pirate's Life in hand, Tamatoa, and Hiram for Scott here.
I think Brawl, how far I'll go is what's in the discard pile for Scott that he could possibly get back here as well. So
how far I'll go could be big. Ramping also allowing you to dig through the deck a little. You have these ice blocks in play we could use to play Hiram and draw some cards. We're going to use an ice block to reduce the strength of Lady Tremaine. Play that Hiram, draw 2 cards. Find a Sisu and a dragon. This could be big.
Wow, Scott's hand is really, really powerful from this spot.
And we also, that Maleficent Dragon could be huge here. Edmund leaves a card like Lady Tremaine in play, or ever gets a Sisu out. We have the answer for it immediately.
Yeah, this is interesting. I like being able to quest with the characters that are at the library, because it's kind of daring Maui. Like, right, you'll get your action back, but I'm going to get a whole nother card back, and then the library is still here.
We see how much Scott respects the potential be prepared from Edmund here, because instead of challenging this Lady Tremaine and pulling back an action on that turn, he instead understands that I have to get rid of this location, because if Ed decides to be prepared this board, wouldn't be a terrible be prepared on his part, then I'm going to be left with an empty board, and he's going to still have the library.
Not to mention, with this quest up, Edmund's up to 16. He is now showing I've got enough to win the game from here. Scott, though, like you said, he's got this Maui. He's got a Pirate's Life in his hand. He's got other things in his discard pile. Maybe he can cobble it together here, though. The dragon is the only removal he's got here, so he could maybe take care of 2 characters this turn from Edmund.
Yeah, that Sisu Empowered Sibling sitting on Edmund's side of the board. Quest for 3 total, so...
Yeah, maybe that's going to be a good target. Maybe you have to use the dragon to take care of the Sisu. Use the Maui to take care of, I guess, Lady
Probably
Tremaine.
the Tremaine, because she has 2 lore.
Yeah, Lady
so
Tremaine.
We're going to do the ice block, challenging the Lady Tremaine so that we only do 2. She only does 2 damage to the Maui Half Shark. What are we going to bring back from the discard?
Looks like how far I'll go. Yep.
Bring back how far I'll go. We're going to ink a Tipo. Yep, and we're going to see the Maleficent Dragon coming in and banishing Sisu Empowered Sibling. 1 dragon for another.
Maui having evasive is really big here, too. Edmund isn't able to challenge into this. Though that be prepared is still looming.
Yeah, we're so close for Ed here. We can get up to 18 lore. At that point, all we need is a goat bounce. Even just a goat in play. Pretty much in this game. A bounce snake with the fox here.
18.
Playing the snake, bouncing the rabbit, drawing a card.
Yeah, he's just questing here. He's just going to try to end the game as quickly as possible over the next few turns. He's like, it's pretty obvious you don't have a sweeper in this spot. I'm just going to put enough in play to win the game from here, and it's going to be up to you to find it, though we do see a Pirate's Life in Scott's hand. That could possibly be sung this turn by one of his characters and maybe keep him out of this. Edmund's at 18 and is showing 3 in play here.
A Pirate's Life would reduce Edmund's lore by 2 and gain Scott 2 lore. As you mentioned, we can sing with it, but also we have an Ice Block Sisu combo. We can get rid of the snake and the Rabbit on this turn. If we play the Sisu, we're going to see how far I'll go first, looking at the top 2 cards of the deck.
Extra lore added here for Scott as well. Don't forget, he's starting to climb up this lore quite a bit.
That is true. With every action that we play with this Maui half shark in play, he gains an extra lore. We can still have the Pirate's Life play if we sing with the Maleficent here. So just trying to see if we can find anything that might give us a more optimal play in this scenario. Looks like we're going to take a Popsicle. Not quite sure what the other card was that went into the Inkwell.
I don't know how it works if Maleficent sings a Pirate's Life. A Pirate Dragon might be the scariest thing I've ever heard of.
I'd like to have a dragon if I were a pirate, I'll be honest. We're going to play the Popsicle, drawing another card. Scott basically just seeing what options he has before he commits to anything. We are going to see the Ice Block being played, and the Sisu come down, banishing the Rabbit and the Snake. Ed's going to draw a card.
And then Pirate's Life is going to get sung off of Maleficent. That's going to gain 3 lore for Scott, take 2 away from Edmonds. Edmonds going to go back down to 16, so Goat doesn't get it done anymore. But this Be Prepared is about to be huge for Edmund Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I'm slamming this Be Prepared if I'm Edmund here.
I think he's got 9 ink, can maybe even go up to 10 here this turn, so that means that he's going to be able to advance his board as well. So 17. Great patience from Edmund Joe. Look, you can see Scott, he's got his hand up already. Yeah, I'm getting ready to get rid of all these cards.
Yeah, as soon as you see Ed questing with that Fox immediately, you just assume that the Be Prepared is coming.
Okay, so I see at least a 1-drop from Edmund Joe here. There's a Diablo. There is a Goat in his hand. So this will quest him up to 18. Goat will go up to 19. If there is a bounce in Edmund's hand, he has enough to finish the game next turn from Scott, barring anything happening.
That would almost guarantee the win. Scott would have to find his second Pirate's Life or find a way to Maui rush, challenge something, bring the Pirate Lights back and play it.
Yeah, I don't think he has it just yet. I got a little bit of a look at the hand. I think it's Rabbit, Goat, and I think a red card. So it looks like he might not have the 20th lore next turn.
This is one of the reasons that I love this card like Diablo. It is such a just small play. It's a 1-cost character, not something you want to use your removal on, but Ed is so close to 20 that Scott might be forced to play a removal card here just to get rid of the Diablo, respecting a potential Goat play.
Yeah, you might just have to play the Sisu here just to keep him, Edmund, away from just having Goat bounce Goat.
He'd be prepared in a Sisu in hand. Either of those we can use. Get rid of this Diablo if that's what Scott really has to do. Fortunately, we can't really use the Grammatala or the Tamatoa this turn and banish the Diablo unless we find something like a Brawl or a little Sisu off of the Grandma.
Yeah, with only 8 ink left, he can't double play something here. So I think, yeah, you just spend the most ink possible, play the Sisu, draw a card off Diablo. Was it a way to bounce the Goat multiple times, maybe? Doesn't look like it just yet, so we're going to be playing a few more turns here.
Don't see a bounce card in hand. Looks like a Sisu, Library, Goat, Rabbit. Not quite sure what the other card is.
Some really back and forth stuff here between these two guys. I'm absolutely loving this finals. Draw a card, another Sisu. I think this one was affectionately called the hand Sisu. It does quest for 2, though, which is really nice for Edmund here.
Yeah, I mean, Ed is just going to force an answer here, and the Library coming after it, knowing that a Be Prepared might be an out if Scott has it, but if he plays the Be Prepared, then the Library might survive for the next turn, gaining that extra lore that we need just to follow it up with a Goat.
Then followed up with the Goat, any bounce would still put him into the 20 range here. Edmund doing everything he can to force Scott into having to make some interesting plays to stay alive here. Man, Library has been really, really impressive for Edmund here this week, and I love the build of this deck. So it does look like going to go ahead and sing Be Prepared.
That way we don't use any of our ink. We can use all of it for the rest of this turn. We're going to follow that up with a Hiram, banishing a Popsicle. Pretty decent draw. We can find some other stuff in our deck that we may need to force Edmund off of game.
Another Pirate's Life would be nice. Grandma's going to dig for 2 cards.
There's a Hideaway in hand. We can use this to banish or to put the Library into the Inkwell as well.
Oh, that's really, really huge for
Scott's
Scott.
only playing 1. Yeah, only playing 1 Hideaway.
This is huge for Scott here.
Huge card to find here. Getting rid of the Library, making that Be Prepared play much better.
Edmund with a ton of ink and a ton of cards here. 17 lore.
Finds the Brawl for the Hiram, getting that out so that Scott can't draw extra cards.
That's
find a way to delay the game.
Really important for Edmund. Edmund's going to put him back into the same situation yet again. Magic Broom and Sisu.
3 lore on board. Have to banish something here. Specifically the Sisu in case if you respect the Goat.
We've been through multiple sweepers the last few turns.
There is a Pirate's Life in hand. That means we can reduce Edmund's lore by 2. And we can gain 2 this turn if we want to. Putting him off a little bit more. We're going to start with a Vision of the Future, looking at the top 5. Putting
Still-
one in hand.
Still 8 ink left over for Scott here, too, so he might even be able to do multiple things here this turn, depending on what he gets off his Visions. Because otherwise, I think his hand is just Tamatoa's. What was left over with?
It's Tamatoa and is it a Grandma? No, we played the Grandma. I'm not sure what the other one was.
Might just be a second copy.
Yeah, 2 Tamatoas there.
Another Azurite C as well. Just going to keep digging before he makes the final decision on what he's going to do. So dig one more card deeper. It looks like a Popsicle.
Got really threading the needle on this match here, finding every way to stay into the game, digging deep into his deck so he can continue to do this.
Yeah, Popsicle one more card deeper. Finds a Hiram. All these cards are inkable, so he can ink something and still play a Pirate's Life.
Yeah, Tamatoa go into play, or
Yeah.
go into ink.
It looks like it's going to be the Tamatoa. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if you can get rid of the Hiram. You might need it just to draw the cards so much next turn. So Pirate's Life going to move to 10, down to 15 for Edmund here.
Edmund off a little bit. One thing to note, though, Edmund has 3 lore on board, though, so if he quests with these characters, he's going to be 1 lore ahead at the end of his next turn than he was previously.
And he's still at the point where we know there's a goat in Edmund's hand as well. So any bounce for the goat here, or a second goat itself,
Would win the game.
would win the game for Edmund.
Could go up to 18.
Shows the goat.
He's the GOAT.
Shows
There's the
be
be prepared.
prepared.
It's going to get rid of the GOAT. Edmund's going to win his second game. This game 3, we're going to a 4th game.
Wow, what games from these two so far in the finals. This one's playing out a little bit closer than I thought it would in some of the games that have gone a lot longer, and I think that's credit to Scott. He's been playing out of his mind here in this finals. It's been really good, and you've seen him finding the crazy lines in some of the ways that I think are the only ways his deck can actually compete here in this finals.
Yeah, I mean, Scott's doing a great job of knowing when he has the ability to dig through his deck, have a little time to find something that might change what he otherwise might play, so he can optimize those lines, keep the cards that he might want to save for later in the game, versus when he just has to play something out in order to delay the game for Ed here.
Sounds like we're good to go into the next game. Is ready. These players are ready. I'm ready. Everyone at home watching is ready. Everybody on the crowd is ready. I hope y'all can hear these cheers that have been going on after these games. It's been so much fun. I feel like I'm in like a stadium or something right now. This is awesome.
I know there's a huge viewing area out here. I can see tons of people sitting there, a bunch of people standing as well.
Brandon,
It's pretty
I don't
awesome.
see an empty seat in the house, and the entire area around it is lined. We've got hundreds of players out here watching this. Like everybody in the crowd, to give yourself a round of applause or a shout. Y'all are awesome. Thanks for watching this with us.
Yeah, and everybody in the Twitch chat, let's get some hype going for this finals game. If Ed wins this, he will be the champion. Scott has to win 2 matches in a row in order to come back. Of course, this being the 4th game, Scott is going to get to go first on this game. We're going to get a quick look at these hand altars before we get into this game 4.
No, I know you want that game 5. Edmund would like
I
to do
do,
anything
man.
he can do to stop that.
I want the game 5.
Yeah.
And I mean, if we keep going, that's the pattern, right? Ed went first game, or sorry, Scott went first game 1. Ed won. Then it has been going back and forth. So definitely could happen here for Scott. We do see the Popsicle in the opening hand. We have a Brawl in there as well. We do find the ramp.
We see that Azurite C in his hand as well for Scott. This is one of the openers that could possibly get it done. I see that how far we'll go as well. We talk about how important it is for him to just do as good as he possibly, all the best plays he could possibly make for the first couple turns. He might be able to keep up.
Ed's going to start inking a Sisu, playing a Magic Broom. Not sure that we have the Flynn in there. Going to start with a Sail the Azurite C. Inking a Sail the Azurite C. We can ink another card this turn if we want to. It looks like the Maui Half Shark might be going into the Inkwell. Passing it back to Edmund. Do we have a way to follow this up? Draws a Friends on the other side for this turn. Going to quest with the Magic Broom. I think we had another Turnbox Followers in there. Yep, we're going to play that. Banish the Broom. Draw a card from the Broom's ability. There's the Snake.
Yeah, maybe trying to high roll there, find another 1 or maybe another good 3 for him to really curve out as hard as possible this game. Does he have? I was supposed to say, is that another? Nope. Okay.
Fox. We're just going to ink the Fox, pass it back to Scott.
He's really good at hiding some of the cards from us on the screen there. I'm going to have to talk to Edmund after this.
Do you have how far it goes so we could play on this turn as well? Pretty good for Scott here. Edmund having such a slow start. You have the ability to play these how far it goes instead of develop towards the board, increasing your ink while also increasing cards in hand. That's what Scott's going to do here.
Really, really great point, Brandon, that the fact that, let's say Edmund had played a Flynn Rider here on turn 2. This would be kind of the nightmare scenario because then you would have to use Brawl. You don't get to use how far I'll go. You know, you would have the answer, but this is the best scenario for Scott here. There's only the followers in play. I get to use my entire turn, like how far I'll go, put another card in my inkwell, get another card in my hand. Now I have a humongous ink advantage. I've got almost as many cards as Edmund does, and I'm not under a ton of pressure just yet. This is another game that Scott might be able to steal.
Yeah, I mean, already it's only turn 3, and Scott is 2 ink ahead between Sail the Azurite Sea and the How Far I'll Go. Definitely looking good for Scott. Edmund's going to go ahead and quest with the Turner Box Followers, banishing it for its ability, drawing a card, trying to find something to help him get into this game. Do we have a 3-cost card we can play? We do have a library that we could play out this turn for 3.
I see a Sisu as well in his hand here, and I think that's what's coming out. That
Yeah, okay. I missed the Sisu. That's going to be a good play.
He's good at hiding them. Yeah.
Yeah. But the foil cards are super pretty. A little bit difficult to see in the hand sometimes, though. We are going to pass it back to Scott, though. Already can play up to 6 ink this turn. We ink a card. Start by inking a Brawl, it looks like.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're getting this is a Maui Half Shark on turn 4.
And this is another spot where Scott can really, really get ahead in a game. If Edmund does not have a way to answer this, and let's be honest, he's only on 4 ink. It's quite a while till he can find a way to answer this Maui Shark. It stops Edmund in his tracks. It's really, really hard. Exactly. He can't quest here just because you'd be getting back How Far I'll Go. You could even get back Azurite Sea. This Maui is unbelievably impactful when it's in play.
You said it best, Stan, and it stops Edmund in his tracks. The only thing he's been able to quest with is the Turnerbox Followers and the Magic Broom. And of course, because Maui has evasive, makes for a great singer. We're going to sing How Far I'll Go with this Maui Half Shark. Top 2 cards, 1 in hand, go to the ink. Looks like we're going to put the Visions of the Future in hand, putting the Sisu Powered Sibling into the inkwell. We're going to play that Visions of the Future, dig 5 cards deep, find another card to put into our hand with the rest on the bottom.
Also, lore every single time here for Scott.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Every action that gets played because of that Maui ability, you gain an extra lore. Already, Scott has caught up to Edmund in lore total.
Yeah, a couple of big hitters here for Scott. A couple going to the bottom, but definitely a few in his hand as well. I'll say, I think I see another Maui, a Sisu, a Queen of Hearts, a Popsicle. I didn't catch the last one. Oh, it's another How Far I'll Go. So the actions keep coming for Scott, and I think that's going to be really good. And we're like,
oh, and you do find the Pirate's Life too. Saw how impactful that card was doing in the last game, but we can also get another How Far I'll Go off. Oh my gosh. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 ways to ramp. He's 4 ink ahead of Ed at this point.
He's about to be 5 if he wants to. He's about to have more than double Edmund's ink here this game.
Tanner, this is turn 5.
totally fair and balanced here. Speaking of 5, Brandon, we might be getting that 5th game.
We might be, the way this game is looking. Scott already at 9 ink. We're going to move over to Edmund, though. Edmund does have a lot of cards in hand. Looks like we're going to start by questing with this rabbit, bouncing it with the snake so we can draw some extra cards before we ink for the turn. Going to ink a Turnerbox Followers, follow it up with Friends on the other side, continue to draw cards. I think Eds is looking for an out here.
He's trying to find Be Prepared, I think, at this point. He knows that the writing's on the wall. That
Be
if any more
Prepared or
characters,
Lady Tremaine.
Yeah, I think he has a Lady Tremaine, so what he needs to do is the Lady Tremaine might be able to answer this Shark in a turn. Likely, Scott is going to play another character here, so he's trying to find ways that I might have to eventually just grind through this as the game goes on, because Scott is only still at 3. He's been getting a lot off of his characters here, off of his actions here, but he's not pulling away just yet. So Edmund still has a lot of play, ton of cards in his hand, doesn't need to panic just yet.
Are going to go ahead and quest with this Maui Half Shark, it looks like. Going to play this Pirate's Life. Looks like we are. I see the 6 ink exerted, so that's going to be 3 lore gained for Scott. Edmund goes down to 0. Not looking good for Ed here.
Yeah. Bigger leads surmounted from Scott here, and this is huge. This is huge here. Tipo might look innocuous. You don't even put another card into the inkwell with it here, but this is so big. We're going into the 6 ink turn for Edmund here, and that Lady Tremaine would be able to answer the Maui. Not so much now.
Not with the Tipo. Edmund just continues to dig through his deck.
Has he still not found a Be Prepared?
I don't think he has.
I can't tell every card.
No,
is that one in the bottom, the 3rd card?
Yeah, I think that might be a Be Prepared. Ed just trying to do what he can. Yeah, he's bringing the Be Prepared to the top, knowing that it has to be played on the next turn to try and get back in this game. Scott has so much ink.
Thanks for helping us out there a little bit, Ed.
Has the Hiram as well to play, banish the Popsicle and draw, but Scott, knowing that Edmund's going into a 7th ink, is considering what characters am I willing to play this turn and potentially lose to a Be Prepared. See Scott, I mean, you see Edmund has a third of his deck in his hand. He surely has to have to be prepared.
I want to talk about this too. If Edmund gets off this be prepared next turn, he's not going to get any value off it from his side, right? But he is going to be able to clean up the board. Scott will be the first person to get back to the board, but I do think that Edmund's going to start to pull away from the game possibly from here. Well, let's see what Scott draws for these two cards. He gets a be prepared of his own and a grandma. Okay, let's see if he wants to actually extend the grandma here. But Edmund has so many cards in his hand, he's going to be able to make sure that all of his turns are the most efficient possible. The Lady Tremaines are going to loom very large from that spot. I don't know if he has a brawl or not, but any way to take care of something like that Hiram or whatever would be really, really big here as well. So it does look like this Be Prepared is about to get a ton of value after the 4 lore comes from Edmund Joe. There's no way that he doesn't Be Prepared here this turn, is there?
I feel like you have to, especially after getting that Sisu. We are going to quest for 4 here, catching back up, and the Be Prepared is going to come down, wiping Scott's board along with Edmund, resetting the board state. Ed has a lot of ink in his inkwell as well. Not catching up to Scott necessarily, but Edmund has so many cards in hand. I feel like this is what he was playing for. He knew if he could get this Be Prepared off, he could slowly start to rebuild, start to answer. He just needed options.
Maleficent, Hideaway, the 2 choices here. Hideaway going to the bottom, Maleficent added to Scott's hand. That's a big draw for him here as well. Going to be able to answer some of these problematic characters from Edmund over the next turn. Going to get that second one into play, get that Maui.
Are going to see a brawl coming off the top. We have plenty of cards that you can play this turn, starting with a rabbit, continuing to draw. You find a crab, bounce this rabbit back if we have a snake or a fox in hand.
Crab's actually a decent pickup for Edmund here too. Over the next couple turns, you might be able to use something like a rabbit or one of his smaller characters to either pick off a Maui or pick off a grandma, start to clear up the board a little bit and start to make maybe those later Tremaines a little more impactful as well. Because if he ever gets really good Lady Tremaine value, I think the game's going to start to get away from Scott.
When we look at how powerful or how strong of an opening Scott had, but Ed Chu right now in the lead on lore, continuing to create threats on board, playing the Rabbit, Sisu, and Diablo in this last turn, kind of putting the shifting the momentum here, making Scott having to respond to what Edmund's doing.
Yeah, Big Sisu actually gets quite a bit done here. Ed would draw 2 more cards, but it would remove Diablo and the Rabbit from the board. I was going to say, we don't have any ways to get our hand down low enough to get everything, do we? I don't think we do. That would take a lot of play from us here, and most of these cards replace themselves.
Are going to start with the Vision of the Future. We'll see what we can find in the top 5 of our deck. Take one and put the rest in the bottom. A Popsicle, another Sisu, another Dragon. We're going to take the Maleficent Dragon, sending a Dragon, Sisu, Maleficent Dragon, and a Sisu to the bottom of the deck. Gives us another board wipe, though. Can still play this Be Prepared if we want. Looks like it might be inking the Maui.
Maui into Sisu. That's going to take care of the Rabbit and the Diablo here. It's going to draw 2 more cards for Edmund here. Edmund's starting to get a lot higher on that ink count, and that's going to be good for him at the points where he's going to be able to keep up in number of cards played per turn with Scott, and that's where maybe he could start to get an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, one of these things that Amethyst decks do so well is you can continue to play cards out to the board. Sometimes if they survive, they can quest, but if not, a lot of times they'll just replace themselves. So Edmund having so many cards in hand, as he starts to catch up in ink, he's going to be able to continue to apply pressure to Scott, and tides are turning a little bit. Scott's going to have to continue to stop Ed. Of course, Scott has plenty of characters on board. You know, there's 4 lore between the Sisu and the Grandma for Scott here.
I think we're going to see a little bit of degging from Edmund here. Yeah, he's going to draw off the Rabbit, draw off the Magic Broom, because he doesn't have any clean ways to take care of the Sisu just yet. He can take care of the Grandma, maybe even take care of the Maui with a Madam later. A lady, I apologize. But the thing is, Sisu questing for 3 here is actually becoming a problem because Scott is at 10 lore here.
Go ahead and ink this Flynn Rider, play a Diablo, sort of an uncommittal card. Play it out. If it survives, you quest. If not, you get a card.
Also, Edmund is going to be really okay with this Maui getting any value in trading here because that means he's going to be able to possibly trade back into the Maui, getting the Lady Tremaines to possibly be better. Edmund trying to contain the board. He wants the board small in this matchup if he can.
Yeah, there's a weird balance you have to play when you're going against Edmund's deck where you have the Be Prepareds and the CCs. You kind of have to play around for the board wipes, but you also don't want your deck to be, or you don't want your board to be too narrow either for those Lady Tremaines.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. It's like, I can play around Be Prepared, I can play around Sisu, but then what if he doesn't have it? Now I'm giving him too much value off a card he doesn't have. But then if I play too much in it, I'm giving him too much value on the card if he does have it. It's a hard problem. It's a hard rope. It's a very tight rope that you have to walk here. And I'm glad Scott's in the seat and I'm not, because I don't know if I could walk that rope.
Well, I was about to say, we've seen Scott throughout this match. He's been walking these tight ropes pretty well. Going to see the Maleficent Dragon being played, banishing the Fox.
Yeah, and that Ice Block does a good job here with the 2 cards coming out of hand of letting the Maui stay around here. Do we have another Be Prepared from Eben? I don't know if he has it in his hand, but if he were to draw off the top here, this would be a really good spot for it. He can maybe get some extra draws off of it too. He can run the Diablo into something. He get an extra card off the top here.
Like a Be Prepared here would be really good.
Yeah.
Rid of the
How many-
dragons and the Maui. He's
how many-
playing 4
okay.
Be Prepareds. Ed is playing.
Could still be prepared here if he drew it and he has no other way to deal with these 2 dragons.
Have a Fox here. We can bounce the Crab, boosting the Merlin Fox. Could challenge and banish the Sisu.
Really good point. And
Okay,
just going to take care of one of them anyway. There we go. It's going to take care of the dragon.
Yeah, not too bad. Either of these dragons being banished is pretty good for Ed. Followed up with a Turn-a-Box followers of his own.
Yeah, if you're Scott, you got to be a little worried. Maybe try to find a way to take care of this Madame Tremaine. It's kind of like the rabbits here. You don't want to leave them on board too long if you want, because Ed gets a lot of value off being able to bounce them back to his hand and playing them yet again. So do we have
Access?
Oh, we have
access
another
to
dragon.
a dragon, yeah.
Okay.
Plenty of ink to use it as well.
Yeah. That's going to put him up to 16 here too. Scott might be able to steal this game.
Notably, not playing Lucky Dime, but with the Maui Half Shark, we can play a couple actions. We can gain lore that way, or a Pirate's Life, would boost us a couple lore as well.
Yeah, if you're Edmund, you got to start getting worried about this total here. 15s and 16s are worrisome because any quest plus a Pirate's Life generally ends the game.
Taking some time to figure out what he wants to play, maybe considering the visions.
Yeah, I think he can Visions here still have enough to
Yeah.
be able to play the dragon behind this as well. So let's see 5 cards. Maybe we find something that changes our mind. Because I got to believe the dragon's going to come down this turn.
I think we have a Vitalosphere, Popsicle, Grammatala, Visions of the Future, a little Sisu, or human Sisu.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that, I was going to say, I don't think there's any way you can protect the Sisu here, right? To be able to take out enough stuff from Edmund's side to make sure the Sisu can survive into the next turn. Let's see. All right, so 4 going to be the grandma. Maybe we can find a brawl here. All right, Maui Half Shark.
Again,
Human Sisu.
Maui Half Shark can help close this game out if we can find some action.
A really good point. Edmund's lore total pretty irrelevant here, down at 4.
Yeah, he has had to do so much work to take care of Scott's board for the majority of this game. Hasn't quite had the opportunity to gain any lore himself.
God, thinking long and hard about this choice.
Why these finals matches are untimed. Any mistake could cost these players the game.
Like he took the Sisu. Yep. Go ahead and take care of this follower. It's going to take a lore away and a card draw away from Edmund Chu here.
Pass back to Edmund as he's organizing his ink. I believe we have 10 ink available to us. 11 if we ink a card for the turn.
Yeah, Fox off the top.
Fox pretty good. We could bounce the Lady Tremaine back. Use Fox to banish the Sisu.
Bounce later Tremaine, trade into the Sisu. All right, so go ahead and get the 2 cards. There we go. We found a Be Prepared here. If that's what he wants to do, he's got enough here that he can Be Prepared plus possibly develop his board a little bit after this as well. Be Prepared starts to make the Lady Tremaines in his hand a lot more impactful. He doesn't know that there's a Tipo sitting in Scott's hand to possibly protect from that.
And Scott has so much ink. Likely going to be able to play pretty much anything plus another card on the next turn. So if these Lady Tremaines get slightly worse as the game goes on and Scott continues to build his ink well.
Yeah, I think Edmund's got 10 ink here this turn.
I think both Ed and Scott does.
And since he's questing here, I've got to believe this means that we're getting a Be Prepared here, or we're either getting some Fox shenanigans here this turn.
I wouldn't be surprised if we bounce with the Fox
So
and then replay the Lady Tremaine and force Scott to banish one of his characters.
I don't hate that playline except for the fact that Scott is at 16 lore here, and that's what scares me. I don't think I would want to leave anything in play because it also leaves an extra out. If you have a big Sisu onto the small Sisu, that's another 3 immediately as well.
Ed's going to play the rabbit, draw a card, get a little bit more information, maybe another option. Still haven't inked for the turn, so do have access to 7 on this turn. still safely be prepared if we ink a card from our hand.
So many cards here, so many choices for Edmund. This is one of the problems when you draw too many cards in the game. You're like, I've got 10 different choices.
Yeah, thinking out of all the lines, we are gonna play Madam and Fox, bouncing with rabbits. We can draw another card.
Picked up a snake here as well.
Use the Fox to rush into that Sisu.
Yeah, the Brawl is going to take down the small Sisu. Love that play. It takes away a big Sisu shift line from Scott here. So Scott generally can't win the game from here with a Pirate's Life. It would only go up to 19. I don't know if he has enough for Pirate's Life plus Maui Half Shark. I mean, he has a lot of ink. I don't know if he has that much ink. So let's see.
So. I think he has 10 ink available to him, so not quite enough for both of those.
All right, a Hiram off the top here can go deeper into the deck. So it looks like we're going to start with that Hiram, get a couple cards deeper. The Popsicle's going to be going into the yard.
We can find off these top two, a Tipo and a Vitalosphere.
Does the Vitalosphere do anything? Does Hiram get to do a decent challenge here? I don't know if you need to really be doing that. You don't need to be clearing Edmund's board that much.
No, Edmund's so far behind in lore right now that I think you're just trying to get stuff to stick. You know, find a way to get yourself to 20.
Yeah, I'm wondering, since we got a second Tipo in Scott's hand here, after this quest here, I wonder how many Tipos he's going to be deploying to the board. I think one is okay because it helps protect against the latest remain that we have in play. We know there's got to be some kind of bounce in Edmund's hand. He's got 10 cards in his hand. He's probably got a snake. He's probably got another fox at this point. So I think at least one Tipo really makes sense here from Scott. The second one, maybe not. Maybe you can play the Vitalosphere here, or that's something you might want to keep away from Edmund knowing. But yeah, I was supposed to say, might as well just use the ink while you've got it. It just puts Edmund into a really tough spot. I love just playing one of the Tipos here from Scott.
Yeah, it puts Ed in a position where you know that Scott, don't do anything with this board, can go up to 19 on this next turn. All you would need is a Maui Half Shark and a action like we mentioned. Of course, Scott has the Be Prepared in hand, so you need a cheaper action than that.
So Edmund might not even have to use the Be Prepared here this turn. He has a big Sisu. That's going to clean up the Tipo and the Hiram here. Plus, he can challenge into the Grandma, and this way, this keeps a lot of stuff in play for him, and he can maybe start questing very quickly. Though we do see the Be Prepared in Scott's hand that's going to be able to answer this. So we're going to see a lot of back and forth here over the next few turns.
Tipo going away when the CC was played.
Don't forget the Magic Broom went to the library and then got to draw 2 cards here because of playing another character. Got to banish the Magic Broom, draw the card off that, and the library as well. Edmund keeping his hand as flush as possible for the rest of this game. Scott's at 17, does have a few ways to get more out of nowhere, but 17 is a number that Ed can maybe manage from here. He's not immediately going to lose to a Pirate's Life.
Also, Edmund insulating himself against something like a Be Prepared, knowing that he's going to be committing some big characters to the board with this library, so that if Scott has to Be Prepared, we know he does.
Yeah, it looks like
the library stays around. Scott is going to go with that Be Prepared line, banishing all characters.
Yeah, you can see Scott wasn't super happy about using Be Prepared here, but what other line does he really have? You don't really want to put just a dragon into play. You don't want to put just a Tamatoa into play here, and you definitely don't want to play this Tipo just yet. You want that to be one of the turns where you play one of your big things. You get to play the Tipo and pass over to Edmund, so he has to well, he's thinking about it. Maybe he does want to play the Tipo here, but there are some things to be said about maybe choking down some of the ink from Edmund if you wait to play it later alongside another character.
Go back to Ed. Draw a card for turn. Start off with a rabbit. Draw another. See what we can find. Still has a handful of cards.
I mean, Ed might get through almost his entire deck this game.
Another library. This is going to be tough for Scott to answer. We know he's only playing one hideaway. He's only
it's
playing
at the bottom of his deck.
To the bottom of his deck. He's only playing 2 Mauis. You know, they can come in and rush. Of course, the Vitalosphere can be used to give a character rush. A third library. Oh my gosh. This might put Ed back into the game. If he can survive long enough, keep Scott off of game win.
I heard you like books, Brandon.
I think Ed likes books.
Who doesn't really? The books are great. Back over to Scott. You can see kind of a little frown on his face. This isn't working out the way he wants to. So here comes a dragon, or a Tamatoa, I apologize. It's going to get back a Popsicle. Popsicle's going to get a card deeper into the deck. Edmund, do you have a way to take care of this Tamatoa?
Yeah, you need to answer this Tamatoa with a number of items in play.
And he did draw another Tipo here, but this is what I was talking about last turn. So important that he has the Tipo left over in his hand because he's going to be able to play another Tipo here. So Lady Tremaine by itself is not an out. But as we know, Edmund has so many cards in his hand. And look, the body language from Edmund here, I believe he might have this wrapped up.
Has a way to get rid of the Tamatoa at least.
Yeah, 3 more lore for Edmund here. This game. Oh, he's moving quickly.
Questing with the rabbit. We're going to see the Be Prepared.
Be Prepared.
Yeah, Be Prepared comes down, getting rid of that Tamatoa.
Draw 2 more cards.
Going to draw cards. These libraries are going to stay in play. Likely get another 3 lore at the start of Ed's next turn.
I think we might be getting close to having a champion here, Brandon.
We might. Ed is getting very, very close. Of course, Ed would go up to 15 lore on the next turn, putting him dangerously close to 20. This would be a feat by Edmund coming back from the start that Scott had.
Yeah. How does Edmund progress here? It looks like a goat.
Oh, he has a goat. That's going to be another immediate lore.
That's going to put him up to 13 here, technically into 14.
Bouncing the goat back. That's another.
Yeah, I've got to believe Edmund's got this wrapped up next turn here. Over to Scott. He's got these 2 dragons. The goat was saved too. That's a big play by Edmund. He's making sure the goat doesn't get exposed here.
This is such a close game, Tannen. Next turn, Ed likely gets up to 17. If we have goat bounce goat, that'd pretty much be it.
Scott's going to hire him, draw a card here. I don't know what he can find to possibly keep him out
Scott's
of this.
Looking for anything. We know the hideaways at the bottom of the deck, so that's not going to be able to find that. Only finds Tamatoa, Dragon, and Brawl. That's not going to be particularly helpful. We're going to Ice Block and banish the Snake to get Edmund off of any lore possible.
Edmund's ready to show a card. It's a bounce.
He has it. Edmund has found his way. He has gone the distance. He is the Disney Lorcana North American champion.
As the crowd goes nuts, sees the victory screen come up, Edmund Chu is your victor. What an amazing weekend here. What amazing play. Unbelievable from both of the players here. A lot of respect to Scott in the finals. You were up against it. You had a really, really, really hard matchup. Unbelievable stuff from these 2.
I cannot believe that Edmund came back from that game. I mean, on turn 5, we had a Maui Shark. Scott had like 9 or 10 ink in the inkwell, and he was able to come back.
I hope everybody can hear the crowd that's going on now. They just caught up. We're about 1 or 2 minutes away. I wish we could pan over for y'all to see this. We've got a huge crowd going on here. We've got a lot of people there standing on their feet. Come on, crowd.
Yeah, everybody's
Give it up
standing
for
on their
Edmund.
feet. Edmund is your Disney Lorcana North American champion, the first ever. This will go down into history books.
I want to clap so loud, too. We've got a huge crowd here. At least 150, maybe 200 people here are going crazy. Hearing some chants. Ed's got a nice little cheering section here in the front going absolutely crazy for him. You'd love to see it.
You know, in all of the DLCs that I've gone to, there's been a little posse that Ed has had around him. So you know that all these players, they have their testing partners, they have their testing teams that are backing them up. Ed, he won a Disney Lorcana Challenge in Fort Worth. Now he's come and won the national championship. He's going to Worlds. You know, we could have somebody that is both the world, national, and DLC champion.
So I talked about this earlier in the day, not taking anything away from Ed. We were talking about Zan, the results he's put up. He had won a DLC. He had top 8 in another one, and he top 4'd this tournament here this weekend. And I was talking about just on pure results and how he plays. Is Zan Syed the best player in the world? I think Edmund Chu just answered that question emphatically.
Ed may have just taken that spot because I agree with you on that one. You know, Zan has performed very well in previous DLCs, but you can't argue. Edmund has done the exact same thing, coming in, taking the championship for this weekend. Phenomenal job for him. He was the only Ruby Amethyst player in the top 16, playing a very unorthodox version of Ruby Amethyst. Genie has been the talk of the town for the entire Azurite Sea.
No genies.
No genies.
No
Ed
genies.
doesn't need them. He doesn't need Maui's either. Library was the tech. I feel like those did great. I love the idea of playing the rabbits instead of the genies. We see all weekend how the rabbits have done well. Play out the rabbit against these Ruby decks. If it gets banished, you still get to draw a card versus the genie, in which it would just be banished. You know, Ed did a phenomenal job predicting the meta, teching his deck for it, and this obviously shows.
Yeah, I think it's really important that you point that out. You know, if anybody had just tuned in for, like, say, the back half of the finals, you know, we talked about it prepping into the finals. I know you and Brendan were talking about this all weekend long, that this deck was teched to win exactly this matchup here this weekend. It's good enough to win some of the other ones. And, you know, kudos to Edmund here this weekend. Correctly getting the metagame. That's one of the hardest things to do, get the metagame card. Because like a lot of us thought, oh yeah, the red-blue deck, probably the most played deck. I was thinking 21%, maybe 22%. It was over 30% here this weekend.
Over 30% and converted even more into the top 16.
That was the other thing too. That deck is so consistent, so powerful. You're like, I'm going to have to get through this deck this weekend. That is something that is going to happen. I'm going to have to beat it, and I'm going to have to beat it numerous times. I didn't want to say this to jinx him. Before the finals was going on, Ed was sitting in the crowd, watching and waiting and ready to go. And I walked up to him and talked to him a little bit. Like, hey, how are you feeling? How are you feeling about the finals? Are you ready to go? And I asked him, how are you feeling about your matchup in the final? And he didn't say anything. He just gave me one of these. He goes, just a nice smile. And he's like, yeah, this is why I played the stack. I'm feeling pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, historically, Ruby Amethyst is featured into the Ruby Sapphire matchup. So we see why here with Edmund, he piloted it professionally, did a really phenomenal job. It's obvious he is a master of his craft.
Let's also give some shout outs to Scott here for making it into the finals with his red-blue deck. Impressive play all weekend long. I think he played his heart out here in the finals. I watched a lot of his matches. I was really impressed with that play. I loved the build of his deck. I thought it was really cool. We talked about finding ways to win games in a matchup that is very bad for you. It looks not insurmountable, but it looks very, very daunting. And he played his heart out, played to try to win as much as he possibly could. Didn't say, oh, woe is me. I'm going to go there and I'm going to compete. And he did that, and he impressed a lot of us this weekend. Finals at the NA Championship, not too shabby as well.
No, not too shabby at all. Definitely something that you're happy to represent. We talked about how Scott, throughout this weekend, stayed level-headed. I feel like the same thing happened during this match. Even when he was behind, he did a phenomenal job at knowing what his outs were and having to look for them. Ruby Sapphire specifically is one of the best decks at filtering through the deck, through those cards like Vision of the Future, your Popsicle, your Hirams, how far all goes. You could see when he was really digging for something and knew what he needed to answer, and how he needed to answer it.
For everybody at home, don't go anywhere. We're not done with the broadcast just yet. In just a few moments, I see them getting ready for it. We're going to have the winner ceremony. We're going to be presenting those trophies. We're going to be presenting more golden Mickeys. Don't forget, Ed gets 4 of everything in Azure IC, foil, including the Enchanteds. Scott gets a full set as well. Those binders, by the way, it looks so heavy when they get up. They're like, oh, it's so much Enchanteds. It's so much foils, and they get a lot of extra prizes here this weekend as well.
The Enchanteds, especially for the Azurite set, are very beautiful. They have that theme of the like pirate map theme, so it's very, very thematic for the Azurite C here. But yeah, there's a lot of prizing to be giving out. I think I don't know if this is Ed's. Yeah, I think it's Ed's second Golden Mickey.
So I was actually going to say that. We talked about Ed. This is good. It's the second Golden Mickey. Really great. I want to circle back to Zan for just one moment. Him at Worlds, whenever he's playing in Orlando, he's going to be playing for his play set of Golden Mickeys.
Yeah.
He's got 3 now. So I really want to see the big flex from Zan, get the 4th one, and just play a deck with him in it. Like, who cares, right? Like, if the card, hey, maybe not the best card in Lorcana. It's the best looking card in Lorcana. And then can you imagine shuffling a deck with those 4 in it?
No,
I absolutely don't do that. Don't do that, by the way,
Zan. They would be quadruple sleeved in my deck if I was doing that.
I would be playing in hard cases, like the whole deck. My deck would be like this high off the table.
It would just be top loaders. 60 card deck of top loaders. I mean, he wouldn't be the first to play cards that he's earned. We saw Ryan Beaupre earlier playing. He was playing his Let It Go promo that you get at the DLCs. Pretty cool to see. Very beautiful foiling on all those cards.
I do it with the ones as well. Any of the promos that I get, I use them in my decks if I can.
I mean, this was the shiny one, though.
Gotta one-up me.
I use the ones that you can get from the prize wall, the Rapunzels and the Cinderellas as well. But it's another thing to kind of show off, like, oh yeah, like I earned this. I'm a top player in Disney Lorcana.
Yeah, I got the Dragonfires as well. Been trying, 1 or 2 of those out in some of my red purple lists. Maybe to try out this red purple list from Ed here. Again, like we said, super targeted to this meta. You're definitely going to want to try this deck out. But it is really good in a meta that has a lot of red-blue. If you've got a lot of Daisy Duck in your meta, maybe not as much.
I was about to say, set champs for Azurite C are coming up.
Right.
I know that a lot of people love to flock to tournaments like this, find the decks that did the best, and bring it to them. We've highlighted how Ed teched so specifically for the Ruby Sapphire matchup. That's why he was successful here. Be careful of picking up that Edmund Chu list and bringing it to your locals. If there's not a lot of Ruby Sapphire, there's no Ruby Sapphire at my locals, so I know I'm not going to be doing that. It's a lot more of the Daisy aggro.
Speaking of locals, I'm going to put you on the spot a few times here.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to your locals for at least 1 championship.
At least 1.
I'll be going for at least 1.
Okay.
We'll make some kind of, we'll figure it out later. We'll make some kind of friendly bet on who does better.
Okay.
Right. Maybe the loser owes the one dinner.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Two, for everybody at home that doesn't know this, you don't live that far from me. You and I both live in the same state.
Yeah, we both are from Louisiana, live a couple hours apart. I would say you live in the more populated area for the Lorcana community.
Civilized area, is what I like to call it.
So, like, there's only about two stores that I can go to for set champs, but I love going to them as well. But it would be fun to travel down, maybe compete in a set champs.
See, that's
you.
I'm trying to get you down there. I want to actually play you. Shout out to Be Our Guests, by the way, if any of you are watching. I love you guys. I miss you guys. That's my local group. Be Our Guest kind of works with Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It's great. I love how clever they are with their names. The New Orleans guys as well from my area are down here to the Ducklings. They've been doing really great all weekend long. They had a couple guys competing in this and doing really well. I'm going to talk you into it. Look, if I have to have you, I'll cook you dinner. I'll cook you breakfast. You can stay at my place. You can stay at my place. You stay at my place. I got a guest room. You can come on down because I know it's like a 3-hour drive for you.
Yeah, it's at least a 3-hour drive.
Because I'm not
drive.
coming up there.
No,
I'm not coming up there.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you for coming up there.
I'm way older than you are. You're gonna age before beauty.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm almost like twice your age. So.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the people on the casting team are. It's okay. I'm the young one. I'm the baby. I understand that. It's okay.
Kids these days, no respect for their elders. But no, I'm going to try to talk you into it. We're going to get you down there because yours is a different weekend than mine, right?
I actually have no idea. I think mine is on the 18th. I have two stores that are close to me. I actually don't even know what I'm playing for store champs, to be honest with you.
So that was the other thing.
For this.
That's the other thing. I was going to put you on the spot. Your store champs is tomorrow. What you playing?
Hey, well, that's a hard one. If I'm playing tomorrow, I'm playing something that beats aggro because I know there's a ton of aggro in my store. A lot of people like those Daisy Ducks. There's a unique body Amber Steel bodyguard aggro deck that has sort of made rounds in my locals as well. There's Amber Steel Song player that does pretty good as well. So, nobody plays Ruby Sapphire in my locals. Maybe I have to do it to get rid of all this Amber Steel. Who knows?
Would that make you the bad guy? I think it would make you the bad guy, right?
Well, so I did play discard. I did play Emerald Steel discard in the last set champ.
So did I.
So I'm pretty sure I'm the bad guy already.
So I was going to say, if you think aggro is going to be really popular, and I think aggro is going to be really popular where I live, maybe I just play Zan's list. Seems like it's a pretty good deck to play in that kind of meta. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how the Muses specifically can counter some of those more aggressive lists with the lower strength characters. Like I keep bringing up Daisy Duck, one of the strongest one-drop characters in the game for those aggressive lines. You can find a way to bounce them back to hand, discard them, sort of take over control of the board. Yeah, you could do pretty well.
Yeah, everybody at home, we're still setting up for this ceremony. Should be very, very. I see the players lining up. It shouldn't be much longer. Sorry that you're having to keep listening to us talk about all this stuff. But yeah, I was going to say there's that. I still think Brendan DeCantio's deck is a really, really good choice. The Amber Steel decks, I call it his deck. He won a tournament with it. Generally, you're the first person to win with the deck. We kind of name it after you.
Right. He kind of revolutionized the Seven Dwarfs Mine version of the deck.
Diggy Hole, I believe, is what he likes to call it. God, he's so for everybody home who doesn't know, Brendan and I go way back. He can be so cheesy sometimes. It's unreal. But I let it slide now. He became a dad a few years ago. So, once you become a dad, it's why I give Liam so much slack. He's also a dad.
Liam is a new dad. I've seen their little one walking around with Aaron,
so
his
cute.
wife as well, all weekend.
Yeah.
Very, very beautiful little girl.
We have our award ceremony
But
happening in about 2
that being said,
minutes.
sorry, I completely lost train of thought there listening to
Well,
Rebecca.
we're just hearing Rebecca say the ceremony's going to start in just a minute. And I think you make a good point here about family. We have a lot of people bringing their families, but also I consider this community an extended family of mine. And everybody
absolutely.
here.
One of the things that I love about the Disney Lorcana community, I've seen it across the socials this weekend, is you have different players, they're on different teams, they're theoretically competing against each other. This is a 1v1 card game. You have these teams of people that play together, but at the end of the day, one person wins. The funny thing, though, is when people found out who made it into the top 16, everybody was hugging each other. Everybody was happy for the other person. All of these people play test together. They play this game together. This is such a big community that everyone just wants to see everyone else succeed. It's something unlike anything else that I've seen. One of the things that makes this Lorcana community so special.
Yeah. Did you see Zach Bivens' reaction to making top 8, to finally breaking through?
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking. I believe it was Bivens and Ryan were next to each other. And, as soon as they found out that they made it to the top 16, they were hugging each other. And then Zach, of course, making it through top 8. Almost had me crying in the booth in that interview.
He actually shed a few tears, and seeing him with his family. And it's just a culmination of a lot of hard work, right? These players, Edmund Chu, Zach Bivens, DeCantio, Zan, a lot of the other players, Scott here in our finals, they've put in so much work here this year, done a ton of traveling. We've been all over this country, we've been into another country in Canada. There's been players that have flown between here and EU. I guarantee you there's probably someone in this room that's going to go play in Australia.
Yeah, I would be very surprised if there weren't, because a lot of the top players, there are many players that were in the top 8 today that went over to the European DLC. Some of them even participated in the European North American Championship in the last chance qualifiers, just trying to find any way to get into Worlds. Zan was in there, Zach was in there as well. Both of them unable to find their invite there, but coming to North America, got that second chance here, was able to find it as well. So they travel all over. They take this game seriously. Looking back 9-10 months ago, starting in Atlanta, coming all the way here, these players have been playing for forever across multiple sets.
It's hard to imagine it, right, too? Like when we all met each other for the first time in Atlanta, we all got hired for that. And, I was very thankful that I got the opportunity to that, being the newcomer. Y'all have been around Lorcana for so long. I feel like the new guy, and this whole community has been so welcoming for me, and I just want to say that I appreciate that, and thank you for everybody at home and everybody around here that have come up to me and talked to me during these events and welcomed me here and give me help. That's the biggest thing too, is I had a lot of catching up to do, and I still do, I'm aware, but I've had a lot of help.
All of us do, This is a growing thing. A lot of being here this weekend has me looking back on the previous DLCs and sort of this journey that we've all been on, and I sympathize with what you're saying about coming in as the new guy, because I feel like the same thing was for a lot of us. A lot of the people that were inside the community, like myself, Rebecca, Liam as well, we were making content for Disney Lorcana, still are, and we were just happy to be involved in some way. And luckily, the community in Ravensburger specifically was patient enough and believed in us to come to this part and provide you guys with hopefully coverage that you enjoyed. So have to give shouts out to Ravensburger, have to give shouts out to the community for the awesome and positive feedback that you guys have been giving us throughout this whole season.
I mean, they're why we do this, right? We do this for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, this game brings people together. It's just a huge community building thing. My life would look completely different without it.
Yeah, my life would look a lot different. I'd be way more bored. I'll tell you that right now. I've been putting in a lot of time playing as much Lorcana as I can, learning the metagame, getting ready for these events, because that's another thing that, we have to prepare for these events as well. We're playing a ton in our free time. We'll message each other about and talk about stuff beforehand, like, what do you think? I'll listen to, some podcasts, take in some YouTube videos and things that these players are doing. And I'm like, oh man, I'm not sure I agree with that, or that seems really great. It sounds like we're ready for the ceremony.
Hello, Illumineers. I'm Rebecca. I hope you've all had a wonderful weekend. Who got to meet Mickey yesterday? So glad he could join us. A beautiful venue, wonderful event, and it's just been an incredible celebration of this game that we all know and love. And what better way to end this weekend than giving these awards to our top players of not just this weekend, but of an entire season of Disney Lorcana Challenge. But before we bring those players up, let's go ahead and invite to the stage from Ravensburger, the co-creators of Disney Lorcana, Steve Warner and Ryan Miller.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for coming out. It's so nice to see you all. It's been a lot of fun. I know we've been playing Pack Rush and all sorts of stuff over there all weekend, and so it's really nice to come out. I did want to say, I've said this to a few of you that have been over there with me, that we made a pretty great game, Steve and I. But what makes it amazing is the community, you guys. So I want to say I'm so grateful for you all for being a part of the best community I have ever been a part of in my 25 years in this industry. So thank you guys. A couple of specific thank yous. Let's hear it for our judges. Let's hear it for them. That is a tough job. I know I was a judge. It was my first job in the industry, was a judge. It's a tough job. They've done an amazing job creating a great experience for you guys. And in general, let's hear for PPG. Pro Play Games has done a great job making a whole series of North American events. They've been amazing. I was there at the first one. I'm here at the last, quote unquote. And it's just gotten, every time it gets better and better and better. The experience is amazing. And there's a couple of other folks that are in this community that I want to give a special shout out. Where are my content creators? Outstanding. You do podcasts, you do YouTube, you do whatever. Thank you for adding to this wonderful community. What you do makes so much difference. It does so much for this community, so thank you for that. Where are my store folks? Anybody that runs a store, works at a store, raise your hands. Outstanding. That's where Steve and I both got started, was in retail. You guys are near and dear to us because the stores are where this community was born. It's where it grows. It's where it's cultivated. So thank you for doing all that hard work and doing what you do for our game. I want to make sure I get all my shout outs here. Oh, the biggest shout out is just to everyone in this room. You guys are amazing. I've had so much great time. Steve and I have been meeting with as many people as we can, and it's just so wonderful to meet with and hear your stories. We take them back to the office. We tell everyone, we got a lot of folks at Rosberger who, they work, we're in front of our computers all this time, and they may not know how much happiness they're putting out in the world. And so I take all those stories and we take them back and we let them know that this game has brought a lot of people together. It's made a lot of happiness, and I just want to thank you all for being a part of it. Back to you guys.
Practice. Thanks, Steve and Ryan. And now we're ready to hand out some awards, I think. Yes? All right. First up, if you didn't know, we do have 2 pass downs for Worlds invites. So I want to invite to the stage our 10th place player today, Hamza Khan. And coming in 9th this weekend, we have Kurt Spice. Congratulations to both of you, and we will see you at Worlds, at Walt Disney World. All right, now on to our top 8, our Worlds qualifiers. Coming in 8th place this weekend, we have Pierre-Marc Duguay. Coming in 7th, we have Zach Bivens. All right, 6th place, Sean Leung. Our 5th place player, Mo Shamblin. And now we're getting to our top 4. Not only qualified for Worlds, but also earning themselves a golden Mickey. We have coming in 4th place, Patrick Cote. Please welcome him to the stage. Patrick, congratulations. How do you feel that all of your preparation helped you get to this point today?
It was great. A bit last minute though, because I was thinking about coming with red, blue, or red, purple. But at the end of the day, I did try a bit of purple still. A shout out to JDRR that kind of worked a lot to tune this deck. And then I had a very good run training locally, so I just did, okay, let's try it out and have some fun, because the deck is just so fun to play.
Well, you had lots of fun and it worked out well for you. Go get that golden Mickey. On the other side. Next, coming in 3rd this weekend, we have Zan Syed. Zan, come on over, come on over. Look at this little Diablo hanging out with you. I love this. Zan, you've been on this stage a couple times, but besides those moments, when you think back on your Lorcana journey, what special moments really stand out to you?
Shifting Diablo on turn 2.
Congratulations. Go get that 3rd golden Mickey of yours. Go ahead. Second place. Man, you guys, that final match was something. It was something. Played so well this weekend. Let's welcome to the stage Scott Markison. Come on over. Welcome to the stage, Scott. Oh, right here. Come talk to me. Come talk to me.
I got you.
Congratulations, Scott. Besides this moment right here, what are you most proud of the competition this weekend?
You know, I think it's the how friendly everybody was. It was just great. I I got along with everybody, probably made some new friends, and going home with a bunch of cool Lorcana cards.
Very cool. Very cool. Including that golden Mickey. Why don't you go get that? That's the one. That's the one. All right. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. We have had 6 Disney Lorcana challenges across North America. And leading up to this moment, to get this beautiful trophy, we have your very first Disney Lorcana North American champion. Please give it up for Edmund Chu. Come on over. I'm gonna give you a high five too. You got some friends here. You've got a whole crew. I love it. Tell us how you felt in that moment when you had that win.
That game was pretty close, honestly. Like, he was at 17 lore, and I had to kind of pick it up, right? So I did my, signature triple location play. And yeah, it turned out to work out for me. He didn't have the answers to those cards, and picked up the win.
Yeah, I remember those Queen's Castles from before. Would you say that was the most pivotal moment for you this weekend, or was there something else that stands out to you that brought you to this point?
I've honestly never played Library until yesterday, and I got that idea from Friday at the LCQ. I saw a lot of people play that card, and I was like, wow, that card's pretty good. So, I have to give some props to the LCQers for that one.
Amazing. Well, congratulations. The last thing is there anyone that you would like to thank?
Oh yeah, of course. My Team Tianhu. Woo! And SLTC, and I'm really happy my girlfriend Emily was able to come today. She wasn't at Dallas, but it was nice to win in front of her.
Well, congratulations. Why don't you head on over there, get those beautiful prizes. Let's hear it for